Mickey talks the truth.
Okay. I got truth on my mind. Truth on my mind. I got truth on my mind. Truth on my mind. I got truth on my mind. Truth on my mind.
Hey, listen, you are now rocking with Mickey Truth. She live up to her name, not the fame. So make sure y'all subscribe to her channel and stay updated on what's real. Bye.
Good reporting ass Mickey.
We love you, Mickey.
Y'all already know all information contained on this live is for entertainment, heavy on the mother effing entertainment, educational purposes only. All information used on this live is per the Fair Use Act, and any conclusion that you draw is on you and your mama. Not nobody on this channel, this panel, or in this chat. And another disclaimer for those who have not read the description to my channel, I am not a lawyer. Nothing I say should be used as legal advice because it's not legal advice, okay? If you do need legal advice, however, you can go talk to an actual licensed lawyer or attorney of your choosing, all right? And like the disclaimer says in the video, that you can actually see the consequences of anything that you try to run with from the channel is definitely on you, all right? So with that being said, hey, just sit back, enjoy my opinion based off my free thoughts of what I'm listening to, and y'all let me know what y'all think in the chat. Let's get started.
You can't handle the truth.
Make sure you like, comment, share, subscribe, tell a friend to pull up on your girl Mickey Truth. We is live with it. Good morning, Truth Team. Good morning. So court does not start until 10:30 a.m. Eastern time. I had to start my live early because I have a client call for work that I have to take in a few minutes. I wanted to go ahead because I don't want y'all to miss anything. So that's why I'm starting early. Today is day 2 of the Young Dolph murder trial. Defendant Hernandez Govan, the mastermind, according to the prosecution, in the whole plot and execution of the murder of rapper Young Dolph. Yesterday, okay, I felt like the defense won today. Okay, I felt like the storyline that the defense was painting made more sense based on what was presented in court. How will I feel today? I don't know. A lot of y'all didn't agree with how I felt yesterday. So we'll see how today go. You know, to me, it's very important about the storyline that's presented, whether it's the state or the defense. Whoever has the best storyline, to me, I feel like won the case. Good morning, Leah, Team Pretty, King Newski, Aaron B, Raymond, 83 Box Shiv. Hey, girl. Keenan said, did you see that Bortland will still go to trial in September? Yeah, because he don't have the issues that YNW Melly has. If they stream his trial, we will be watching Bortland's trial also. So that's what we got going on, y'all. Like I said, I'm waiting on my phone to ring at the moment so that I can take this call. But until then, we just here. Like I said, I just want to make sure that our live was up and going. I will be in the comments though once I do have to take the call, but y'all already know, if this is your first time watching me as far as a trial, up my call coming. I'll be right back, y'all. All right. I'm back, y'all. Thank y'all for being patient. Okay, look, got to still work my day job. Okay. All right, where was we before I had to take that client phone call? Let me see. I done forgot what we were talking about. There's so much going on this morning. All right, so I know a lot of we were talking about YNW Melly before I had to take the call. So YNW Melly trial has been pushed back at least for the next maybe 2 years. YNW Portland doesn't have all the issues that YNW Melly's trial has. So if his trial is streamed in September, we will still cover that trial because at the end of the day, it's the same case. The only difference is he's not considered the shooter in the case, but he's still charged with double murder. Okay. Yes, I found the phone. Thank you, Jay. So speaking of that, at the bottom of the screen, like I said, I do accept donations. You can send it Cash App, which is $ Mickey Truth. You can send it Venmo, okay, which is Mickey Truth, or you can do Apple Pay, and the number is going across the screen. I had lost the phone because I don't use it like that. It's my business phone, but it's there, okay. Um, Also, if today is your first day tuning in to my coverage of any trial, I do not talk during the trial. I only talk on breaks. I will give you a summary throughout the day. I'm here all day. Yesterday we was on live for 9 hours. So if you're at work, put your headphones in, and rock out with me because I'm here all day. Every time we do a trial, start to finish, I'm here. Okay. No cursing in the chat. I know a lot of y'all feel like it's just, freedom of speech, and I get it. But what I want to do is grow my platform, and it will limit, for one, it will limit the push of the live out to others that may not even know who Mickey Truth is. So no curse words in the chat. Opinions are definitely welcome. I do reply, okay? I do reply. However, I can be on the aggressive side because I'm a debater. I don't argue, although you may feel like it's an argument, it's a debate. And I just like to challenge in conversation. A lot of y'all challenge me, okay? Y'all keep me prepared and on my toes, okay? And that's what I like, because like I said, at the end of the day, this is basically my business, but I do have a real job where I have to be on my toes. So y'all give me help with that by, I need to be quick with my thinking, my critical thinking. So don't think it's just because I'm in my feelings. So somebody wrote me, like, using your feelings on live. No, that's just me, okay? What else? What else? Really, pretty much we be chilling. If you are not able to send donations, if you are not able to do super chats, super stickers, all I ask is for the free, keep the comments going. Like, that is key to everything. You can keep the donations if you want to, just keep the comments going. I'm not a huge channel. I'm not a live channel because I only go live for trials. So I have to work a little bit harder than those that may keep 2,000, 3,000 people in their lives. And the key to why they're able to grow like that is because the comments stay moving. So even when court is not in session, keep the comments moving. Okay. Good morning, Kimbella. Good morning, Ed. Good morning, Brianna. So just keep the comments moving. Okay. Like I said, I'm even going to be in the comments because as I'm sitting here taking notes, clipping, because I have to clip key parts, I feel like my viewers that may not have been tuned in to see, I clip it so that I can put it out on my channel as a video, and then I'm still engaging with y'all in the comments, okay? Also, that's just the static from the courtroom, and also, dang, what was I about to say? I forgot. Ed threw me off with the whistle thing, but anyway, yeah, we're gonna rock out. So far, let me put up a poll, and I left it on when I had y'all shouldn't hear it now. I had to take a business call, and I left it on so that if court would have started before I got back, it would have just started talking and not on mute. So I got it muted now. Because they are, well, I'm probably about to unmute it because they should be starting any moment now. I'm gonna put a poll up, and I want y'all to go over to the poll because yesterday I was windmilling for my life. Okay, I was saying they have not proven with Cornelius Mills that Govan was the mastermind or the link to him committing the Dolph murder. A lot of y'all said, nah, Mickey, it's proven. Nah, Mickey, I believe Cornelius because of straight drop trial. And I kept telling y'all, straight drop trial has nothing to do with it. He probably was the greatest witness ever. Okay? Y'all still hear the static? I don't know. Maybe it's me. I don't know. Because it's muted. Let me, where my phone at? Let me see. I don't hear no static. Hold on, let me do a little check. Because if it's that loud, well, y'all keep talking about it. I don't want to interrupt the court. If it's that loud, well, y'all keep talking about it. I don't want to interrupt the court. Hold on, give me a second. So it seems like it's coming from my mic. So give me, God, it would wait till everything about to start. Hold on, y'all. All right, do y'all hear the sound still? I had to come in on my tablet. All right, do y'all hear? Oh shit, my phone's still on. The sound still. I ain't hear it on my phone, so I don't know what's wrong with my mic. So I have to talk on my tablet, which is cool because, like I was telling y'all, I don't talk on the tablet. I mean, I don't talk like that until breaks and stuff. So it's cool. I can talk on the tablet. But y'all know when I be on my tablet, if y'all was here for the queso trial, I may take a nap. But I'm gonna try to stay in the office. I'm about to go get my charger once court gets in session. Oh, let me set up the poll that I was about to do. All right, it's on. Good. Has Govan all right, and I'll do polls throughout the day. So the first one I'm about to put up now. Because it seemed like we might be split, the truth team. And you know what? And I love that about us. Almost every trial, we're always split. And that's what makes the conversation so good. A lot of y'all don't think, just like me, that Govan has been proven yet. Like I said yesterday, it was more, the storyline made more sense that the defense was selling When they said Juke was the connection, not Govan. Now, this is what I want to ask y'all today. In the state's opening statement, they highlighted the CMG PRE beef. So for those that feel like Govan has been proven, now only focus on what has been presented in this trial. Don't bring up nothing from Straight Drop trial, nothing from your own research on YouTube. I'm talking about from this trial. They highlighted, the state highlighted the beef between CMG and PRE, okay? My question to you guys, have they shown Govan's connection to CMG yet? Y'all let me know in the chat. Have they showed the connection of Govan to CMG? Jade said no. Anybody else? Because that's going to be key to me. You have to, if you start off your case saying that this was because of a music beef between CMG and PRE, we got to have that connection. Now, for those that believe Cornelius Smith, did Cornelius Smith link Govan to CMG? See, I tell y'all, Street News Worldwide, good morning. Jay, they are still thinking about what Cornelius Smith said in the Straight Drop trial. And that's going to be why Govan going to walk his ass out of there. Okay? Because Straight Drop trial has nothing to do with this trial. Nothing to do with this trial. So to say you believe him because the story ain't changed, you shouldn't even know the story. Every trial has its own story. Straight Drop trial was over being the shooter. He's the one who provided the gun. All that. So at the end of the day, you shouldn't be thinking about his trial with this trial. Right? No evidence so far. Jay said I say only Juke, but nothing is signed back to Gotti. Yeah, I don't think this ever is going to reach Gotti. I'm going to be honest. Not for the murder of Dolph. We had a big debate yesterday about feds coming in, and I said, and let me clarify, because I think some people don't get it. I feel if the feds come in, it won't be for the murder of Dolph. That is my point. The murder of Dolph would not be federal. That's how I feel. I feel even if they came storming in today, okay, they would not be charging Gotti with murder of Dolph. Now, would they use it for overt act? Probably. But that's it. Jay said, yes, it's pictures of him and Juke, and Cornbread said he met Juke, even Govan. Pictures don't mean shit. Like, on some real stuff. When you talking about community public figure or something like that, you got to have more than just a picture. Now, of course, I know the background. Okay, I do know the background. I'm not sitting here playing like I don't. So I do know outside of this trial, it's been proven that Govan and Juke knew each other. I know that. But what I'm saying is you don't supposed to use that. You're only supposed to use what's in trial. So that's why I'm asking y'all, have they proved the connection yet? Because the only thing I recall so far in trial is that why y'all call that man Cornbread? Yeah, y'all be thinking y'all know these people for real. Why is y'all calling him by a nickname? Like y'all know this man. I've been seeing y'all say that since yesterday. Sheesh. All right, I lost train of thought because all I keep saying is Cornbread. I almost said Cornbread for a second reading y'all comments. Where was I? Done got lost train of thought. Smith met Juke from Govan. He was introduced. That don't mean nothing. That still don't tie his connection to CMG. Remember, the defense plot yesterday, okay? The defense plot is that Smith worked directly with Juke, basically. Okay? Directly with Juke. So just because somebody introduced you to somebody don't mean they had hands in whatever you and that person did. Remember, Cornelius Smith got caught lying about even having conversations with Juke outside of originally meeting him. Remember, he said he didn't talk to Juke no more. But then it came out on Cross that he did through Instagram. You know? Raymond said, I believe it's going to be a plot twist too. Govan lawyer is going to make it all look like Juke. I mean, he would be smart to do so. Juke is deceased. So why not? You know? Jay said, if the feds come in, it's going to be because CMG is a gang like they did YSL. Feds never came in on YSL. I get what you're saying, but that's not correct. The feds never picked up YSL. That was a state RICO. Boss said, I want to know who Young Dolph was on the phone with when he walked in the cookie store. Is that important to the case, do you think? Because he was also on the phone when he got shot. Today, I'm not going. Yesterday, we went all the way left, okay? But today, we're going to focus in on what is happening in the trial today. I'm not going to have to let y'all deter me from focus. Because yesterday, y'all did y'all job. Because I'm like, what is y'all talking about? We start talking about all types of stuff that had nothing to do with what was going on. Today, we're sticking to straight facts. They got cornbread from sitting there. Oh, Lord. Look, I'm thinking, y'all, that's that man nickname was saying at home. Like, I'm like, they ain't never said the man's name was cornbread. Y'all funny. That's why I tell y'all definitely be on YouTube, okay? But shout out to everybody that support. Y'all know Sadie National Peoples. So definitely. But y'all stop saying cornbread. Because that's just throwing me off, okay? That junk throwing me off, okay? Because I'm over here trying to call the man by his name, and all I keep saying is cornbread. Y'all did that yesterday. And it's multiple of y'all that keep saying that name. That's I'm like, who the fuck is cornbread? Oh, my first curse word on the day. Y'all know I be trying to do better with cursing. This court is never on time. We supposed to already been in play. All right, but we're going to keep rocking now and say, why is Cornelius even testifying? Didn't they give him life already? No, Cornelius has not been sentenced. He should testify. I mean, it made sense for him to testify. He is the actual murderer turned snitch. So what's going to happen is it's a feelings thing, because we kind of talked about it yesterday. Y'all gonna look at him like, well, he did the killing. Why would he lie? It's people on the jury that's probably gonna ask the same question. Why would he lie? Even though he is a liar, it's been proven in court. But some people gonna be like, he has no reason to lie. The only thing we don't know is how much time Cornelius Smith will get. But he has openly admitted in court in this trial that he is the murderer. He said, yeah, that's me. In a video. He said it kind of cocky. I don't know how that's going to play with the jury, but he did say kind of cocky. I'm just going to it's the way he swelled up after he was arrested. How much time you think they're going to give Cornelius? I don't know the ins and outs of his plea. However, I definitely, my guess is 30 to 40. That's my guess.
410. The 30th Judicial District of the State of Tennessee is now open for the transaction of business pursuant to adjournment. All persons having business with this court draw near, give attention, and ye shall be heard. The Honorable Judge Jennifer Johnson Mitchell presiding. You may be seated.
Before we get started, this is to the media, particularly those that are taking pictures and operating the camera. The next witness, face should not be filmed. And please make sure that you're careful not to take pictures of and video these families, either one of these families. Okay?
Garner, can you also let them know if they took some video of the family if they played on the news last night to stop playing it if they do anymore?
Well, now that's out in the hallway.
Right.
I recognize that if they're following Mr. Govan around, they're going to be videoed.
I don't mind about Mr. Govan.
That's what I'm saying, but if they're around Mr. Govan, that also is going to happen. They probably don't need to exit the courtroom right behind him or with him and that kind of thing.
Right, it was just at the break yesterday morning that we're filming the families that were coming in and going. I just didn't want that played. I've made sure Mr. Govan only goes with me, so we don't have that issue of recognizing.
Thank you.
So if they played it, I just don't want to play it again if we can prevent more damage.
Okay. That's out in the hallway.
Yes.
If we can, where's Officer Schaefer? Get Officer Schaefer to go out and let them know they are not to be camera. Officer Boaz, if you can can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
If you can let the cameras know out in the hallway that they are not to video these families as they come and go out of the courtroom.
Yes, ma'am.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Any pre-trial matters we need to take up?
No, yeah.
You can bring it through.
You ready, Your Honor?
Yes.
The jury is now in the courtroom.
morning.
Good morning.
State your name, probably, please.
The state calls Angela Arnold.
Angela Arnold.
Just stand right here, ma'am. Face the judge, raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
Have a seat, please.
Good morning. Could you state and spell your name for the jury?
My name is Angela Arnold, ANGELAARNOLD.
Ms. Arnold, are you familiar with someone named Cornelius Smith?
Yes,
How are you familiar with him?
dating my boyfriend
How long have you been with Ms. Smith?
since 2016.
Okay. And were you dating him in 2021?
Yes,
Okay. Do you know an individual by the name of Hernandez Govan?
I don't know him, but I've seen him.
If
I
you were
know
look,
of him.
okay, but you've seen him before?
Yes,
If you could look around the courtroom and tell us if you see him here today?
yes.
Could you point him out and identify him for the record, please?
That gray shirt with the gray tie.
For the record, she's identified Mr. Govan in court.
Thank you. Ms. Arnold, if you could remove your name. Thank you. And how are you familiar, or where have you seen Mr. Govan?
A couple of times riding with Cornelius over his house,
Over whose house?
over Govan's house.
Okay. So you and Cornelius Smith would go to Govan's house?
I would ride with him, yes.
Okay. Would you ever go inside?
No,
So how do you know it was Govan's house?
because Cornelius told me.
Did you see Govan outside the home?
Yes,
Okay. Do you know where this home is located?
on Bradley Street,
What area of town is that?
Orange Mountain.
And on the times that you saw him at the home, did you ever speak to Mr. Govan?
No,
Have you ever spoken to Mr. Govan?
no.
And so did Mr. Smith ever tell you about discussions that he might have had with Mr. Govan?
Yes.
So what did he tell you?
He said, something about a hit
A hit on who?
on Dolph.
So Cornelius Smith told you that he talked about a Dolph hit with Hernandez Govan.
Yes,
Okay. So do you remember when Mr. Smith told you about that conversation?
I can't remember the exact date.
Was it in 2021?
I can't remember.
Was it hot or cold outside? Do you
It
remember?
was hot outside.
Okay. And so when Mr. Smith told you about that discussion he had with Govan, did he ever tell you about a dollar amount?
He mentioned a dollar amount.
Do you remember what that dollar amount was?
It was between $1 million and 1.5.
Okay. And so this discussion that y'all had, was it before Adolph Thornton was killed?
Yeah,
Okay. And so did Mr. Smith ever tell you any specifics about this hit on Dolph?
no,
Okay. Did he tell you when and where they were going to do it?
no,
Okay. And to your knowledge, did Mr. Smith ever have, well, let me back up a little bit. Do you know someone by the name of Anthony Mims or Big Joe?
yes,
Okay. To your knowledge, did Smith ever have direct contact with Big Joe?
no.
So how would he, if he communicated at all with Big Joe, how did he do that?
He said he would talk to Govan, send a message through him, and he would get a message to Jude. And Jude would talk to Govan, and Govan would tell them a message.
Okay. So Govan was the link between Mr. Smith and Big Joe.
Yes,
Okay. So I'm going to fast forward to November 17th, 2021. Do you know where you were that day?
yes.
Where were you?
I was at his dad's house before I went home.
Whose dad's house?
Cornelius.
Okay. And was Mr. Smith there as well?
Yes.
How long were y'all there for?
Well, I had left. I can't remember.
When did you leave?
It was, I can't remember the time, but I know I had left and went home.
Did you leave alone?
Yes.
So Mr. Smith wasn't with you?
I had took him to work.
Okay. You took Cornelius Smith to work?
No.
Who did you take to work?
His dad.
Okay. And so when you left the house that day, was Cornelius Smith still at the house? Okay. Did you see him leave the house?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Do you remember him getting any calls that morning before you left his dad's house?
He got a phone call.
Okay. So Cornelius Smith got a phone call before you left.
Yes.
Do you happen to know who that call was from?
No, I don't.
Okay. Do you recall anyone coming to the house before you left?
I seen a car pulled up, but I can't tell you who was in it.
Okay. What kind of car was it?
It was a white car.
Do you know the make or the model of the car?
No, I don't.
Was it a truck? Was it a sedan?
It was a car. It wasn't an SUV or nothing.
Okay. And you said you don't know the other person in the car?
No, I don't.
Okay. Did you see Mr. Smith get into the car at all?
No, I had pulled off.
Okay. And where exactly did this person pull up to? Was it right in front of Cornelius's?
It was across the street.
Okay. Do you know if that car was there for Cornelius Smith?
I really don't.
Okay. And so I want to go to later on that day, November 17th, 2021. Did Cornelius Smith contact you later that day?
Yes.
Okay. How did he contact you? Did he call you?
He called me.
Okay. Did he call you from his usual phone number?
Mm-mm. I
Okay.
didn't recognize the number.
Okay. And so he called you, and what did he say to you?
Told me to come pick him up.
From where?
2 Lane Apartments.
Okay. Have you ever been to 2 Lane Apartments before?
No, I had.
Okay. So he told you where he was. Did you go and pick him up?
Yes.
And when you picked him up, what kind of car were you driving?
My car.
Yeah.
I had a Chevy Trax.
What color was it?
Like a dark gray.
I'm going to show you what has been previously marked as Exhibit 6, the video. Does that car look familiar?
Yes.
Is that your car?
Yes.
And who were you waiting on at that point?
Cornelius.
And who's that walking out right there?
It's Cornelius with a bag in his hand.
Is Cornelius in the black?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, is he walking towards your car?
Yes.
Okay. If I showed you a screenshot of some surveillance footage from that same time and that same place, could you recognize it?
Yes or no?
Yes.
I need for you to say it.
I'm sorry.
Up in the top left corner of that picture, right on the edge, do you see Cornelius Smith?
Yes.
Okay, and do you see your car?
Yes.
Your Honor, we ask this photo be entered as the next number exhibit.
No objection.
So this is a photo of a parking lot, several cars in the lot, apartment complexes around the picture, in the edge of the picture. And on the very left edge of the picture is who has been identified as Cornelius Smith with the bag on his head.
Garner, may I have permission to publish the jury? So Ms. Arnold, I'm actually gonna give you this plan. And this very first button, if you could use it to kind of circle where Cornelius Smith is and where your car is. The very first button, the top one.
Because you might not be able to do it through this screen. You want to step down, step right there and see if you can go ahead. Where's the phone number?
It should be on.
That's the top button.
You have to ask them. Miss, let me see if it's working. Give it back to.
Yeah.
Yep. There it is.
You just have to hold it.
Okay.
Okay, so that person right there, that's Cornelius Smith.
Yes.
And the car next to him, is that your car?
Yes.
Okay. You can see it. Thank you. Thank you. So Mr. Smith, he got in your car, correct?
Yes.
Okay. When he got into your car, did he talk to you at all?
Yeah.
What did he tell you?
He been hit
So he got shot?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you know where he got shot at?
in the shoulder.
Did he tell you how he got shot?
Yeah.
So how did he tell you he got shot?
He said he got shot when they went up there in Makita's cookies, and he said they were shooting at Dolph, and when he got back to the car, someone shot back at them, and he got shot in the shoulder.
Okay. Did he tell you anything else about that incident? Did he ever tell you why he didn't call you from his own number?
He said that he put his phone in the car,
In which car?
the Mercedes.
Okay. Did he tell you where the car was?
No, he didn't tell me where it was.
Okay. Well, did he try to get his phone back?
Yes.
How do you know that?
He told me we need to go up there and get his phone out the car, and he got in touch with Govan, and we went up the pressure wire.
Okay. So he got in touch with Govan. Did he use your phone to do that?
I can't remember.
Okay. So one way or another, he got in touch with Govan.
Yes.
Okay. And when y'all left 2 Lane Apartments, where did y'all go?
It's a pressure wire.
Did y'all immediately go to Pressure World, or did y'all make a stop beforehand?
When we stopped at the gas station across the street, he got him a cigarette.
Okay, so after y'all left the gas station, y'all went to Pressure World.
Mm-hmm.
And when you got to Pressure World, who was there?
Govan.
Okay. And was he inside of his car, or was he outside?
He was inside of a car.
Okay, do you remember what kind of car it was?
No, I don't.
Okay. And so were you driving at that point?
Yes.
Okay. So you parked the car, and did Cornelius stay in the car, or did he get out?
He got out and went back there where he was. Govan got out of the car, and they walked to the back, and they was talking. I didn't hear the conversation because I was in my car.
Okay. So you didn't hear anything?
No.
Did you ever speak to Govan at all?
No.
But you saw him at the car wash that day?
Yes.
Did you see Mr. Govan give Mr. Smith anything?
I did.
Okay. And after this, did you and Mr. Smith leave?
Yeah.
Where did y'all go?
He was just riding around.
Okay. Did y'all ever stop at any point?
Yeah, we went to AutoZone.
Okay. So was it that same day that y'all went to AutoZone?
Yeah.
Okay. So why did y'all go to AutoZone?
To get a car cover.
So did Smith tell you that you needed a car cover?
No, the car cover was supposed to be for the cover of the car that I guess they used.
Okay. Did he tell you that anyone told him to get a car cover?
No, he didn't.
Okay, he just said, we need to go to AutoZone and get a car cover.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What time was this?
I can't recall.
Okay. And you said it was the same day that you got the phone from Pressure World?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Can you say yes or no, please?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. So y'all got to AutoZone, and did you go inside, or did Mr. Smith go inside?
I can't remember.
Okay. But was a car cover purchased at all?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
Because it was purchased, but I can't remember who bought it.
Okay. Did you see it?
Yeah, I saw it.
Okay. And was it in an AutoZone bag or something like that?
Yes.
Okay. So what happened after y'all left AutoZone?
We rolled around, tried to get him some pain meds because he said he was hurt.
Okay. And after y'all rode around and tried to get him some pain meds, where did y'all end up?
We ended up at his dad's house because he was bleeding real bad and he wanted to change clothes.
Okay. And did he change clothes?
Mm-hmm.
What happened while
I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay. And what happened when y'all got to the house and once he changed clothes?
He changed clothes and he went in the bathroom. I was sitting in his bedroom and he passed out and I got him up off the floor.
Okay. And what happened after you got him off the floor?
We left.
Who was we?
Me and Cornelius left.
Okay, so y'all left his dad's house.
Yes.
And where did y'all go?
We ended up at his aunt's house.
Okay. And just for the jury's clarification, where is Cornelius Smith's dad's house located?
Wild Rose.
Okay. About how far away is it from the house that you remember Mr. Govan being at?
It's not far.
Okay. Would you say less than 5 minutes?
I'd say about 5 minutes, 5 to 7 minutes.
So I'm going to ask another question. So was there ever a time where during this time, did Mr. Smith ever ask you to drop him off and spin the block and then come back and get him?
Yes.
Okay, where were y'all when this happened?
That day, it was dark outside and he wanted to wipe the prints. He thought his fingerprints was on the car. He wanted to wipe his prints off the car. So I pulled up at the top of Bradley Street. He got out and I hit the block and came back and picked him up.
Okay. And you said this was nighttime.
Yes.
And do you remember what day this was?
I don't.
Okay. Was it before or after you got the car covered?
I don't remember.
So let's fast forward a little bit. Just about a week or so later, did you stay in Memphis?
Yes.
So you were in Memphis the week after that?
Well, the Thanksgiving night, we went to Atlanta. I had a job offer. So we left like 4 o'clock that morning because I had to go get a TB skin test read. So we made it up there and I got a text from Greater Hospital saying that orientation had been canceled and they'll let me know when the next orientation will be. So we left like that Sunday and came back to Memphis.
Okay. So how long were y'all in Atlanta for?
From just a weekend. I say from we left that Thursday night. Well, Friday and Saturday, we came back Sunday.
Okay. So I'm going to fast forward a little bit into December. Did Mr. Smith ever say that he talked to Govan after the murder? Did he ever tell you that he ran into Govan after the murder?
Yes.
Okay, when did he tell you that?
He said he was he was in South Memphis going to get some pills, and he ran into him in traffic. He blew the horn. Govan turned around, made a U-turn, and got behind him. He said they get out, and Govan was like, "I've been looking for you. You good? You all right?" And he said, yeah, I'm good." He said, Govan was like, "I don't know what you done heard, but I ain't said nothing. But we gonna get this money." And he said something about going to Privé. Then he gonna make sure that he get his money.
So the next day, after this run-in with Mr. Govan in the street, did you see Mr. Smith?
Mm-hmm.
Where did you see him?
He picked me up from work. We was together.
Okay. And where did y'all go after he picked you up from work?
We went off his own house.
Okay. When was the last day that you remember actually seeing Mr. Smith?
Well, the day that he got picked up, I had a job interview after by the airport. I took my grandkids to school. I went to my job interview. We left the job interview. It was his daughter's birthday. He wanted to take her some cupcakes or something, so he had to talk to her mom to make sure it was okay. We went to the school. She called to verify that it would be okay.
Who is she?
Shay, his baby mom.
Okay.
So we left there. We went to Kroger, got some cupcakes and stuff, and he dropped me off at work.
Okay. And that was the last time you remember seeing him?
Mm-hmm.
And to your knowledge, was he arrested that day?
Yes. He left me stranded at work. I didn't realize he had got locked up until the next day, because I was stranded at work. He was in my car. He had my phone, so I had no way of calling him or anything. So the next day when I got up, my daughter took me over his baby mom's house, and that's when I found out that he had got arrested.
Have you ever spoken to police about this whole situation?
Yes.
Did you speak to them multiple times?
Twice.
Okay. That first time, did you tell them everything that you told us today?
Yeah.
The first time?
Some of it. I held back some information.
Okay.
The first time. So the second time I went down there, I told them everything. Because I told them I was scared for my family.
I'll pass the witness around.
Yeah, if we could have a minute to switch out the computers after I log off for us to log in. Just give me 1 second until we get. All right, Ms. Arnold, my name is Manny Aurora. I'm the lawyer for Mr. Govan in this case, okay?
Okay.
It's clear you don't want to be here today, do you?
No, I don't.
All right. Speaking of talking to folks, how many times have you talked to the government before today, being the prosecutor?
The police?
The police or the prosecutors here today?
I talked to the police. I came down here 201. I talked to the police twice.
Okay.
And I talked to those ladies once.
When was that?
Last week.
Okay. Could it have been twice that they came by your house last week?
I wasn't there.
Okay. Did you talk to them this morning?
Yes.
Right. Did you watch any of this trial on TV yesterday?
Not much of it.
All right, but you watched some of it, the trial, so you heard what the
I
witnesses.
saw the beginning of it.
Did you see your boyfriend's testimony? None of it.
Yes or no?
No.
Why not?
I just couldn't watch it.
Okay. But you watched some of the trial yesterday before you testified. You're testifying here
Just the
today.
beginning of it.
Okay. Do you remember back on June 24th of 2025, your daughter had a baby, right?
Yes.
All right. You remember I came by your house to try to talk to you, and I came back the next day to talk to you, and you mentioned to me that you don't remember anything about this and you have nothing to say. You remember that?
I didn't talk to you.
Okay. So on June 24th, when you had your daughter, you know I came by your house, right? You remember that?
I don't never see you.
Okay. With regards to Cornelius, you've been dating him since 2016.
Yes.
All right. And you talk to him regularly.
Yes.
You still talk to him since he's been locked up.
Yes.
All right. You go visit him.
Well, I can't personally go visit him.
Okay.
They do a video visit.
Okay. So let me rephrase. You talked to him on the phone and you video visited with him. Does Mr. Cornelius ever call you on a cell phone from the prison?
No.
Okay. So it's always a recorded line?
Yes.
Okay. The video visits, though, those are you guys. All right. How many times do you think you visited him in the last 4 years since he got arrested?
Since he been for this case?
For this case without bond, he's in pending trial.
Well, when he was down here at 201, I used to come down here and visit him.
Okay. And with regards to what you testified to here today, I mean, everything's essentially what Cornelius has told you, right? You're just repeating what he said to you.
Yes.
Okay. So this thing about pressure world, well, let's take it one step at a time. Do you know who Bobby Carter is?
A friend of his.
All right. Did Cornelius ever tell you about doing a shooting with Bobby Carter in the summer of 2021, a few months before Adolph was killed?
No.
All right. Did he ever tell you doing any type of shooting or trying to shoot somebody named Moochie Gray?
No.
All right. But Bobby Carter's a friend of his, right?
Yes.
And Bobby Carter also lives on Bradley Street, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you know Bobby Carter.
I've seen him.
All right. And with regards to Mr. Govan, how long have Cornelius and Mr. Govan been hanging out? It's been a while, right?
Yes.
All right. So by a while, I mean, they've known each other for a long time.
I would say.
Okay. So you're not talking about a couple of weeks or a month. He's known him for a while. He buys his pills from him. He hangs out at Bradley, right?
Yes.
All right. So I just want to make sure my definition of a while is the same as yours. So if I said I just met somebody a couple of weeks ago, that wouldn't be accurate. He's known Mr. Govan for a while.
From my knowledge, for some months.
Okay. And he would then go do pill sales with him. He'd go buy pills at his house.
Yes.
But he'd also buy pills from Bobby Carter.
I'm not sure.
When you talked to the police, do you remember telling them that Cornelius would buy pills from a street called Redbud on Redbud Street?
Yes.
Okay. Who lives on Redbud Street?
I don't know the guy's name, but somebody he know and buy pills from.
Okay. Did Cornelius ever tell you that Mr. Govan is a federal snitch?
He said he heard something like that.
All right. Was that before or after the shooting of Mr. Dolph?
After.
Okay. With regards to the pressure world, you familiar with pressure world?
Yes. Yeah.
You've been there a bunch. You recognize it?
I ain't been there a bunch.
How many times you been there?
I don't never go there. I drive by there.
Okay. Would you recognize it if I showed you some pictures of it?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna hand you about 10 or 12 pages. If you could just look through it and tell me if this is the pressure world that you recognize.
Yes.
And that's what pressure world looked like on that day on the 17th when you guys went there to meet Govan to pick up the phone, right?
Yes.
It's true and accurate of how you remember it looking back in November of 2017?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm gonna ask to publish those. I don't know if it's 12 or 15 photos. I can count it, but I'd like to offer that in evidence.
Are we entering
Yes.
into evidence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
Do we know when these pictures were taken?
Well, I just asked her, is there true and accurate copies of when it is? And she said, yes, so it doesn't matter.
She says that's what they look like at the time,
Okay.
that she went by there with Mr. Smith. I'm gonna take a little sticky off.
Yes, Your Honor. Sorry. It just says original, so I don't get the copies mixed up.
So these are. So are all of these necessary?
Yes, Your Honor. I actually do have a point.
Now, these aren't all of pressure world. So look at the last four.
The last 3 are pressure roll just close-ups, but the other one is a business across the street, so I can pull that one.
It's 3 pictures.
And 4. 4.
Yeah.
That's just a close-up, right?
You don't approach.
Yeah.
Tony Snow in the comments telling on Dolph extracurricular activities. Man. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button, share the live. They're having a sidebar real quick. So far, we only got one witness that's on the stand, Angela Arnold, aka Cornelius Smith's girlfriend, who was indeed aware of the hit before it happened, after it happened, and all up and through there, but did not get charged. Okay, so she is on the stand. So far, the key thing that stuck out during her state testimony is that she was physically at the location after the shooting when Govan met with Cornelius Smith. Now we're back on it.
Okay. All right, do you want to make this one exhibit, or?
So this is a collective exhibit. It's 14 pictures of the pressure world business. It's several pictures, different angles, different parts of the building, including the office. We'll make this as collected exhibit 8. And you can lay a foundation for this if you
I believe. All right, can I publish the photos, Jennifer?
You may.
All right. And folks, this is gonna be really hard to see because the TV's so far away, but I don't have a pointer, so I'll try to explain.
You can use the space corner, I'm sure.
It'll work?
Yeah,
Oh.
it's very
This one? Okay.
Yes.
It's USB for the.
It's okay, we'll figure it out. They used to do this for hundreds of years, I'll figure it out. That's what pressure work looked like back then, as you just testified, right?
You have to drive it there.
Yeah, I understand. So that's the opening, right, where you get in where it says pressure room?
Yes.
So I'm gonna hand you the photos so you can go through them closely because it's hard to see. You see this camera right over here? That's in pressure room. I know it's a little hard to see. And so I've got lots of angles of all the different cameras that I'm going to ask you. You see those in the photos at pressure world. You see that, right?
At the top,
Yes, ma'am.
I can't make it out, but it look like a camera.
Okay, let's go to the next slide. All right, just a different angle of the entrance from pressure world, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Next slide. And you see the sign right at the entrance of pressure world that says this place is under video monitoring. Beware, warning, right?
Yes.
Okay, so to the next slide. Do you see that camera? Can you make it bigger, please? You see that camera on the top right there?
Yes.
Okay, and you recognize this, there's a big mural on pressure wall right there,
Yes.
home of the Grizzlies. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Zoom in on this one. And so this is sort of the side of the business. You see the black camera there and the light camera thing, whatever that is, and then another white camera right there. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. You guys were parked on the side, right?
It look like in the front.
Oh, in the front, okay. But the gentleman went to the side to talk or something, you said, Govan.
Well, I pulled in, I turned around, I was facing the street. He got out and he walked to the back to talk to him.
Right, you mentioned that you didn't know if you thought Govan was in the car, but you couldn't see anything, right?
When I pulled in, I saw him get up. When he got out, I was looking at my mirrors, he got up out of a car.
Okay, all right. Next slide, please. So on the side, there's two more cameras. I don't think I know one's the camera, I can't tell, but there's two more cameras there. Do you see that?
On this
I think my associate skipped ahead one. Just skip ahead one photo and then we'll go back to it.
This
one right here.
You see the cameras there on the other side of the building, right?
Yes.
Okay, next slide, please. All right, zoom in. And you see two more cameras on the left side front of the building. You see one on the right side and one on the left side.
Yes, I see it.
Okay, next slide, please. All right, and so this is right towards the front where you say there's a mural of the car we saw with the camera to the side. You see there's more cameras right there. In fact, it's a motion camera, so if you walk up there, the little dots come on. You see that camera?
Yes.
Okay. Next slide, please. All right, just a close-up of the same camera, right?
Yes.
Okay, next slide, please. All right, and so that's the business across the street. You familiar with that at all? Have you seen it?
The store?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, is that the store you guys went to get cigarettes?
I don't recall.
Okay, well, if you don't remember, you just mentioned a gas station or something, but a convenience store can be a gas station.
That was once we left the apartments.
Okay. Next slide, please. All right, so I think we've already looked at this one, but there's cameras there on the side. You see it in the far back of the building. One more slide, please. That's just a close-up. Go ahead. All right, zoom in. And so on the back side, you see cameras there as well with the wires sticking out and stuff?
Yes.
Okay, so with the cameras, they're in the front, they're on both the sides, they're by the office, they're in the back, and it warns you that this is under video surveillance, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you told the police specifically that you went to pressure wool. That was your words, right?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Can we cue up the audio, please? The pressure wool. I just want you to listen to your statement, and then I'm going to ask you some questions about it, okay? Can you turn up the sound? Do we have a TV remote to turn up the sound?
You come up from,
Go back a little.
when you pick him up from the two lanes, you guys went somewhere in Deidre, am I right?
Yes.
In the mountain. Okay. Over there, Dedrick and David? Yeah. And somebody met you guys there and gave your boyfriend something. Your boyfriend went and picked up something.
Stop that. Play it again.
Okay.
Play it again and play it louder. Did you say I don't remember, right? When he asked you about picking up something with your boyfriend, he's sort of prompting you to whatever, and you say you don't remember. Is that correct? You're going to have to speak up so the jury can hear you. Okay, let's go.
Over there, Dedrick and David? Yeah. And somebody met you guys there and gave your boyfriend something. Your boyfriend went and picked up something.
I don't remember, right?
Yes.
Okay, keep going.
Okay, finish what you're doing.
It's Knieves, he shot drop. He shot down with a drop.
Okay. Now, hold on before you go to that. Yeah. Doing, you go to the store, you'll go somewhere, and he tells you to stop. Let me get something. He was missing something. Because when he called you, he didn't call you from his phone, did he? No. Right. He didn't call you from his phone to go pick him up from the toilet. Whose phone did he call you from? Okay. And then, where did when you asked him whose fucking phone number is this? All right. Then he tell you that he had to go get something, that he forgot something that he needed to go back and get? Right.
What did he say there? What did you say there when he said, did you say no, that you don't remember him saying you had to go get something?
I can't remember what he said.
Do you remember what you said?
No, I don't.
Play it again.
What phone number is this? All right. Didn't he tell you that he had to go get something, that he forgot something that he needed to go back and get? Right.
All right, so when they ask you about having to go do anything, your first thing, and this is December 17th, exactly 30 days after the shooting, you said you don't remember to the police, right?
Yes.
And then they ask you, wasn't there something your boyfriend said that you forgot, or something that he needed to go get, or those kinds of things? They're prompting you, right? To tell you what you're supposed to say.
I wouldn't say
Okay. Let's talk about Govan. Play that clip, please.
He asked him to, cause drop people figured I knew something. He was like, no, my girl don't know nothing. My girl don't know nothing. And what's this guy's name? He stay on Brad. The car was found across the street from his house.
What about him? He was asking what?
He in the middle of this too.
Okay. We got an idea what you're talking about, but tell me what's his name? You know his nickname? Was that a dope boy? Used to be a dope boy?
That I don't know.
Okay.
I don't. All I know is me and just go over his house and get some bills.
Okay. Okay.
You know what his name is for?
Okay. What's the beginning letter of that person? You know?
I think it's Q. The beginning of Q. You know? Wait a minute. Okay.
All right, so a month after all this happens, they're asking you about something, because your memory was really good today about Quet, and you seemed very calm and collected about it. But back then, when they asked you what the guy's name was, and you said Cornelius had already told you Quet or Govan had been doing it.
Yes.
But the police had to ask you over and over and over again and tell you, was it a guy with the initial Q, right, on Bradley Street?
Yeah, but I had forgot his name.
Okay, so you forgot his name 1 month after that, and 4 years later, you remember it perfectly.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know Bobby Carter also lives there on Bradley Street, right?
Yes.
And Bobby Carter also sells pills.
I know he sold them.
Okay, but your boyfriend Cornelius hung out with Bobby Carter, right?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And the thing about the car being across the street, that's Cornelius telling you that. You have no knowledge of that, right?
Well, I saw it on the news, and before then, he told me that the car was parked. That Justin parked the car behind the empty house across the street.
Okay. So he told you that, and then you saw more things on the news, and that's how you remember this, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you also watched part of the trial yesterday, just not your boyfriend's part, right?
Right.
Okay. With regards to who's responsible for all this, 1 second. Did Cornelius ever tell you that Bobby Carter was involved in the shooting of Dolph? No. You're sure about that? Because I'm going to play a video just now, so I'm going to ask you again.
I can't recall.
Okay, well, no is different from I can't recall.
Okay, I can't recall.
Okay, so let's play that part of the video. And just remember, you're under oath.
Bobby. His brother Bobby was the one caught with Garner. And told police where the car was. Because he was in on it too.
All right, so you just said Cornelius told you that Bobby's the one that called us Mercedes in because Bobby was in on it too, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you again. Bobby Carter lives on Bradley Street. He's in on the shooting. That's what you said, right?
That's what I said.
Okay, and that was just a month after all this happened, right?
Yeah.
Okay. With regards to pressure wound and all the cameras we saw there, what time of day did you get the pressure wound?
It was in the daytime.
Any ballpark as to when in the daytime? Lunchtime, dinner time, mid-afternoon?
I'd say mid-afternoon.
Okay. And so after you were pressure wound, you guys went to AutoZone?
Yes.
Okay. And it was Cornelius that said we need to get a car cover for it, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you went to the AutoZone, I assume, just not too far from where you guys were at pressure wound? Okay. And do you remember the video cameras at AutoZone? Would you imagine that there's surveillance cameras at a big store like AutoZone?
I imagine so.
Okay. And do you remember if you went in or if your boyfriend went in? Do you have any idea how you guys paid for it?
He had cash.
Okay. Was that his cash?
He Govan gave him some money. I don't know how much it was.
Okay, so now you're saying, because we talked about the meeting, you said he got his phone supposedly, even though you didn't see it, but now you're saying he also got some money from Govan?
Yeah.
Okay. How much money did he get? Okay. Car covers can cost $50 to $200. You have any idea what kind of car cover it was?
No, I don't.
Okay. What happened to the car cover?
I don't know.
Okay. Was it at your house when you guys bought it to take it home?
No.
Where did you take it?
It was in my truck, but I don't know what happened to it.
Okay. With regards to the money that, well, first, are you testifying to this jury that Cornelius, prior to Dolph being killed, told you that he was going to do it?
He was telling me about meetings that they had, conversations that they had.
Okay. You're his girlfriend, and what did you think those meetings were about?
I didn't take it serious.
What did he tell you about these meetings prior to the murder?
He was just saying that they wanted to put a hit out on Adolph.
And that was okay with you as his
I
girlfriend?
didn't take it serious because at the time Cornelius was popping pills really bad.
Okay. Cornelius has lied to you a lot over your relationship, has he not?
Yes.
All right. And you've had domestic violence issues?
Yes.
He's stolen your TVs and sold them? He's taken your guns and sold them, right? The 9mm handguns. Is there any chance he used those guns as part of the shooting?
I don't think so.
All right. And how many shootings do you know Bobby to have done over the years?
I don't know.
More than 3 or 4, right?
I don't know.
I'm sorry, Cornelius. I asked you about Bobby. Cornelius took your guns, and you don't know how many times he may have used those, right?
I don't.
You do know that he pulled a gun on his child's mother sometime during your relationship. I'm just asking her if she knows. They've been dating for 9 years now.
What relevance?
Yeah, the state know he eating her tail up. Okay. Hey, I'm gonna tell y'all this. If you not involved in whatever's going on directly, why y'all be all up in the mix, ladies? Stay out these men business if you ain't part of it. Why is y'all all up in this mess? Now y'all in interrogation rooms. The police telling you, oh, we gonna take the kids and all that. And then you get to telling. Then at the same time, you love him. So you trying to save him. Whole time you digging yourself in a hole. Now you on the stand, got to testify. The state made you feel so relaxed. Like, hey, we're just going to ask you this. And then the defense get hold to your ass. Now you're shaking and playing with your hands.
Speaking of when Cornelius has lied to you, he also told you he was going to get like $1.5 million for doing this, right?
Yes.
And then it became maybe $1 million?
Yes.
Then it became maybe $500,000?
I don't recall that.
Okay. And then maybe $100,000, you remember that?
I don't recall it.
And then do you remember $50,000?
No, I don't.
Do you recall Jook's attorney paying for Cornelius's lawyer?
I don't.
Okay. With regards to the AutoZone, this is pressure rolls right after the shooting. You picked him up, he's bleeding, right?
Yes.
And you said he's bleeding a lot.
Yes.
Right. What does that mean, bleeding a lot to you?
He was bleeding so the point he messed up my seats on my truck.
Okay. The bullet was lodged in his shoulder, right?
Yes.
So who got it out? Because you can't just survive with a bullet stuck in your body with a hole that's leaking blood.
He didn't get the bullet out until he came down here at 201.
Okay. So he stayed with that bullet in his shoulder for almost a month? 3 weeks? Well, the shooting happened on November 17th. He's arrested on December 9th. So he had that bullet. So how was he treating all that bleeding that was going on or not getting an infection?
Well, when I picked him up, his wound was already patched up.
Okay. When you picked him, it was patched up, but then you said he was still bleeding.
He was still bleeding.
Okay. On the day that he was arrested, the jury's heard some testimony about what happened. Is it your testimony that you were with Cornelius that morning?
That the shooting happened?
No. The day he's arrested, December 9th, his daughter's birthday.
Yes, I was.
Okay. So if somebody said it was just him alone, that would not be correct, right? You were with him.
Yes.
Okay. So that morning, did he appear normal to you?
Yes.
He was thinking clearly?
Yeah, I was up.
Okay. I mean, he wasn't drunk or high or any of that kind of stuff. He just,
He took some pills for the pain.
okay. But pain pills, right?
I guess.
All right. So he wasn't intoxicated to you because you wouldn't let him drive if that was the case, right?
He wasn't intoxicated.
Okay. And so then you went with him to the grocery store to get the balloons and the cake.
Yes.
All right. And then you guys went to the school to drop that stuff off.
No, he dropped me off before. He dropped me off at work and
Okay.
he went back.
All right. And as far as you knew on that day, he wasn't intoxicated. He'd taken some pills for the pain.
Yes.
The night that he was going to go clean the car, you remember talking about that?
Yes.
You dropped him off near Bradley Street, right?
Yes, at the top of the street.
Right. And then you went around the block how many times before he came back?
I'd say once.
All right. Just a couple minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. So you dropped him off. He goes to clean the car. Did he have some bleach products and stuff with him?
He had some products. I don't know what kind of products it was, but yes, he did.
He had some bottles in his hand that he said. Okay. So he leaves the car with some bottles in his hand, as far as you know, clean something. And in about 2 minutes, he's back and you pick him up and off you go, right?
Yes.
Okay. I know the prosecutor talked to you a lot about, you know, these meetings and all that. I'm going to play some sound for you. I want you to tell me, I'm going to ask you a couple questions about it.
And we needed to talk to you. Right, and that's why we needed to talk to you. You understand that? Because here's the thing. I got you.
It's not very Wait, Matt. You said everything came from a higher power, right? Just now?
Yeah.
Okay. Play it back and let's let her hear it again.
And we needed to talk to you. Right, and that's why we needed to talk to you. You understand that? Because here's the thing. I got you. But you didn't got who got it? No, I don't know where you going.
all over, it's all over.
No, but you know what? You got access to the man that actually killed Dolph. And he told you. What did he tell you that shit come from?
Stop
Who told you that?
Stop. So this is all before the Q stuff that I played for you earlier. When they first asked you what's happening, you said it's coming from a higher power, and you paused and you thought about it. They didn't say, does it start with a J? Where does he live? What did he do? First words out of your mouth was, Juk did this, right?
Yeah.
All right, keep playing it.
And it came from you. No. Who told you that? Who's he? So he said it came from Juk. Juk being who? Because we want to make sure we're talking about the same Juk. Unfortunately, there's more than one Juk. CMG mean Young Dolph's brother, Juk?
Juk, yeah.
So when they asked you 2, maybe 3 times, it's Juk, CMG, Juk set all this stuff up. I know we've been talking about these meetings at Govan's house, but when it came down to it, Juk's giving the orders, Juk's paying, Juk's doing everything. That's what Cornelius told you, right?
Yes.
Let's do one more clip.
You know, I don't know what Juk says to him. I know it, but he told me. He looked Juk in his eyes. Inside, yes.
So you was the one that actually, they were accused of. And you was the one that asked him to kill Dolph. No, but when you said, he said he told you.
Yeah, that's where it came from.
All right, so again, when they ask you, where did the order come from? Who told him? Who was going to do that? It's always Juk, right?
That's what he said.
All right, and so the meetings, does Cornelius use the word meeting a lot with you? Or was he just over at Govan's house to buy pills and hang out with his friend?
A lot of time I was at work, so him going over there, a lot of times I wasn't around, but the couple of times that I took him over there, he was buying pills.
Okay. And again, everything is based on what Cornelius has told you.
Yes.
The guy that you said has lied to you about a lot of stuff, including, for example, he may get back together with his child's mother after he gets this money.
He never told me that.
Never told you that. But if he would have made that statement and we talked about it yesterday, that would be, he's never told you that, right?
He never told me that.
Does he ever say he runs game on you? Just telling you what you want to hear?
Sometimes.
Okay. Just have a moment, Your Honor. I don't have any more questions, Your Honor.
Can you redirect it?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Arnold, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions about the pressure world pictures that you just took, okay? All right. Have you ever worked at pressure world?
No.
Would you know where any cameras are?
No.
Okay. And like you said in your direct testimony, you stated that this was the first time that you ever driven up into pressure world.
Yes.
Okay. So you've driven past before.
All the time.
Okay. But you wouldn't have known about any cameras just by driving past.
Objection, meeting, Your Honor.
So by driving past, would you see anything at Pressure World by driving past it?
No.
Okay. And you gave this statement to police officers. it was in December, it was December 17th from the recording that you just viewed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that was a month after the murder, correct?
Yes.
So, to your knowledge, do you know if the cameras at Pressure World records interactions outside of Pressure World?
I don't know.
Do you know if it runs on a continuous basis and saves somewhere in a cloud?
I don't know.
Okay. And I'm gonna have you. And Ms. Arnold, do you even know if the cameras would be even working?
I don't.
Okay. So I'm gonna show you a portion of that same interview that Mr. Aurora showed you. You know if the TV volume is up? I think we fixed it, Your Honor.
Tell me. Nobody's gonna come for you.
I don't understand it. Quick. They said this over.
You just got that from tax one.
Yeah, man,
Okay. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, but tell me what's his name? You know his nickname? Was that a dope boy? Used to be a dope boy?
that I don't know.
Okay.
I don't. All I know is me used to go over his house and get some bills.
Okay. Okay.
You know what his name means, man?
Okay. What's the beginning of that? You know?
That's cute. You ever cute? You know? What? Okay.
All right. So how did Quentin, tell me?
But I understand it.
All right, tell me. Nobody's gonna come for you.
I don't understand it. Quick set this up.
So you said, to your understanding, Quet set this up.
Yes.
Okay. But earlier, I'm sorry, not earlier, but sometime in this interview, who did you say the order came from?
Sure.
Can those be two different people?
Yes.
The person that that planned it and the person that the order came from?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
You couldn't think of Q or Quet's name when they were asking you that, right?
I could.
All right. Prior to that, they told you you would be charged as an accessory if you didn't talk to them because you helped somebody after the murder happened, right? By driving them. Yes, they did threaten to charge you, right? In that interview?
Yes.
In the very beginning of the interview?
Yes.
All right. And so when you took a pause after we'd gone through this whole Q nonsense, and they asked you during this interview, who set it up, who did this? It was Juk. And they asked you some more. He's a higher power. It was Juk, right? That's what Cornelius told you.
Yes.
And Cornelius also told you Bobby Carter was involved in this case.
I don't recall.
Okay, I can play that clip for you again. You remember we just talked about it? Bobby Carter called in the Mercedes that was parked on Bradley Street?
Yeah, you did say that.
All right, and Cornelius told you Bobby Carter was in on it too? You remember saying that?
Yeah.
Okay. With regards to the video stuff, I'm sure you don't know if AutoZone's video cameras were working that day on the 17th, just a few hours after the murder, right?
I don't.
Okay. But you would expect police to go check that out to confirm that all these things happened, right? That would be a simple thing.
Yes, I'm sure they would.
You're sure they would, right? I
Yes.
would be sure too, but, you know, we'll see about that. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, How are you going to do this?
Garner, can we have just a small breakout with this?
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a brief break. Don't discuss the testimony with anybody. And we'll just take a 15-minute break.
First dance to recess.
I ain't gonna lie. That was some good testimony. Ooh, I got the hiccups, y'all. That was some good testimony. Angela Arnold, aka Cornelius Smith's girlfriend, although she was shaky, it was good. I will say the state inner defense did well. Because the state did bring out some key points. They brought out the fact that Angela was with Cornelius Smith when after the shooting, that she was with him when they went to meet Govan, that she actually saw Govan at the meetup spot. However, she didn't hear or see anything as far as what they was meeting on. She went with him to AutoZone. However, she doesn't know what the car cover was used for, but that was very good points to have as far as their storyline. However, okay, the defense, okay, definitely came back, highlighted that she has watched the trial, although she stated she did not watch Cornelius Smith's testimony, but that's going to be up to the jury to see if they feel like she did or not. She has been refusing to talk to the defense, but been openly talking to the prosecution. The defense highlighted that Bobby Carter stays on the same street as Govan. That also Cornelius Smith had been buying pills from Govan and Bobby, which Cornelius Smith technically said too. They confirmed the meeting spot was Pressure World. However, the defense highlighted the cameras, which had me under the impression they had video, but it did make her shake a little bit, but it didn't really hold up as far as I feel, okay? Because at the end of the day, if you ain't show a video, it kind of make it like, okay? They played her interrogation video from December of the year that Dolph was on the live. In the interrogation video, she said Bobby Carter was involved. Now, during Cornelius Smith's testimony yesterday, okay, he said Bobby left out the group after the whole paper route woo situation. So one of them got to be lying on that one. A lot of her information, though, did come from Cornelius Smith. And not just his testimony, but just in real life, he was definitely a pillow talker. He definitely spilled the beans to his old lady. So I feel like, because if I was part of the legal team and I had to like really rate this witness, I would really say she would be a wild card, because it may be the jury may be sympathetic to the fact that this killer probably had her scared. you know, and that's why she was reluctant to talk, because the state did make clear that she lied in the beginning, was telling the truth now. However, if it was a person like me on there, I'll see through the bullshit, and I'll be like, that girl was a willing participant. She nursed him back to health. She didn't come forward to say anything until after he got arrested. So that's why I would say she's a wild card. I feel like her testimony was better than Cornelius Smith, but the fact that she got most of her information from Cornelius Smith, which a lot of it was lies, saying the bounty was $1 million, stuff like that, still had me on the side with how I feel about her. But like I said, I feel like she's a wild card. The jury could go either way with her. But, you know, ultimately her testimony just made me feel like, at the end of the day, ladies, stay out the business if you ain't in the business. Like, you don't need to know everything, because at the end of the day, the more you know, the less you can deny if you ever get put in a space. You get to rubbing your hands together, your heart rate go up, your stomach getting moving fast. All that is a telltale sign when, trust me, all legal teams have people in the gallery. Every court, okay? Every law firm have investigators, they have paralegals, they have all types of people that just watch you, right? Just watch how you move, watch what you're doing. And sometimes it's a telltale sign that you're lying or that you're not being truthful. So when you know too much, but then try to act like you don't know enough, you're going to get tripped up. So that's why I feel like if you're not involved in a business, meaning if you're not out here actually putting in whatever they do or whatever, you shouldn't want to know about it, like on some real stuff. Because at the end of the day, if you don't know, you ain't got to hide nothing, because you don't know. Okay? Tony Snow says, so you women don't want to know what your nigga got going on in the streets? No, why would you want to know? If you're not actively involved in it, why would you want to know? Like, in a man cancer, why would you want your woman to know all the information if she's not involved? Now, it's different if y'all working together, you know what I'm saying? That's different. She need to know. But if you not involved, why the hell you want to know? Anybody can answer that. Why would you want to know? Halo and Tony Snow say cap the what? If you have a woman that's not involved in your activities, then y'all gonna end up just like this. Okay? Cause why would you want to know? Right, Jody, the less I know, better off. Like, period. Like, why would you want to know all that? At the end of the day, it don't take you don't have to sit there and tell, trust and believe. If you're a drug dealer, your woman gonna know you're a drug dealer. Like, I ain't saying she got to be green, but you shouldn't be coming back saying, I'm about to go see Paco on 121st Street at 9 o'clock. I'm getting 100 bricks of cocaine. Then I'm going to take it over there to 1020 Parkway Road. Like, come on. Like, you shouldn't be doing that. See, Cornelius Smith did that. He broke it down. At the end of the day, like, that's crazy. That's crazy. Exactly. Talks too much. She gonna swear you cheating. Well, that's not the right person for you. Because at the end of the day, you can be with somebody. You can let them know, like, yo, I'm in the streets. I do a lot of things. They got to be willing to be down with it. I told y'all a couple times, for those that just watch me on the regular, I don't do street niggas. Because I ain't taking nobody charge. I don't like all that heat, none of that. I don't like street niggas. Back in my younger years, I did like me a good robber, though. But, you know, I outgrew that real quick. But, yeah, I don't like that because I'm not about that life. I want me a 9-to-5, a business owner, a legit business owner, something like that. I don't want all that, okay? But at the end of the day, you shouldn't know play by play. Because at the end of the day, you're gonna, if you get caught up, get into interrogation, you're gonna lose. Whether you lose to the point you end up taking the fall for everything, or you lose to the point now you gotta testify against your nigga because you know so much. Cause like I told y'all earlier, first thing the police gonna say, we gonna take your kids. You're never gonna see your kids. Any real mother, when somebody put your kids in front, dangling your kids in front of you, you're gonna fold. You're gonna fold. And if you don't fold, you don't love your kids. And that's why they use that tactic to women. Because most women that got kids, they're going to fold for their kids. Because these homicide detectives and stuff like that, at the end of the day, they ain't new to this. They going to break you. They going to break you. Like, for real, like, they're going to break you. I don't care how tough or how down you are. Either your ass going to do time for that nigga you protecting, or you going to have to testify against them. That's it. And if your woman is just that nosy where they need play-by-play, you don't need that woman. Because I ain't going to tell you no lie. Even like, if Mr. Truth want to know my every move in my business, bro, why is you like, why? You're not even a part of the business. Okay, like, you ain't even part of, like, why you want to know all that? If we're not, and we ain't even got to talk about street stuff. Let's just talk about regular business. If you're not a part of the hierarchy, like, why you want to know all that? And trust believe, as far as the cheating thing, if your nigga gonna cheat, he gonna cheat regardless of if he in the streets or not. He can tell you whatever he want to tell you. If he cheating, he cheating. And it's crazy that dudes will be so quick to tell you about murders and drug deals, but can't tell you when they just cheating. Now that's crazy, ain't it? Hold on, y'all. But yeah, so like I said, to each his own. I just like on some real stuff. I've seen it happen. The law firm I'm currently with, hey, I seen it. I done watched so many interrogation videos, preparing notes and stuff for a case that we're working on. I'm telling you, they're gonna dangle them kids in front of you. Okay, they gonna threaten you, and most times, I'm be honest, most times the women don't even have long criminal history. So now they dang not only taking your kids away, but locking you in a box. Come on, man. Cause I tell you quick, I ain't trying to do no time. No time. The average woman don't want to do no time. Hell, these men don't want to do no time. That's why they always telling. That's it. Y'all, all I'm saying, if you ain't in, again, I'm just saying, if you ain't in the business, stay out the business. Because there's some women that's really in there. Like, so that's different. Of course, you got to know. Okay, of course, you got to know. But if you ain't in the business, man, it's a need to know situation. It's a needs to know. And if your woman don't understand this needs to know, then you need a new woman. Like, you need a new woman. Because a woman that want to know it all gonna tell on you. And that's how I feel. Y'all ain't got to agree with me. And men too. The one that want to know it all will tell on you. Will tell on you quickly. Okay? So keep that in mind if you out there playing this lifestyle and your woman want to know all this and want to be all intrigued, know who you talk to, want to know where all the niggas' house at that you got to roll with, guess what? She gonna fold on you. Because you can only keep them from outside your house for so long. Tony Snow said, so you ain't know what Mr. Truth has going on. Don't try to put Mr. Truth in Rico. Mr. Truth go to work. A legitimate job. He don't do no street shit. And if he did have something going on, I wouldn't ask no goddamn questions. Okay? Because as far as I know, he go to work at 5 a.m. Okay? And get off about 2:30, 3 o'clock, and be pulling up at home by 3:45. That's all I know. And that's all I'm supposed to know. I shouldn't know nothing outside of that. I'm gonna have to tell him you trying to put him in street shit. But yeah, but that's it. I don't need no all that. I don't need to know where your plug stay at. I don't want to know nothing. Brenda said a female knows what comes along with whatever's going on. Facts. Okay. It don't take a rocket scientist. I need to know when lunchtime is. I think yesterday we went to lunch about, because I think, oh, you talking about, look, I'm sitting here like, damn, what time we went to lunch yesterday? Okay. Oh. But yeah, y'all. That's it. And hell, when it comes to mine, hell, lunchtime there, you got to ask his job. I don't like, they get lunch at different times depending on the heat. That's it. That's it. If that's all you know, see, that's the thing. Defense attorneys' tactics is to, for one, make you wobble in what you say, use your words that you said in the past against you now. But if you don't know nothing, your shit gonna stay the same no matter how they ask you. Miss Truth, what time does your husband go to work? 5 a.m. So last Thursday, what time he went to work? Well, if he went to work, it was 5 a.m. So on the 27th of November, what time did Mr. True go to work? 5 a.m. Like, no matter how you say it, no matter what day it was 5 a.m. if he was at work. But if you go in there saying, well, I know he make a stop at the store to get a beer. Well, what store? Come on, like, you're saying too much. Yes, I'm a married woman. You must be new to my channel, Street News. Yes, it is a Mr. Truth. He pops up on here every now and then. Sometimes I don't like him. Sometimes I do. Mr. Truth can get away with anything because you don't want to know. Hey. Like, as long as he home by 3:45, all I know, you was at work. If you chose to do something outside of that and got in trouble, then your trouble better be willing to help you, because all I know, you was at work. And you get home at 3:45. That's that. And let's be honest, Tony Snow, since you're the one who said it, you're not going to tell your woman everything. You sitting there telling her all your street shit, but did she know about the 2 holes across the way? You ain't going to tell that. So why you going to open up and tell her all your street stuff? That's my thing is, like, if you ain't going to tell her you cheating, why you going to tell her all your business in the streets, though? It's a needs to know. Like I said, if I'm not involved, I don't want to know. I'm just saying, I don't want to know. If I'm involved, hell yeah, I want to know, because I got to move accordingly based off the situation. Tony Snow said that's business, cheating this person. Man, I'm about to block you. Brandon said, as long as ain't bringing you back anything, beating your ass and keeping his business held, why press the issue if he's standing on business, take care of home? That's the thing, and that's the thing, right? Some women, and I'll be honest, some women do get so caught up in the know that they ruin their own house. Like, why you need to know what he doing when he leave your house, and if your house intact? Needs to know. If things get hot, he gonna tell you what you need to know. That's that. That's how I've seen it my whole life. It needs to know. My mom and my dad used to run the streets, in the streets, do illegal stuff. I've been open about that. And guess what? It was needs to know. And they was both doing their own hustles, but it was needs to know. Y'all go through phones. Oh, yeah. Listen. The last time I went through a phone, I was like 20. I ain't going through no phones. I'm too old to go through a phone. Okay. You better tell me why he done robbed everybody. Be safe though. Now listen, that's a different situation though. If you out now, I'm pretty sure you gonna see. This is the thing. You gotta know what type of nigga you got though. Okay, you do gotta know what type of nigga you got. So if you got a real one, he ain't robbing everybody in the city y'all stay in. He may take a little trip, get it done. And if he is robbing niggas robbing people in your city, you don't need to be with him anyway because he moving sloppy. But yeah, going through the phone is crazy. Now don't get it twisted. I will answer Mr. True phone if I'm by it. And depending on what it say, I'll just give him the phone. He'll answer my phone, but the going through the phones, yeah, going through the phones is nothing. And I ain't got to go through the pockets because I'm on the account, okay? So it's just like, I don't know. To each his own. If you still with going through phones, see, my whole thing is a trust thing. So if I got to go through your phone, it means I don't trust you. So why am I with you if I don't trust you? I just never understood that. Like, we sit there and lay with a man or woman or whatever, okay? Don't be using no protection, okay? But you want to look through a phone because you don't trust them. Ain't no way. Tony Stone said, y'all women lying. Y'all do be trying to go on the phone when we sleep. Y'all not going to admit it. Like I said, I did that when I was young. I am 36, about to be 37. Baby, I got 4 phones of my own to go through, let alone trying to go through his. Okay? No. Okay? And that's why I was just about to say, Kimberly, last time I went through the phone, I swear I lost about 30 pounds. Okay. But I was young, though. Like I said, I was young. I'll admit that I was young, but I'm 36, about to be 37. I'm too old for that shit now. I'm trying to have, like, I got too much going on, okay? Too much going on these days. And hell, I remember Mr. True went through my phone. Because y'all know, for those who've been around, if you ain't been around, I'll just tell you. When I first started the Mickey Truth thing, it was new. I'll tell y'all next story.
So those videos you just watched, were there intentions putting those in evidence?
No, Your Honor, we're just using.
You don't think the jury's gonna want to actually listen to those things? I'm not saying the complete version, but just those clips that y'all played. Because you both played it.
I'll put the clips together.
All right. So they ain't back yet. Damn, what up? Damn, I forgot what I was talking about before they started talking. They're having a sidebar right now. I mean, every business owner got multiple phones. And I don't have 5 phones. I have 4. Thank you. I have 4 phones. But yeah, it was new. So he used to look through my phone as far as like trying to figure out what's what. And he couldn't figure it out because it wasn't a business he was in. Now we don't go through that. But yeah, I got 4 phones. I got a public number, which is going down the bottom on the screen so y'all can hit the Apple Pay. And that's the phone number I use for promotion of all my businesses. I got a private number where only those that rock with me for real in real life, that's in my immediate circle, can contact me on. I got a content phone that's only used for content. And then I got another phone, which really was my original phone before Mickey Truth.
It just takes a while with the shitty Wi-Fi here to get it to.
Don't stop, got to be much good. It'll be good today. You're not gonna stop. I know what you're thinking. I've been running long enough to know what's going on.
It's good right there.
Oh, yeah, that's good right there.
It belongs to me.
It's in a century. No. What you say, Judge? No.
Ready, Your Honor?
Yes.
Jury now enter to the courtroom.
So you may call your next witness.
They will call Terrence Dabney.
Step this way, sir. Stay right here, face Your Honor. Raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Have a seat. Watch this.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you state your first and last name for the record?
First name is Terrence, T-E-R-E-N-C-E. Last name Dabney, D-A-B-N-E-Y.
And for the benefit of our viewers who may be taking notes, could you spell your first and last name?
T-E-R-E-N-C-E. Dabney, D-A-B-N-E-Y.
I'm sorry, I probably missed it the first time I spoke. But it couldn't hurt for them to hear. All right, and where are you employed?
I'm retired.
Retired. Where are you retired from?
I'm retired from the Memphis Police Department.
And how long were you with the Memphis Police Department?
I was with the police department for 26 years.
And what rank did you attain when you left the Memphis Police?
I was a sergeant.
So Sergeant Dabney, were you with the Memphis Police Department back on November the 17th, 2021?
I was.
And did you participate or have a role in the investigation involving the homicide of Adolph Thornton Jr.?
I did.
And what was your role in that?
I was the lead investigator of that homicide.
As a lead investigator, what does a lead investigator do?
Well, we sort of delegate with other investigators, delegate roles. We also gather evidence, fact finding, videos, whatever we do to obtain evidence for the case.
There were several suspects in this matter, were there not?
They were.
Did you also become involved in the investigation involving Justin Johnson,
I did.
Cornelius Smith,
I did.
and also Hernandez Govan?
I did.
So the homicide, when did that take place?
November 17th,
And did, of 2021? is that
2021,
correct?
correct.
Did you have a suspect on that date?
We had a suspect named.
And what suspects? We're having a hard time this morning. What suspects did you have on that day?
The tip came in that there was an individual by the name of straight drop, Justin Johnson, and Cornelius Smith.
On November the 20th, so a few days after this matter, was there significant development in the case?
Because we got a tip about a vehicle behind an abandoned house.
And you recall what street that was on?
Forgot the name.
With the name Bradley?
Bradley, yes. Right off of Haynes, yes. Bradley.
Bradley and Haynes?
Yes.
I'd like to show you what is matter Janelle collected.
This would be the location we located the Lexus. I mean, the vehicle.
And you recall what vehicle?
It was a Mercedes, I think. Yeah, Mercedes.
All right, if we could have that in this evidence as the next number.
No objection.
This is a photograph of a house, a white house with black roof, with a grassy front yard and a driveway. It's been identified by the witness as the place where they found the Mercedes. We'll mark this as Exhibit 9.
Could you, for the benefit of our viewers, describe what we're looking at here?
This one is the.
I'm sorry, on the screen.
Oh, I'm sorry. You want me to describe this?
Yes.
Okay, that's White House. It's kind of cream color when I was there. It's kind of White House with a brown top, with cover over the front porch with a wrought iron gate and a driveway to the left there.
And is this the house that you described that had that you found the car on Bradley?
That's correct.
You have another photograph for you, the first one that you're looking at. What are you looking at?
Looking at the numbers that are wrote, like someone is handwritten on the side of the house.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the numbers that as they were written on the house on the date?
Yes, 1174.
Your Honor, if we could have the internet
Any objection to this?
No.
Thank you. This is what appears to be the side paneling of a building. It's been specified that it's the side of the house on Bradley with the numbers 1174. We'll mark this as Exhibit 10.
Commissioner Focus. While we're working on that, you have another photograph in front of you.
Yes.
What are you looking at there?
Looking at the part that was located, it was toward the rear of the house on the side in the backyard. Or the rear of the home.
And does that photograph depict anything of significance?
Picks the photo of the Mercedes Benz.
Your Honor, if we can enter that into evidence as to this number.
This is side of the house, with the back of the, what's been identified as the Mercedes-Benz in the back of the house. There are two individuals standing in the yard, backyard. Will Marcus exhibit a residence to his deed.
We're being passed another photograph. If you could, tell us what we're looking at here.
Again, we're looking at the side of the home, where the driveway is, with the Mercedes-Benz in the rear of the home, and two individuals standing slightly behind the Mercedes-Benz.
Garner, if we could enter that, have that enter as the next number to see.
No objection, Chair.
What's the difference between this picture and the last?
Oh, but the second one may have gotten it. You'd like us to approach it.
Yeah. Bring the picture to the front. Just mark it. Is she giving you that?
It's right here too.
You have another photograph before you.
I do.
Could you describe what you're looking at here?
This is a close-up picture of the Mercedes-Benz. The rear of the Mercedes-Benz is parked in the backyard, appears to be under some trees or limbs.
We can have the enter as the next one.
This is what's been described as a close-up of the Mercedes-Benz in the backyard amongst some limbs and trees. Will mark this as exhibit 12.
Yeah, about two more.
Yes, two more.
Could you describe the next photograph?
This next photo is a close-up of the front of the Mercedes-Benz front, maybe passenger side. Again, parked up under some bush.
We could have it enter as the next number to see.
This is a close-up of the front of the, what's been described as the Mercedes in the backyard amongst some limbs. Will mark this as exhibit 13.
And the last picture.
This next photo is a close-up of the passenger side of the Mercedes-Benz. Looks to be the Mercedes-Benz has some damage to the passenger side from the rear to the front almost, and the front door, the window looks like it's down, and it's again parked up under the tree limbs.
We could have it entered into evidence as the next number to see.
This is the picture of the passenger side of the white Mercedes that's been described as in the backyard behind the house. There appears to be damage to the rear, possibly door of the Mercedes. We'll mark this as exhibit 14.
You're under permission to publish the last series of pictures that were.
Yes, ma'am. When you publish, let me know which one you publish. Yes. We're showing what is previously been marked as exhibit number 11. Sergeant Dabney, could you explain to us what we're looking at here?
We're looking at the home at 1174. And this is the driveway on the left side of the house. And the Mercedes-Benz is in the rear of the house on the grass, surrounded by tree limbs. And we have two investigators, or two individuals, standing near the rear passenger side of the vehicle.
And that's the vehicle with the red dot that you're referring to.
Correct.
I'd like to show you what is exhibit number 12. And could you describe to the jurors what we're looking at here?
That is a close-up photo of the Mercedes-Benz, the rear of the Mercedes-Benz with the Illinois tags parked up under some tree limbs in the rear of the home.
And exhibit number 13 is what we'd like to show you next. Just tell us what we're reviewing here, exhibit number 13.
It's a close-up photo of the front passenger side of the Mercedes-Benz, parked on the grass and surrounded by some tree limbs.
And next, exhibit number 14.
This is the photo of the Mercedes-Benz, the passenger side with damage. Again, photo of the passenger side of the Mercedes with damage on the rear and side door, and appears to be the window down with the vehicle surrounded by tree limbs.
And what was the significance of this, this vehicle that was found?
That was described as a vehicle that was used in the homicide of Adolph Thornton.
And you said this was on Bradley Street, is that correct?
Correct.
I'd like to show you what has previously been marked. Previously been marked as exhibit number 5. As part of your investigation, do you recall seeing this?
Yes, I do.
And what does this picture, exhibit number 5?
I can see Justin Johnson straight drop on this picture. I see Mr. Hernandez Govan. Seeing maybe 2 other individuals, one facing here, and see an individual in the rear with the mask on.
And as part of your investigation, when you found the vehicle, what significance does this picture show in relation to the vehicle that was found?
The vehicle showed in the front of the 1174 Bradley.
And it's also part of your investigation, was there a significance as to any other house on Bradley?
Yes, also in front of Hernandez Govan's home.
I'd like to fast forward. Sure, thank you. Are you familiar with what the picture is depicting?
I am.
And what is that picture depicting?
It's a top area view of the Bradley and Haynes Street, where 1174 Bradley is, and also Mr. Govan's address.
Permission to publish on.
You want to enter it first?
Oh, sorry.
No,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, this is the next one.
All right, this is an aerial view of Bradley Street in Haynes. Generated by Google Earth. We'll mark this as exhibit 15.
Permission to publish. I'm sorry, Dabney, I know those little bitty numbers, at least they are for me. I'd like to pass you the clicker, and if you could, with the court's permission, could you step down and show us the significant addresses you described previously?
All right, that's 1174 Bradley there. Mr. Govan's address is directly across the street.
Also, as a case officer, would you be aware of other various investigations that were going on as part of this investigation?
Yes.
Did you collect Were phones collected from various entities as part of this investigation?
They were.
And as part of that investigation, were there phone dumps and call records collected?
They were.
One last thing, you made it to the rank of sergeant, is that correct?
That's correct.
You've also been an investigator and a detective coming through the ranks, is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
As part of your investigating crime scenes or just going to different crime scenes, did you become aware of various security cameras that may be in businesses?
We did.
And is there usually a time frame those things need to be collected?
The quicker the better. You know, some businesses, they record over the video. Some, you know, may last for a few days, a few weeks. So.
In this case, if you did not learn about a particular area of significance or place of interest until, for instance, a month later, possibly that information is gone, is that correct?
Objection, speculation, and leading your.
Overall. And I'm sure the defense will ask this question, but I'll ask you, did you all investigate any possible video of Pressure World?
No, we did not.
And when did you learn about anything that may have been of significance in Pressure World?
It was weeks, month later. So.
I'll pass the lead.
I'm sorry, talking to the deputy. We have a little sign language about the podium. Sergeant Dabney, thank you. You came down from Michigan just for this, right?
Yes, I did.
All right. I appreciate your years of service, and I'm glad you're here so we can talk. I guess they've been asking you about these cameras and things like that. Let's just tell it how it is. Nobody during this investigation ever went to Pressure World to check about the cameras, right?
No.
All right. Nobody in this investigation ever went to AutoZone to check if the cameras were there.
No.
Nobody went to the AutoZone that Cornelius Smith said he went to buy a car cover to see if there's a receipt or some surveillance or something like that inside the AutoZone, right?
No.
Okay. Those are things that would be important to try to corroborate a witness who obviously is the shooter in this case to make sure he's not lying to you, right?
Yes.
And when people get caught, they generally lie to police. Is that uncommon?
Sometimes.
All right. Do people lie to get out of trouble?
Sometimes, yes.
Do people lie to cut deals?
Sometimes, yes.
Also, with regards to the area around Pressure World, it's a pretty busy area, right?
It is.
And you know there's those little MPD city cameras up and down that street, right? All right. And if you don't know, you don't know, but there are those, that's an MPD camera right on the post.
It could be. We have neighborhoods that buy their own, but it could be too.
Okay, but that looks like a typical police camera that neighborhoods have or the streets have.
Yes, sir, it does.
All right, and you know for a fact that in front of the Pressure World area, it's a busy thoroughfare, there's these cameras.
I didn't know.
Okay, and then behind the Pressure World in the neighborhoods, there's some of these cameras.
Okay.
Does that look like a camera that you are familiar with?
Yes,
In
it
place
does.
in neighborhood? All right, I'll go ahead and offer that as the next exhibit, Your Honor, just as the description of what a city camera looks like.
Any Objection. So, do we know where this is? Do you
It's,
have a location?
yes, it's at Pressure World by the street, but he wasn't sure, so I'm not gonna put words in his mouth.
So this is a, picture of, what's been described as what could be a city camera on a whole, you'll mark this as exhibit 16.
And these cameras are sort of all over the city on busy thoroughfares and stuff like that.
They are.
Could I publish it, Your Honor? Sure. I'll do it the old-fashioned way, so I don't have it, I'm just gonna walk, is that all right?
That's fine, that's fine.
All right, so this is what the typical MPD cameras sort of look like.
Well, excuse me, just publish,
Oh, I'm sorry.
no commentary. If you have more questions for the witness, that's,
I was asking a question, but I'll wait. And so you all use these types of cameras to help solve crimes. That's sort of the whole point, right?
To gather evidence, yes.
Okay. Yeah. I guess the biggest question that I've had that I've been asking people throughout this trial is, if you believe Mr. Cornelius and you believe what he told his girlfriend,
Your Honor, objecting, he is inserting what previous witnesses said, that's provided.
approach.
Yeah, that Atlanta attorney wiping the floor with that Tennessee prosecutor. Hey, I think man is a little nervous though, because I think this is his first Tennessee case. But so far he jigging. They underestimate him.
you don't have to believe, let me ask it this way. If Cornelius Smith and Angela Arnold repeatedly told you all that Jook was the one that was calling the shots, I think even in your report you guys said Jook's the mastermind. That would cause you to go interview Jook because that's an important piece of information, right?
Doing the investigation, yes.
Right. But as a lead detective, at no point during the investigation did we attempt to talk to Jook.
We hadn't made it that far, no.
We hadn't made it that far. Okay. It's been 4 years, and we know Jook died 2.5 years after the case. We know everybody had already been indicted within a few months of the arrest taking place. But we never went to talk to Jook, even after Cornelius and Angela repeatedly said he was the mastermind. I think that's the phrase you guys used in your Operation Cookie Monster slideshow, right?
Well, I am going to object to this line of questioning. Is it relevant?
Of course it's relevant. He's a suspect. The reason I ask is these people have come in here and testified and said they're telling the truth. So if those people, they've testified that they're telling the truth. They talked about Mr. Govan here, and they talked about Jook, and we can quibble about who's in charge or whose house or who whatever. But clearly, Jook was a suspect in this case.
Yes.
But he was never followed up with at all by Memphis Police Department at any point in this investigation, even though he died 2.5 years later.
Not at the time, no.
Okay. That's it. 1 second. Thank you, sir. That's all I have.
part of that?
Your Honor, before this next witness, we do have a preliminary matter specifically for this witness.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we need to take a brief break. I don't know how long this preliminary matter is going to take, so lunch might get here in the meantime, but let's take a brief break. Okay?
Sure, just
Woo child. Okay. Listen. I ain't one just to be throwing out theories, but this one's not a theory. Because how do your key witnesses in a murder trial or a murder case, which was Cornelius Smith and Angela Arnold, tell you that Jook is behind everything? You write in your police report that Jook is the mastermind of this whole situation. 2.5 years go by before Jook is even killed. And the lead investigator on the case, when asked why didn't they talk to Jook, he said we hadn't made it that far. That's what he just said in court. By the time Jook died, Cornelius Smith was locked up. Justin Johnson was locked up. Even the brother, the other Johnson, was like, what the world? What the world? Now, with that being said, it's obviously more to why they didn't go after Jook. It got to be. For my conspiracy theories, did he pay off the police not to investigate him? Because at this point, he at least should have been talked to. If his name came up that much to the point you wrote in your report that he was the mastermind, this man is roaming around for 2.5 years before he's ultimately killed in Memphis. And you don't even say, hello, Mr. Jook. Let me talk to you for a quick second. Come on now. Come on now. Everybody was arrested 30 days after the shooting. Now, let's be clear. Right? Let's be clear. At the end of the day, we all know the politics when it comes to certain type of movement in the streets and police. We all get that. But at some point, when a name keep popping up, you at least should go tap on the door for the books. They ain't even gonna tap on the door. See, this is the thing, right? This is the thing. And I get everybody saying it's a bigger investigation, it's a bigger play. At the end of the day, okay, for the murder of Young Dolph, which the state opened their opening statement with, it was because of the beef between CMG and PRE. What's the bigger investigation? Like, what will be bigger than that? What is bigger than that? The state is saying that's the reason Dolph is dead, but you don't talk to no CMG person, including Jook, whose name has came up multiple times by your star witnesses, and your police officers, your lead detective even wrote in the report that he's the mastermind. What's going to be bigger than that? At the end of the day, investigations, you have to investigate it. So it has to be a reason why y'all let Jook walk before he was killed. So ultimately, whatever bigger investigation it wasn't going to include Young Dolph. Because you're not just going to pick up the shooter and charge him with capital murder statewide and then say, oh, well, we just gonna wait for the feds to get judged. That's not how it go. That's not how it go. So if it is a bigger investigation, what was gonna be bigger than a man being gunned down in a cookie store? Y'all tell me what investigation would be bigger than that. I see Kiki said payoff. So what would be the payoff? Now, don't get it twisted. I definitely think the police was in his pocket. I ain't gonna lie. Because the fact that you don't even tap on that man's door at all, yeah, I definitely can agree with that. I can't prove that. That's just my opinion based off no evidence. Okay, I'll be upfront with that. But so you mean he paid off the state attorneys? He paid off the judges? He paid all that off? And why he only did it to a certain degree? Because to be honest, it was a gamble letting Straight Drop go to trial. If you gonna pay off a system, you gotta pay because they didn't know he wasn't gonna talk or whatever he would do. You would definitely want to get that situation. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. I get the whole payoff narrative, but like it's too many, it's too many loose ends for this to have been a successful pay. Y'all still talking about Gotti. Lord Jesus. Listen, I'm gonna tell y'all this. This is my honest to God opinion about the Gotti situation. Gotti is to the point in his career, his life, however you want to look at it. He don't have to tell somebody to do something. He could have put in order years ago, and they gonna go with what they have to do. Gotti, I promise y'all, I doubt we're ever gonna get any evidence that said Gotti actually got on the phone with somebody, sent an email, sent a text, had a meeting to say, go kill Dolph. Like on some real stuff. No, I know how this works, Tony Snow. Like, I know how it works. Like, let's take the streets out of it. Even in business, a CEO ain't the person going down to accounting to figure out what's that. They got people in place. The whole point is no problems reach the CEO unless there's no other way out. Now, incorporate that into street life. You have fixers to fix it before it even hit you. That's why I keep saying, y'all keep talking about Gotti. I promise you, Gotti ain't going to have to say that. He got people in place. That it never has to go to him. So if y'all want to use a brother on brother, cool. The business partner, cool. It stops with Joke. I said that yesterday before all this even came out. I said that yesterday. It stops with Joke. It's no money. You have the actual killer saying he didn't get paid. So what money are you following if the shooter said he didn't get paid? Kiki said Mickey Real Tall did look like Govan had a bruised face yesterday, which is why his eyes swollen. To be honest, you look at all his stuff, he looked the same to me. And I mean, he ain't in jail. He at home. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, his face looked the same to me. Kimberly says CEO and the higher ups be the main ones, but they are well protected. He's still guilty. We just won't ever see anything come out of it. I will say, I mean, I would say if y'all feel like Gotti has something to do, that's cool. But I'm just those that's waiting for this big Rico over Young Dolph murder with Gotti, it's not gonna happen. They can't even prove Gotti had something to do with it in the state case of it. They ain't never had enough to go even talk to Juke after his name been put in it 100 times. So you think if they ain't had enough to go talk to Juke, they just gonna go straight and talk to Gotti? Come on. Boss Murder said, do we have any video of the person parking the car behind the house? It seemed like we don't got no video except for the murder. Kim said, right, they got to let it go. Gotti got his feet kicked up for sure. Kiki said Juke did it for his brother. Juke had no motive to kill Dolph. How you know that though? What
And the next thing is pursuant to Tennessee Rule of Evidence 90211, that call records of Justin Johnson, Cornelius Smith, Angela Arnold, and Anthony Mims with the attached phone numbers are what they purport to be. This document is accompanied by certificates of self-authentication for each phone. So we will mark this as collective exhibit 18. It's 6 pages.
I missed an exhibit, number 17.
That's the stipulation.
Okay.
The stipulation to the ownership of the phone.
And 18 would be the notice of
The self-authentication of the cell phone.
The 18.
All right, you ready to start the witness?
Your Honor, I do want to clarify something, so short report on the, so we have the call detail records for the self-authenticating documents we just presented. There are 5 different flash drives. Should we do like 18A, 18B, C, D? Because also on the flash drive are extractions for the numbers that we intend to introduce, but would only be introduced through this witness coming up. What is this to do that?
Court said it doesn't really matter.
Okay. Do you want to number each? So each flash drive will have, they may have the call detail records that are already stipulated as evidence. And some of them may have a phone number. One is already admitted into evidence. So that's why I was asking, should the call records be, say, if we're talking about phone number ending in 6236, for example, should there be 18B? I just want it clear for the record.
Sure.
And then
I think that might make it clearer. So if reviewed,
Yes,
so people will know what exhibit this refers to.
and then, say if the phone number comes in, it will come in under 20 or 21 or something like that. And we can indicate that on the flash drive. Does that? Or with the whole thing come in as 18A, B, C.
So what you're telling me is that we're now getting ready to get testimony as to each one of these people,
Yes,
each one of these phones,
yes,
and we're gonna have a flash drive to each.
yes.
I don't really think it makes any difference. We might as well just continue. Yeah, so let's say you do, the phone ended in 1625, which is the first number that's on your document.
Yes.
Just start with 19.
Yes.
Yeah, let's keep it like that. Since there might be several layers to this, let's just continue in order.
Yes, right.
I think I understand. Sounds like this witness might be up for a while.
Honestly, I don't believe he'll be up there for very long.
We'll call you in 30 minutes.
We'll do next year.
Oh.
That would help.
I believe that's it.
Ray Garner,
Yes.
you're retired.
Garner, can you read the stipulation into the record?
So ladies and gentlemen, what she's getting ready to read to you is what we call a stipulation. A stipulation is an agreement by the parties that a particular piece of evidence is what it says it is, without having to call a witness to say so. Okay, that's done oftentimes just to kind of speed the trial up a little bit. So here we go.
So the stipulation and the notice.
Okay. Well, through the stipulation first.
State of Tennessee versus Hernandez Govan, indictment number 2204769. Order stipulating ownership of 901-859-1460. Whereas there having been presented to me the Honorable Jennifer Johnson Mitchell, Judge of Division 10 of the Criminal Court of Tennessee, 30th Judicial District at Memphis, for the purpose of trial, phone number 901-859-1460 belongs to the defendant, Hernandez Govan. This stipulation is in relation to motions heard by the court and ruled upon on July 30th, 2025 by this honorable court in the above pending case. The ownership of 901-859-1460 is stipulated by the Assistant District Attorney and Attorney for Defendant Hernandez Govan and shall be entered into evidence by agreement. It is therefore ordered, adjudged, and decreed. Signed, the Carla Taylor, Assistant District Attorney, Manny Aurora, Attorney for Defendant, and Judge Jennifer Johnson Mitchell. Signed, dated 8/19/25.
And so the next document she's going to read into evidence, because it has been admitted into evidence, is what is entitled a self-authenticating document as to certain cell phone records. You're getting ready to hear some testimony about cell phone records of different people that you've heard testimony about already. And the law allows for certain records to be authenticated, again, without having to call a witness to testify about them, through certain documents that come from the cell phone company. So she's getting ready to read that to you also.
State of Tennessee versus Hernandez Govan, indictment number 2204769. Self-authentication pursuant to Tennessee Rules of Evidence 90211. Pursuant to Tennessee Rules of Evidence 902, subsection 11, the following call records have self-authenticating certificates and are admissible into evidence. Justin Johnson, 901-236-1625. Cornelia Smith, 901-513-6236. 901-479-3786. Angela Arnold, 901-370-0185. And Anthony Mims, 901-692-2767. ATT GLDC file number 3359085. Certificates of authenticity are attached. Signed, Judge Jennifer Johnson Mitchell, Judge, Criminal Court, Division 10.
Thank you. You may call me in.
The state calls Michael Garner.
Stand right here, sir. Raise your right hand facing yonder.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Michael Garner, MICHAEL, GARNER.
And where are you currently employed?
Currently employed with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, TBI.
And what's your position?
I'm a special agent.
So how long have you been working for TBI?
13 months.
And just for the jury, what is TBI?
TBI is the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. We are the, top investigative agency in the state. So if any other agency, Sheriff's Department or Police Department, requires any assistance with any kind of investigation, they call upon the Bureau for assistance.
Prior to working at TBI, where were you?
I was a detective with the City of Memphis Police Department.
Okay. And how long have you been in that position?
I was with the police department for 20 years before I retired.
Was there a special unit or division you were assigned to?
My last assignment was the Digital Forensics Unit. I was a detective in that unit.
As a part of your job duties, did you often look at cell phones?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you get data from cell phones?
Yes, ma'am.
So how would you get data from cell phones?
So the process is similar with the TBI and with the Memphis Police Department. We have hardware and software that is designed to take the machine language from the phone, because it's a computer, and remove that data from that device in a forensically sound method. And then we use software to then decode that from a machine language to a human readable language. And we use products like Celebrite and Gray Key to both extract and decode and parse that data.
So the cell phones that you look at, are those cell phones usually a part of some sort of investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall looking at cell phones related to the investigation on the Adolph Thornton homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
And the phones that you looked at for this particular case, I'm going to go through them one by one, but do you recall looking at an LG phone?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall that number having a phone number ending, do you recall that device having a phone number ending in 0185?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall looking at an iPhone 11?
Yes, ma'am.
And did one of those devices have a phone number ending in 1625?
Yes, the iPhone 11, yes, ma'am.
And did you happen to have another iPhone 11?
I had an iPhone 11 Pro
Okay.
that I also examined.
Did that device have a phone number ending in 2767?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you also have a Samsung Galaxy?
Yes, ma'am.
And were there multiple numbers affiliated with that phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are one of those numbers 3786?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that other number 6236?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you extracted data from each of those devices,
Yes, ma'am.
the physical devices?
I did.
Okay. And you talked earlier about using a software called Celebrate.
Yes, ma'am.
So when you extracted data from those particular phones in this investigation, did you use Celebrate to decode the data?
I did. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you happen to analyze that data?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Okay. Do you happen to know who analyzed that data?
Once I parsed the data, I created a report. That data was then given to Sergeant Dabney and Sergeant Brown.
I'm going to show you 5 flash drives. Do you happen to know what those flash drives are?
These flash drives contain CDRs and phone extraction reports that I generated.
Okay. And have you seen those flash drives before?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How do you know that you've seen them before?
I opened each flash drive and examined the data that was on them just to make sure that what was written on the envelope was actually contained on the flash drive right outside about 30 minutes ago.
Did you happen to write anything on the envelopes?
I put my initials on each envelope after I opened the drive and examined what was on them. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in your evaluation of the contents of those flash drives, do you happen to know whose numbers are affiliated with each number?
Yes, ma'am. The Justin Johnson extraction that I have right here is the telephone number ending in 1625. And that contains the phone and the CDRs that were done on that. This envelope here says Cornelius on it. It's Cornelius Smith. It's the phone number and CDRs for phone number ending in 6236. The Cornelius Smith's phone had 2 numbers associated with it. This is the CDR for the phone number ending in 3786. So that's just the CDRs only on that one. This is Anthony Mims' iPhone extraction and the CDRs for phone number ending in 2767. And Angela Arnold, LG extraction and CDRs for phone number ending in 0185.
And just for the jury's clarification, could you explain what is a CDR?
So a CDR is an acronym for Call Detail Records. So a phone has all the calls that you make, but it's user accessible. So you can go in and delete calls and things like that. A CDR is from the carrier, the call detail records. So if you have an AT&T phone number, law enforcement can submit paperwork to AT&T to get the call detail records. And we use these in forensics to kind of verify and validate what we found on the phone. And it can also show sometimes if data was deleted from the phone, the user cannot access the CDRs, the call detail records. So if we see calls that are missing, they will show up in the CDRs. So we just use the CDRs to validate and marry up with the phone data. And we get that from the carriers, AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile.
Your Honor, we'd like to enter all 5 of those flash drives as the next numbered exhibits.
No objection.
I want to enter them separately. The first one is, this is a brown envelope that contains a zip drive. The envelope is labeled Dustin Johnson, extraction in CDR 621625, with the officer's initials on the mark that is exhibit 19. The next one is envelope with that contains a zip drive. It's for Cornelius Smith. It says phone dump and CDR for number 6236. It has the officer's initials on it also. We'll mark this exhibit 20. The next one, it also belongs to Cornelius Smith. It's a brown envelope with a zip drive inside. And it's for phone number 37860, which just called detail record. That's the officer's signature on it. We'll mark this as exhibit 21. The next one is for Anthony Mims. It is a brown envelope with a zip drive inside. It is a phone extraction and call detail records for phone number 2767 with the officer's signature initials. We'll mark that as exhibit 22. And the last one is for Angela Arnold. It's phone extraction and call detail records for phone number ending in 10185 with the officer's signature. We'll mark that as exhibit 23.
And just for clarification, you did not analyze those extractions.
No, ma'am, I did not.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Hi there, Agent Dabney. My name is Manny Aurora. We met earlier today, I think.
Yes, sir.
Garner, I'm sorry. It says whole adjustment here. With regards to my understanding of cell phones, if you could just sort of dumb it down for me.
Yes, sir.
CDRs, call data records?
Call detail records.
Call detail records.
Yes, sir.
And so that tells you what phone calls were made, when they were made, stuff like that.
Yes, sir.
And it also gives you like GPS coordinates of approximately which tower would have been used to make that call.
The GPS that are in the records relate to the tower location.
Right.
So yes, sir.
Okay. So you would agree that the tower locations aren't 100% accurate. It's just there could be a tower 10 feet from me, but if it's full, it's going to kick me down half a mile or whatever it might be.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So with the call detail record, you can see who called whom,
yes, sir,
incoming, outgoing, and there is information as to which tower it would have been used. It doesn't put you there necessarily, but relatively close, right?
Just the device connected to that tower. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were asked to sort of do the location from the CDRs for just two different phones as part of your investigation, right?
That's correct, sir.
And that was the 1625 for Justin Johnson,
Yes, sir.
and then the 6236 for Mr. Cornelius Smith.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And you were asked to do that in 2024.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Nobody's ever asked you from the DA's office or anyplace else to sort of map out anybody else's phone as to where they might have been at any given time?
No, sir.
Okay. With regards to the towers, we were talking about, these are AT&T records that you downloaded or whatever the term would be, right?
I would need to look at them. I know one of them was a T-Mobile.
Okay. It frankly doesn't matter. It's all good for the evidence. I lost my train of thought. You think I'd be smarter than that, but with regards to these phones, you did a slide that you were kind enough to share with me. Could you put that up, please? It is.
Has Ms. Taylor seen what you're offering?
Yes, Your Honor. It's number 14, Your Honor. Slide. You can just write it.
Exhibit 14?
No, Your Honor. It's slide 14.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Let's do this. I'm going to show you. Did you do a sort of a PowerPoint slideshow to prepare in this case?
No, sir.
Okay. So this cyber crimes thing, that's not you.
That was for the trial last year, sir.
Okay. Related trial in this case.
Yes, sir.
For Justin Johnson.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
The information is still the same. You didn't do any more location data for any
That's
other
correct.
phone.
That's correct, sir.
Just those two phones that I mentioned.
Yes, sir.
Justin and Cornelius.
Yes, sir.
Okay. As part of that trial, if I could show you one of the items that you created.
Now, when they start talking about phone records, I thought they was about to sit here and start showing us who called who. What we doing? I'm like, damn, the defense crossing already? I'm over here trying to keep up with what last four went to who. I hope they get the pinpoint calls and stuff. Or maybe they just enter them as records. I don't know. But this ain't impressing me so far. What's up, Ebony? Look, I did a recap for yesterday. I'm gonna do a recap today, but you really ain't. I would say you missed some key things, but you ain't missed everything because we still on the beginning. I hope this is just the beginning because they ain't proved that spot yet to me. Okay. I got a new poll up. Y'all go vote. So far, Tony Snow got more votes than Gotti as the mastermind in this case, man. I'll put Tony Snow up there for fun because he been show acting like he know the business down there. But who was the mastermind in the case? Juke Govan, Yo Gotti, or Tony Snow 2 times? Y'all let me know.
As far as the CDRs go, whether a smart criminal ditches their phone, doesn't do whatever, you can get the CDRs directly from the phone company. You don't need the actual phone.
That's correct, sir.
All right. And the dumps, that's the actual phone that you described to the jury where you could download text messages and stuff like that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then people could delete those, this and that, and you would see a text was sent on the CDR, but you wouldn't know what was said.
Correct. No content. Yes, sir.
Okay. With regards to the codes next to the phones, there's like 2A, there's 11, stuff like that. What does 2A mean if it's written next to the phone call?
I would actually like to see the definitions page if I could.
Sure.
But usually with.
Could I show them the definition? Yes.
Yes, sir. The code 02A, those are called, came in, was not answered, and was sent to voicemail.
Okay. And what about the 11 that's farther down?
Let's see. Actually, I know that a code 11 is that when someone places a call, they did not restrict their phone number from being viewed from the person that's calling them.
Okay. And with regards to those phone calls, some providers, like once you hit the enter button, the seconds of the call start immediately right away, as soon as I hit a call. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then in some cases, until the phone gets picked up, it doesn't tell you how long the phone call is. If I'm calling you and I hit Special Agent Garner call,
yes, sir,
the clock starts running, right?
Yes, sir.
So generally, if the phone's going to ring 3, 4, 5 times, you'll have 15, 20 seconds sort of already on the call, even though nobody picked it up.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And then if it goes to voicemail, you can have another 10 or 15 seconds on the call, or however long your voicemail is.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then with code 11, we don't know for sure if it's picked up or not, but it could have gone to voicemail, it could go anywhere. It's just somebody would have to testify to it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can I repeat that then?
Absolutely.
With regards to Pressure World or AutoZone, you were asked to review any of the 1625 or the 6236 phone records for those areas, right?
No, sir, I was not.
Okay. And so we had testimony, you talked about, well, you haven't talked about it, but if I live, let's say, for example, this hypothetical Bradley Street, and then somebody else lives like 2, maybe 3 minutes away, maybe the street over, something like that, would the same tower arguably be able to be pinging off both their phones?
Yes, it's, yes, absolutely.
All right. So if I live near somebody, the phones are going to ping. It doesn't necessarily mean I'm at their house or there. I'm just in the area.
It's in the area the tower provides service for. Yes, sir.
And if the tower closest to me was full, like you said, it could kick out half a mile up the road to the next tower.
To the next available tower. Yes, sir.
Okay. One second. And with regards to tower coverage, let's just say in the Memphis area, I mean, how many miles does a tower arguably cover if it had?
It's not even miles, sir.
Okay.
So to actually get the coverage of a tower, you would have to do a drive test.
Okay.
We did not do a drive test on this.
Okay.
From past experience, having done towers, you can roughly estimate the coverage of a tower by finding the closest tower to it and multiplying that distance by 0.6.
Okay.
And that's not exact, that is an estimate.
Sure.
Because the cell signals are actually going to overlap so that it can provide the best coverage. So it's not going to be a 50-50. So the coverage would be, but from the one cell tower to the next, and then that distance multiplied by 0.6.
Right. I don't want to do too much math. That's why I became a lawyer.
Yes, sir.
But again, that's if that tower has space on it. Otherwise, you could be kicked out further.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recall how many towers were in the Orange Mound area?
I do not recall.
Okay.
When I mapped out the T-Mobile records, I did a 10-mile radius, and just to show how many T-Mobile towers were in a 10-mile radius from an address, and I think it's 553 T-Mobile towers that were in that 10-mile radius.
All right, and then you would have more towers for AT&T or Sprint and other stuff like that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And again, the only location stuff that they were asked you to do was 1625 and 6236, just in Cornelius. And nothing about AutoZone or pressure wood.
No, sir.
Okay. I think that's all I have. Thank you, Agent Garner.
Yes, sir.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's lunchtime. Don't talk about this. Keep your notes here. Go enjoy your lunch, and we'll be back here at 2 o'clock.
Lunchtime. Dang. So they taking on lunch for an hour. And then I'm going to have to go get my grandbaby and take her home. So that's going to be another hour. So we're going to rock out for this hour. And then I'm going to have to leave y'all for an hour. Yeah, I know I don't like to leave y'all on silence. But I got to bust a move. All right. Recap. I'm going to be honest. Look. 3-day trial. How's a 3-day trial? The state ain't even rested yet. I be look, y'all, come on, man. It ain't even a 3-day trial. Like, it don't even have nothing to do with the evidence type of situation. They're not even done with their case. So you mean to say the state gonna rest tomorrow, the defense gonna rest tomorrow, and they gonna do closing arguments by tomorrow. Do call it. How old are you? Cause sometimes I be thinking you're a little young with some of the stuff you be saying. But anyway, all right, let me do my recap and then we get into the DS afterwards. Day 2. Shout out to everybody that's been pulling up. We was here since 10 a.m. Eastern time this morning, so almost 4 hours. We done been through 3 witnesses. First witness, the wild card is what I called her. Angela Arnold, okay? She is Cornelius Govan's girlfriend, or at least girlfriend at the time of the murder of Young Dolph. She admits to knowing that the hit was on Dolph. She said that Smith told her Govan put into play. She also said that she picked up Smith after the hit on Dolph. She nursed him with his gunshot wound, and she also took him to Pressure World to meet Govan after the shooting. They went out of her sight and hearing, so she didn't know what they said or what happened. She also said she was with Cornelius Smith when they went to AutoZone to get the car cover. Okay. When the fence crossed her, it was admitted that she has been watching the trial. She refused to talk to the defense, but was willing to talk to the prosecution. It was brought out that Bobby Carter, who is the Bobby we heard so much about yesterday, who Cornelius Smith said was not involved in the Dolph hit, but Arnold told police in the beginning that Bobby was involved and that Bobby stays on the same street as Govan, okay? The defense highlighted the fact that it was cameras at Pressure World. However, nobody showed no footage, okay? Boom. The next witness was Terrence Dabney, who is the lead investigator on the Dolph murder, okay? His report stated that Juke was the mastermind. However, he stated on cross that they did not get that far in their investigation to ever talk to Juke, okay? So 2.5 years after the murder of Young Dolph, after they had already heard from Angela Arnold and Cornelius Smith that Juke was involved, they still hadn't got enough evidence to ever talk to him before his passing. They did not check any cameras at Pressure World, which was the meetup spot. They did not check any cameras at AutoZone to confirm what Cornelius Smith was saying was true. They did not check any receipt history or subpoena any receipt history from AutoZone on the day of the alleged purchase. The next witness was, I didn't even write his name down. It was a telephone expert. I forgot what his name was. But hell, he was on there, and I mean, he really didn't say nothing other than how it works in cell towers. I really wasn't pleased with that. I thought it was going to go more into the connection. But anyway, according to that, they had Govan's phone numbers, Johnson, Arnold, which is actually Smith because he was using the girlfriend phone. They had Juke's phone number. But they really didn't go in detail about any of the connection, who called who, what called what. Okay, so that's pretty much the recap. That's pretty much the recap. So far, I haven't changed my opinion. Although, like I said, the wild card witness, which was a girlfriend, highlighted a lot of things. But the fall guy theory that the defense is painting sounds better than Govan being the mastermind. And what sealed that for me was the lead detective writing in his report that the mastermind was Juke. Like, you can't make this up. The mastermind. Ooh, I keep getting hiccups. The mastermind was Juke. You never talked to him at all. Never talked to him. So it's crazy. Kim Bella said, Govan was there during the play. He knew what was going on and what the play was about. Will the jury connect him off? It's possible. This is my thing, right? How I'm thinking about it. Juries like consistency. And the only name that's been consistent since day one was that Juke ran the play. It's like Govan came in, mind you, Govan got arrested way after them. It's kind of like he came out of thin air, to be honest. It's like he came out of thin air. Like on some real stuff. Because if December, what was it, 2021, they had old girl in the interrogation room. They had Cornelius Smith, and all they were saying, Juke. Where the hell Govan came from? And I'm only talking about what they presented in this trial so far. So that's kind of, that's kind of sketchy to me. But hold on, I'm trying to go. But Memphis police about to get a RICO too. Lord, y'all love putting on sloppy, snoopy police work. Okay. Why you think they never talked to Juke, Mickey? Either they didn't have enough to connect them. Because again, although you got witnesses saying that he was there. You got to need more evidence. That's why I feel like they don't have phone records that actually tie Jook where they can prove it was about this murder. I don't think they had actual records showing that Jook and Govan talked. None of that. As far as like immediately after this or nothing. That's just me just being honest. Now, if I go down a conspiracy route, I mean, he could have played police off. I mean, whichever one you want to go with. But just legally, I just don't feel like they had enough. I'm gonna be honest. They just ain't had enough. Because you need more than just somebody saying you was there. And Jook wasn't no broke person or nobody that was living in poverty. You know what I'm saying? He would have got his lawyers. Now, if it was a regular trying to make ends meet type person, they probably would have ran up on them because they would have felt like they don't know no better. They take a little bit more precaution with people that they know can get legal representation, and that's a fact. That's why I never go to court without a lawyer. I don't care how simple the situation is. I keep my lawyer on retainer. Okay. Scrooby said the lack of effort to do a thorough investigation makes it almost believable that the police was on the payroll. Yeah. I mean, but y'all gotta remember, when it comes to juries, everybody don't, like, some people believe the police does right. So always remember that. So although every defense attorney will hit at the investigation, some, because they did it in a case. You know what I'm saying? So that's really not strong, but it's strong. Because you got some people that believe in the blue. Like, then you got some that don't. So I don't know the makeup of the jury, but, you know, that's that. Michelle said, Mickey, real talk with Tamara said the feds talk to Jook, not the state. Listen, I'm going to tell y'all like I told everybody else. The only people that know what the feds got going on is the police. I'm not the police. I don't know nothing about who privately been talking to the feds. If the feds, like, if it's not public, I don't know. So if that's what she said, then, you know, shout out to her. I don't know nothing about that. So I can't confirm, deny. That's outside of the scope of the type of stuff I do. And I say that about everybody. If you know what's going on federally, statewide, that's not public, you got some type of insight to police stuff. I'm just a regular public person. That's it. Govan got the people of Govan didn't bring the people. Jook wouldn't have a play to run. But Kimbella, let me ask you this though. Let me give you an example. When we first met, you hit me up, right, on one of my consultation things. That was it. But we ain't actually get introduced until Music 101. So if me and you conspired to do something, right? It ain't music fault because he brought us together. It can't fall on music, you know what I'm saying? So, like, you gotta have more to go with it if that's the state whole thing, right? If the state whole thing is that he was a middleman because he was the connection to Jook and all that, then they need to make sure they paint that a little more clearer. Because in my mind, I'm like, just because somebody introduced you to somebody don't mean nothing. Just because somebody, you know what I'm saying, like, one of my childhood friends, I introduced her to her now husband, okay? My only match I ever did, and it was successful as far as they're still together. But hell, I ain't got no control of what they done went through since. I'm just saying. What they don't, you know? So I feel y'all on that, but just I wouldn't go there. I don't know. They didn't even try based on the detective. The detective said they hadn't got that far, which can mean they didn't have enough evidence. Can mean, hell, they just ain't get to, like, it. I mean, that can be multiple ways. I don't think he actually said they didn't try. I think he said they hadn't got that far. But, you know, Team Pretty said it's insane. Boss murder saying in a duck case, they got the suspect getting out the car and getting back in the car, so Memphis cameras don't work. Hey, guess not. I guess not. And then you gotta remember where it took place at too. Like, all BS aside, because even in my city, it depends on where you at. All cameras don't work. It just depends on where you at. They make sure, okay, where the money at, the cameras work a little bit better than in the hood per se. So it depends. Shania said, Tamara is the police. I think she said she worked in law enforcement. Well, that would make sense why she knew about a private questioning of Juke. I wouldn't know that. Okay? I wouldn't know that. So that would make sense then. I don't even know who she is, so I'm not saying she is or is not. Okay? I'm just saying, in my own belief, those are the only people that have that type of information. Because it's nothing you can pull up publicly or request to get info that somebody's being questioned, especially by the feds. Okay? You got to have some type of foot into that. Because you can request federal stuff and be on years waiting list. I requested body cam footage 2 years ago about the O-Block case, and I still ain't got it. It's still impending. So, like, you know, tell Govan them ain't Jesus life to prison. That's funny. Not you putting music in the Rico. Oh man. I ain't gonna lie though, Kim Bella, but you have to know music and know he down for it. See, that's the thing. Like I said, I'm not saying like if I take all legal thought out my mind, hell yeah, Govan knew what the fuck was going on. You know what I'm saying? This probably ain't the first time they work together. But I'm just saying in the scope of the legal, nothing has proven Govan was involved. Because again, if Cornelius Smith said when Govan put him on the leak for Paper Route Woo, he provided the gun, he set up the play. The Adolph murder, he said that Straight Drop brought the guns. Then he said that Straight Drop called Juke. Straight Drop didn't call Govan. Straight Drop called Juke. Okay? So you gotta look at it like that. And then, right? And then he said, for the most part, he only talks to Govan for pills. So how we know? Because the girlfriend said, "Oh yeah, I seen him get out the car to talk to Smith." How we didn't know that he was getting pills? Remember yesterday when the defense asked him where he got the pills from? Oh, somebody else. The defense said, "Who?" Oh, I don't want to put him out there. You got the pills from Govan when you met him at Pressure World because you was in pain. I mean, look, it can get spun that way. Halo said, cut it out. They just got Justin Johnson from his apartment door to the gas station when he picked up the white getaway car. Cut what out? The hell you talking about? Hell, listen, I'm watching the same trial y'all watching. Have you seen any other video shown other than the murder and the apartment after the murder? Like, what you talking about? Obviously, they don't have nothing else to go with it. Y'all got to remember, Govan is not being accused of being actually at the murder scene. So, why would he be somewhere on camera about that? The defense already highlighted for this case what was important. They needed video from AutoZone, video for Pressure World. That's what they needed. They don't have it. Govan better hope New jurors think like you, because so far it's 50-50. Hey, 50-50 is all you need for a hung jury. Now, mind you, Govan is free right now. I mean, I'm pretty sure he probably wouldn't want to be on house arrest, but he gonna still go home. So, I mean, even if they come back, you know, hung, I mean, it's still, you live and fight another day. It's better than the guilty. Halo, you gotta explain a little bit more what you talking about, because you kind of got me confused. Yeah, so that's why I kept telling y'all, like, don't focus so much on what you saw, heard in the Justin Johnson case, because at the end of the day, this is a whole nother case. This has nothing to do with that. Justin Johnson, Cornelius Smith was the perfect witness against Justin Johnson, because he's the actual shooter. Of course, he know who he was in a car with when he started shooting. Of course, he know who gave him the gun, Justin Johnson. So he was a better witness in that case. They had evidence to match what. Oh, to Boss Murder. Okay, well, my bad, hell. I don't know. I don't even think I read Boss Murder. Hold on, I don't even know what Boss Murder said. But anyway, You know, so it's a difference. And this is why I told y'all yesterday in the start of the live, I didn't follow Dolph's case. So I don't have all the theories that a lot of y'all have because I didn't follow it. As a regular citizen, nor as a blogger. I tapped into Justin Johnson case. I think we did like 1 or 2 lives, but that was it. Y'all really wasn't rocking with it back then. So I moved on to, I think at the time I was doing, I don't know what I was doing. I moved on to something else. So my mind is a little bit clearer because I don't have the biasness of other things because I really ain't researched it. I'm literally just going off of what's happening at court. So we'll see. Street News said guilty as charged. He may be. Like I said, my thoughts ain't got nothing to do with this case. But if I had to vote on this case, I would say not guilty. As of now. We'll see what happens. Like I said, the phone record guy, y'all thought he was going to be the slam dunk. That man ain't said nothing. And if I missed it, y'all let me know. But I ain't hear nothing that was good for the state or the defense. I ain't hear the man say nothing. Other than in my notes, I got that 628 code, me call not answer. They never said, well, what call wasn't answered. So, I mean, I don't know who the next witness is going to be. But, y'all, it got to be same. Matter of fact, let me pull up because we got time. Like I said, at, what time was, damn. I didn't even write down what time they went to lunch. Anyway, I got to leave at 3 p.m. Eastern time. So that's about an hour away. So, you know, we're going to rock out until then, but whew, shoot, y'all. He will be in custody by Thursday night. Well, we'll see Thursday then. Hakeem said the shooter identified him as being the one setting him up. I don't see how he will escape that. You can, I mean, just because a shooter say it, you still got to prove it. And the lack of investigation ain't helping it. And the fact that in the police report, they said that Juke is the mastermind. We literally saw the interrogation footage of the girlfriend saying that Juke was like part of it. Like, was y'all not here when all that happened? Bossman said, do we have any visual text message within these phones? If they do, they ain't shown. Like, if they do, they did not show them at all. All right, y'all. So what we about to do, we about to listen to the state opening argument again. Because for y'all that keep saying he cooked, okay, y'all keep saying all this and that, I want to know, how did the state, now again, opening statements is how they lay out their story. So when whatever they say in their opening statement, witnesses and all that is supposed to like corroborate that story. We went through this recently with the queso trial. I told y'all prosecution did a great job. Their story never changed. That's why I said queso and Scott was going to be guilty. And what happened? They was guilty because it made sense. Now, on this case, the state story fell apart yesterday. But y'all saying that I'm reaching, so I want to hear that story because I got to see. Maybe I ain't listening well because ain't no way they story still intact. Shania said, Mickey, they're not trying to hear you. These is diehard fans, the police and people. As witnesses said, Juke is a mastermind, not Govan. Yeah. But, you know, for content, for sure, we'll listen to opening statements real quick. And this time I'm going to be pausing and stopping it since we're discussing it. But yeah, because I don't see what story, mind you, the whole thing the state said is that CMG PRE beef is the start of this. But you never talk to no CMG people. A CMG headliner, Juke is mentioned since the beginning. You never talk to him. Like, it don't make sense to what the what the state is saying the story is. All right, hold on. I'm trying to find it, and nobody clipped it out. Okay, so it's only 15 minutes. That's good. I'm tired today.
Good morning. We met last week, but for formality's sake, my name is Iris Williams, and I represent the state of Tennessee. When I was a kid, one thing that my mom always told me is that there are few things that we can control. But one of those things are our choices. Our choices can move mountains. Our choices can get us into trouble. And our choices can mean life and death. Ladies and gentlemen, this case is about choices. You're going to hear a lot of evidence this week. You're going to hear a lot of names. But the name that I want you to remember is Hernandez Govan. And I want you to remember the choices he made. And even more importantly, I want you to remember the consequences of those choices. Picture this. November 17th, 2021. The victim, Adolph Thornton, and his brother. They pull up to Makita's cookie shop on Airways Boulevard. They park the car, they get out, they talk to the cashier, and seconds later, a white Mercedes pulls up and Adolph Thornton is gunned down and killed. You'll hear from Dr. Juliet Scantleberry, the medical examiner in this case. She'll tell you that Thornton's body had around 20 gunshot entrance wounds to his neck, his chest, his arms, and a catastrophic injury to his face. But how did we get here? How do we start? Where will we begin? This trial will begin with Erica Thornton. She'll tell you that she is Mr. Thornton's sister. She'll tell you about the last time that she saw her brother alive. And she'll tell you when she heard that he was gone. And after Ms. Thornton testifies, you'll hear from Mr. Raul Hopkins. He'll tell you that he worked for security for Thornton for years. And Adolph Thornton just wasn't Adolph Thornton. He was known across the city as Young Dolph, a musician. His music, his artistry, his journey, his ambition inspired and spoke to this city in ways that Thornton made his own way in the music industry. And he created a label called PRE, Paper Route Empire. Hopkins will tell us about it. He'll tell us that Adolph Thornton made his way in the music industry and created opportunities for other artists. But when you create opportunities for others, some people don't seem to like that. So Hopkins will tell us about another label, CMG, also known as Cocaine Music Group. He'll tell us about the history and the tension between these two labels. He'll tell us that CMG wanted Thornton as their own, but when he decided to pave his own way, when he decided to be self-made, he became CMG's enemy.
All right, let's break that down real quick. Tony Snow, make sure you hit the poll at top. All right, the foundation. She said she told the jury to focus on Hernandez Govan. Focus. Remember his choices And remember, his choices to come with consequences. She said that the second witness, the security guard, was supposed to set the foundation about the CMG PRE beef. Meaning, this is where it started at. CMG wanted Dolph for themselves, but Dolph wanted to pave his own way. Let's break that down with what we have heard so far in this trial. So the beef started because Dolph didn't want to sign to CMG. The only CMG person we have heard from this case, these witnesses that the state has put up, is guess what? Juke. Govan was a drug dealer in Memphis. Their witnesses already told us that. He sold pills. He was a drug dealer in Memphis. At no point yet have they said that he was a music exec, nothing. Hell, he was standing behind Straight Drop in a video. That's it. We all probably have been in music videos at some point or another, depending on, what type of culture you're in. The only person that have been mentioned in this trial that would care about somebody not signing to CMG is Juke. We just heard today from the lead homicide detective that Juke was never questioned, never nothing. So already the state's theory from their opening statement is falling apart. But we're going to continue. And we're going to continue to break it down.
Hopkins is going to set the stage for how this story truly began. And after Hopkins, you'll hear from Cornelia Smith. And this is when it all will click. Smith is a co-defendant. He'll tell you that he met Govan in 2021. They met through Smith's friend, Bobby Carter. And Smith has a couple of nicknames for Govan. He calls him Big Bro or Quet. Govan started out by selling drugs to Smith, pills more specifically. But that's not the only thing that Govan did. Govan chose Smith. And Govan chose him to do a job. Govan also chose Justin Johnson, another co-defendant, to do that same job. A job that ended in the life and death of Adolph Thornton Jr.
All right. So let's talk about that. The security for sure set the foundation because he said the beat started over music. He did that for sure. However, the key witness did not, in my opinion, fill in the blanks. She said that Govan chose Justin, and that's according to Smith. However, let me ask y'all this. If Govan was the ringleader, and this was all his play, he was the middleman. He set Justin and Smith together. Why didn't Straight Drop call Govan? Why did he call Juke? When you do something For the street people, if you do a hit, a lick, or whatever you call it, for the regular people, if you on an assignment, when you're finished, who do you call? I want to hear from y'all. Who do you call when you finish your assignment? If you work for a temp service, who you gonna call when you finish your assignment? If your job got you out on assignment, who do you call when you're finished? You call the person that's over you. You call the person that's over you. You call the person that's gonna pay you. You call the person that you need to let know it's done. Let's get this on the road. So, I want to ask y'all, if Govan was the person running this, why did Straight Drop while speeding away from gunshots after killing Dolph call Jook and not Govan? Right, you call the boss. So those it's like, oh yeah, Govan had to be the middleman. If you just watch this trial, the state case or theory is falling apart. Because your same witness that she just said is going to put it together said on the stand that Straight Drop called Jook, not Govan. Team Pretty says, so if they don't have the efficient evidence, how did or why did the judge or defense even at trial in the first place? I mean, like, to be honest, okay, let me ask y'all this. Do y'all even know how you get to trial? All you need is probable cause. I mean, a witness that already admitted that he is a shooter is probable cause. I mean, you got two people saying somebody's name. I mean, it's probable cause. So, I mean, at the end of the day, it don't take much to go to trial. Hell, you can go steal a shirt out of Walmart and end up on trial. So, like, getting a trial is not important. I mean, I ain't gonna say it's not important. It don't take much. Let me put it that way. It don't take much. You can take petty theft to trial. But most people, you know what I'm saying, that they don't. But you can if you want to. So, that, I mean, that's really not a big deal in this situation, if you ask me. Because, I mean, it don't take much to go to trial. You got a right to a trial. Tony Snow said he couldn't get a hold of Govan, so he DM'd Jook IG for his money. Now, you going too far, Tony. You going too far. In Cornelius Smith's testimony yesterday, when he was saying, yeah, that's me on the shooting video. And he was describing what happened after they were speeding away from Dolph's brother shooting. He said that Straight Drop FaceTime Jook saying we spitting Dolph or something like that. So you jumping too far ahead. We're talking about right after the shooting. Tony Snow, you say you're a street nigga down there in Houston. You do a job, who you call? If Mob Ties put you on a hit, you gonna call Mob Ties, ain't it? Or is you gonna call Sauce Walker? Come on, y'all can't think that slow. Like, come on, like really. Like, really. Hakeem said he was already connected to CMG. He said Govan brought him and Justin together, not to go. So y'all think that all you need is somebody to say so. You don't need no evidence. No evidence. No evidence. Just because Smith said it, that's enough. It's called conspiracy. That's all they need to prosecute. No, that's not all they need to prosecute. You got to have some type of probable cause to a conspiracy. I mean, they have it. But that's having probable cause and actually proving it in trial ain't enough. Halo says it's not the fact that the person paying you is the boss. again, you contact who put you on, period. Whether you call them the boss, your supervisor, or whatever, you gonna call who put you on. You gonna miss work today, who you call? Your supervisor. Come on, it don't take a rocket scientist. Like, you're gonna call who put you on. Right? I'm talking about, y'all, we talking about you still in the stolen car speeding away. And then you say keyword, spitting Dolph or whatever he said, the straight drop said. Come on now. You ain't just gonna call no random nigga that ain't got nothing to do with it. You gonna call the person who put you on. So the fact that Smith want us to believe that Govan put Justin Johnson with him to do this hit, but Justin Johnson calls Juke, not Govan. Come on, man. I know everybody don't deal with this every day, but I mean, at some point, it's just common sense, though. It hasn't been proven in this case. Everything y'all have said since yesterday to today, when I say that, y'all bring up stuff from straight drop trial, not this trial. Like, I'm just being honest. Like, I don't know if y'all been reading into this so deep for so many years that y'all missing it. The state is not proving their case at all. And the fact that the police case that even started this trial had Juke as the mastermind, but they never talked to him, is bad. Connection to conspiracy is knowingly knowing. All right, well, how did they prove that? Anybody can answer that. How did they prove that so far in the trial, because again, it's not over, but how did they prove so far in the trial that Govan knowingly knew anything about what was taking place? In the beginning, he said what he said. He said Govan basically introduced him to Juke as a nigga he used for the paper route Woo situation. They asked him, did Govan say anything else? He said him and Juke was having a conversation. Like, make sense to me. I'm asking y'all, just, because right now I'm not seeing what y'all seeing. We watching the same case. So that's what I'm asking. Like, I mean, somebody try to explain it to me. Like, dumb it down for me to understand, because I'm not seeing what y'all seeing. Team Pretty said Smith didn't know none of them. He just met Drop that day and tag team. Only person he knew Juke and Govan, and Gotti them is Drop. So let me ask you this. Okay, let me go with your comment, Team Pretty. If Drop already knew CMG, okay, Govan had to introduce Smith to Juke. So y'all really want me to think that he needed Govan to put him down with straight drop if straight drop was already tied to Juke and them? Come on, y'all be answering y'all own questions. Why would you need a middleman to put you on with straight drop if Juke already was connected to straight drop? It's more believable that you got put on directly from the source. And is that why he tried to downplay his conversations on Instagram, or like he said on one of those apps, that he was contacting Juke and not Govan? Yeah, it has to be proven, I understand, but that implication on Juke and nobody talked to him is a red flag. Damn, my alarm going off. Hold on. All right, I got 30 minutes, so I got to bust a move. KG said, you right, Mickey, but I think you're missing the link. Cornelius came through Govan, but Drop was already connected to Juke through CMG, so Drop will have called Juke, not Govan. I think you're missing the link. This is why I say the defense fall guy theory works. Answer me this, KG. Why would Govan need to introduce Justin Johnson to Cornelia Smith? Why? If he was already connected to Juke, why would he have to introduce them? When Govan put him on a paper route woo thing, he provided the weapons directly to them. In this situation with Dolph, Justin Johnson already had it. Come on, y'all can't be that green. Why would they need Govan? Govan only role that has been proven is the introductory. It's possible for Juke and him to both be mastermind. Justin couldn't been Juke's shooter, and the stench could have been Govan's shooter. But let me ask you this. For those that work at a job that have teams, if you get moved to another team, even if it's temporary, who is your boss? Your regular supervisor or the team you own? To be honest, I feel like whole courthouse and Gotti. Oh, I hear you. There are cell phones and the suspect witness who testified. What did the cell phone say in this trial? We just had the cell phone person on the stand. What did the cell phone say? Because I definitely missed that. Like, what did the cell phone say about Govan? Alarm going off on the 4th phone. I don't put my alarms on my phone. Thank you. Thank you, my smart. I don't want to say her name because she gets talking. And I got 3 of them hoes in here. And I can't stand when they all get to talking at the same time. Govan knew both. But even like, listen, what does Govan know in both? Oh my God. Y'all don't know how to follow the story. Like for real. Y'all don't know how to follow a story. Why does Govan knowing both mean anything? Check the play. Check the play. Dolph and Juke used to run the streets together in the drug game. Dolph and Gotti get into it musically. Not only does Dolph diss Gotti, he diss Juke really disrespectfully, saying that's your big sister. Juke is a street nigga. Street niggas don't like disrespect at all. So what would you do if you needed something done and you are real heavy in the streets? You still got people that will move for you in the streets. You still is top dog when it comes to street shit. You gonna reach out and see what's happening. You call your people, Govan. Hey, yo, what's up? You ain't got no little hitters around? Man, you know what? I just had something, this little junkie to run down on Woo. He be willing to do anything for a little or nothing. Matter of fact, shit, pull up on me. He's supposed to be coming through to get some pills. All right. Come through. Yo, this is the little hitter I was telling you about that did the little Woo thing. So, boom, whatever. Govan ain't got to do shit else. Matter of fact, how about put straight drop on it? He'll keep them in place for me. He'll set it up. Boom. Come on. Y'all can't be slow. Like, for real. Like the story, and the thing is this. The defense story is just folding together more than the state. That's all I'm saying. The state said it started because of the music beef. That's it. That's it. So if it's over music beef, where's the part that Govan is supposed to give a fuck? Like that's the part. Where is the part that Govan is supposed to give a fuck over the music when he's a drug dealer selling, crediting pills to junkies? Like, let's start there. Where's the piece of evidence that's supposed to say that Govan, for one, if Govan really wanted to take out Dolph, Why would he have sent them at Paper Route Woo first? Somebody answer that. Why would they have went? I don't even know who a Paper Route Woo is, but why would they go after him first if the biggest bounty was Dolph? Why would Govan send somebody that fucked up the first hit to go after Dolph? That's all I'm saying. Y'all can't never fill in the blanks for me. That's all I'm saying. Govan knew Smith and Drop and Smith ain't know each other until Govan. How? I feel like I keep saying the same thing over. I'ma ask y'all again. Why would Govan need to introduce Smith to Straight Drop if he was already in play with Jook and Jook knew Straight Drop? Come on, like listen to all the evidence that came out the past 2 days. All the evidence that came out the past 2 days. Hell, his girlfriend was just on the stand. We saw her interrogation video. She didn't say Govan put it together. She said Jook. Me personally, I would rather say the local drug dealer name than the nigga with all this money. That's why I said the fall guy theory make more sense right now. Like really, like I said, just take out everything you know about this case. Take out everything from Justin Johnson case and just focus on what we've been seeing in this trial only. This is what I've been trying to get y'all to do since yesterday. Focus on the story for this because the story is different for this than it was for Straight Drop. Tony Stone said, but Juke was locked up in the beginning when Gotti tried to sign Dolph. It doesn't matter. Come on. Y'all street niggas love getting into my conversations when I talk about court cases. So let's talk about some street shit right now. Street niggas don't like disrespect. If you disrespect a street nigga, they take offense to it. Fuck a rap song. You basically call me a bitch in a song. I don't give a damn if my brother try to sign you or whatever. I ain't in that. I'm a street nigga. I ain't no music exec nigga. And you won't call me a bitch on a song? And you don't think Jook was pissed off about that? When he said, your big sister, he was basically calling that man a bitch. After telling the world they used to be in the drug game together. So that's not disrespectful? Think about it. Matter of fact, let me pull up the lyrics of that song. Like, a real street nigga getting called a bitch is crazy. They gonna be pissed. They gonna be pissed about that. Tony Snow, I think at this point, Miles House must be having beef with Yo Gotti because you can't stay focused for nothing. For nothing, okay? Jook the Hood was working for Dolph in the streets. Whole Gotti stopped feeding his own brother. That has nothing to do with what the hell we talking about. Oh, okay. Y'all talking to each other. It was a list, Mickey. 20K. Y'all, any random nigga could have made that freaking list. How does a hit list hit the internet? And then they point out the fact that he saw that on the internet. Come on now. Govan was supposed to be the middleman, but Drop was closer to Jook than Govan, so Drop called Jook when they got in trouble instead of Jook. I think I'm just talking to just... We'll just ride out. We'll see how it ends. I'm over here. I just want to pass hour. Trying to get y'all to see the other side. Y'all ass is still going in circles. We'll see. We'll see. Pray and then hustle said making you will be a good on the jury because you want to see the direct evidence, and a lot of these trials actually lacking that. Yeah, it's about the storylines. Like it's about the story. I tell y'all that in every trial. I just said that in the case law trial. It's about the story. Every piece. This is why opening statements are important. Closing statements are important. Make you stop talking to the wall, let it play out, then take a victory lap. Yeah, because at this point, I'm like, boy, somebody just said, Gotti cut off his brother. I'm like, what the fuck that got to do with what we talking about the trial? Like, oh, Mickey, we give our input. Damn, relax. No, y'all, no. I ain't tripping on the input. Like, we actually having, we are conversating. But boy, y'all just be so far left sometimes. And like, I'm actually the same way y'all be wanting me to see what y'all saying. It's like then when I ask y'all to give me something, y'all be going off a left field. Oh, we agree, Mickey. Just now why Drop called Juke instead of Govan. Okay, so y'all say the reason why he called. Tell me again, what's the reason why Drop called Juke instead of Govan? Halo, don't get blocked, because I don't even know what you're talking about. They can't be right, but you can't. I ain't shit. See, that's why I used to block people so quick. Okay? Because y'all be saying the dumbest shit instead of just having a conversation. Who say I'm right? The fuck? I don't know the jury of this trial. I get annoyed because people don't be having nothing to say other than, oh, you can't be right. But, like, what the fuck they got to do? I'm asking y'all questions. And instead of answering the questions, or I just had asked Team Pretty something. And she said, you know what? Let me think about that. Get back to y'all niggas getting in the comments and just be saying shit out the side of y'all neck. That's annoying. Y'all be having so much street shit to say any other time. Come on. Like, that shit just be aggravating. Like, we're talking about a trial. All I asked y'all to do, focus on the trial. I asked y'all questions about this trial. Y'all start saying that Gotti starved his brother. Don't got shit to do with the trial. Y'all start saying, oh, he gonna be locked up by Thursday. Then why is he gonna be locked up by Thursday? Y'all don't like to have the conversation. Y'all be so left field. I'm not, look, listen, at the end of the day, if y'all new over here, I'm not that type of content creator. Especially when it comes to court cases. Like, we got to stay in a certain bucket. Y'all just be too far left field. Now, if y'all just want to say anything, then just say that. And I'll shut the fuck up, okay? Because I'll sit over here on mute and just watch the track. It's okay. Like, it's okay. But what I like I said, the little street gossip content I do, I don't care what y'all say. Because at the end of the day, it's up for opinion. We talking about a whole damn trial that obviously a lot of us can't even comprehend. Like, that's it. I asked one question. And look, ain't nobody even answered the question yet. I said, let me ask the question again. What would be the reason why Straight Drop will call Juke while speeding away from the cookie shop after shooting Dolph instead of Govan? That's it. And I'm going on mute until somebody answer that question. Because that's it. Because when I get to talking and try to explain to y'all and show y'all different points, y'all getting y'all fucking feelings. So I'll wait for the answer. Raymond said because Juke has the money to pay him. That's what I said too. So KG said that it was something else that I was missing. So anybody that feel like it's another reason why Juke was calling that Govan, put it in the comments. Is that better for y'all? Are y'all more soothed now that I'm just asking questions? If that's what y'all want, I'll do that. What is Govan's charge? Is it just conspiracy? Because if Duke was the player, they could only get Govan for being involved as the middleman. It's conspiracy to commit murder, and murder is the charges. KG said because he already had a relationship with Juke through CMG. So he was closer to Juke than Govan. We in trouble. I'm calling who I know who can get us out of it. Okay. Let me ask you this. Forget all the relationships. If Govan introduced Straight Drop and Smith to go on this lick, this hit, this murder, why would you call Juke? And only say spitting on Dolph, according to the star witness. So I'm gonna ask my question again. And this is what Cornelius Smith said, right? If Govan introduced Justin Johnson, aka Straight Drop, to Cornelius Smith, sent them on the hit to kill Dolph, why would they Straight Drop call on FaceTime Juke and said spitting on Dolph? If he was on like calling because he in trouble don't make sense. If the only thing you say is spitting on Dolph, I'll go on mute. I'm gonna say it again. Okay. If Govan introduced Straight Drop and Cornelius Smith and sent them on this mission, why would Straight Drop FaceTime Juke saying spitting on Dolph? Snow said he wanted his money, letting him know the job done. But hold on, Tony Snow. Let me ask a question. If the job was put out by Govan, why would Juke need to know? KG said he was a CMG affiliate. Of course he knew what it was. That's not my question. My question again. Why wouldn't they call Govan? Because they understood where the money came from. To verify the hit for the payment. Let me ask y'all this. If the play was set up by Govan, Govan was the one who was supposed to be responsible for everything, why would they feel the need to call Juke? Govan don't have the money to pay. Okay. Let me ask you this then. If Govan don't have the money to pay, then why would Justin Johnson and Cornelius Smith go on a hit for Govan? Answer that. I'm going to ask the question again. If Govan didn't have the money to pay them for this hit that Cornelius Smith said he put them on, why would they go? How did they get away from driving the stolen car? I mean, it happens every day. Govan could have given them that instruction after they hit to call Juke. Okay. So if the instruction was to call Juke, then why did Justin Johnson make a call to Juke for the supplies once they got to the apartment? I got 9 minutes. They didn't go on a hit for Govan. They went for Juke. Right. So what point is Govan the middleman in this process then? So let me ask you, y'all. At what point in the process is Govan the middleman then? If the theory is that Juke was paying for the hit, Juke was the one that needed to be called after the hit, Juke was the one putting things together, where did Govan fit in at then? Oh shit, my phone ringing. Hold on, y'all. I ain't answering that. Let me ask you a question. Mickey, how did Drop get Juke's number? I don't know. That haven't came out in this trial. I couldn't tell you that one. I don't know. Introduction. Okay. Now, according to the star witness, the shooter in this case, Govan introduced him on some, yeah, he did some work for me before, or whatever. So is that enough to conspire just because somebody said you did work for them before? Because he's not on trial and they're not charged with the shooting Paper Route Woo. Kiki said Govan was just point man when Cornbread came to the house. Okay. Is that enough to prove conspiracy though? If all other contacts that has been proven in court so far was to Juke, how can Govan be the mastermind of the conspiracy? Because Govan told him earlier before he to collect from Juke. That was Juke, Govan extortion trial. Both were going to get rid of all four. Okay. All right. Juke was the mastermind. Govan was set up to take the fall. Johnson was more closest to Juke. Okay. Govan was supposed to be the middleman, but Drop calls Juke because that's who he's closer to. It's not about being close. Like, look, me and my daddy close, but if my uncle send me on a job, I'm not calling my daddy. I'm calling my uncle to find out, okay, what's next? So, like, I don't know. I like, what close got to do with you doing something that you expect to get paid for? Who put the hit on Juke if nobody know about the business? Don't know if Juke was a hit. For all we know, PRE killed Juke. Like, so that's not even relevant to this trial either. Who is Bobby? Bobby is the connection between Cornelius Smith and Govan. They haven't proved that. Right, they haven't. It's about, can you prove it? That's right. I still need evidence. And that's cool. And see, we're talking about what has been proven so far. And my whole point of like trying like dig into y'all minds, because so many of y'all have been following this situation on YouTube for so long. I think y'all don't know what's factual and not. So many of y'all watch Justin Johnson trial, so now you're adding his trial to this trial. I'm just saying, let's watch this trial. Let's go off of what's in this trial. Have the state proven their case? No. Has the defense provided reasonable doubt? Yes. The fact that the lead homicide detective got on the stand and said, no, we never talked to Juke about this murder. However, we got witness interrogations of them saying that Juke was the person. In the clips now, again, when the defense crossed the witness, damn, I got 4 minutes, y'all. When the defense crossed the witness, and then the state came back, they didn't say, well, didn't they mention Govan? So when they originally talked to these people in 2021, Juke was the only name. So how could Govan have been the middleman if he wasn't even brought in yet? So for those who have been keeping up with this, when and how did Govan come into play? That would be my question. That I wouldn't know because I haven't followed this case. When I know Govan was indicted in November 10th, 2022. Everybody else got indicted, December 2021, January 2022, one or the other. How did Govan come into play if all the earlier evidence only said Juke? That would be my question to y'all that have been following this case a lot. Teacher Miggy. That's cute. The evidence, the car cover money, and car wash only because of the girlfriend. So let me ask you this. The only person that has admitted about the car cover money is Cornelius Smith. However, they don't have no evidence that he actually bought the car cover other than the girlfriend. They have no evidence of what took place at the car wash, but the girlfriend already said she don't know what happened. Right, Miss Sam, I'm putting myself in a place of a juror, and that's what we like to do. There's an open mind on the facts about this case they present. Right. Govan was a distraction so Juke could take the attention off of CMG to prevent CMG being attached to the hit. But it was so sloppy that they find some type of connection to CMG. But in all reality, it's us connecting to CMG because all the state said was that the beef with CMG is what set off the chain reaction. However, they have not proved why the hell Govan would even care about a PRE or CMG. Again, the trial ain't over. So maybe they got some more evidence, but they haven't connected that dot yet. Govan is only guilty for knowing cornbread. And again, we can't stir away from the fact that as of right now, the defense hasn't poked no holes into Cornelius Smith meeting Juke at Govan's house. So at this point, that's about the only thing that's still standing in the state case. The defense did not poke a hole in that. They did not say it never happened. So if we leave that as it being as that, right? The only thing will be up for question is, can they prove that Cornelius Smith was still in contact with Govan for anything other than buying drugs? Because remember, finding communications between Govan and Cornelius Smith will not be odd. It's already on record that Cornelius Smith bought drugs from Govan. The girlfriend confirmed it. Like, we already know that. They have to have something else, some type of evidence showing that they was talking about hits, not drugs. Because just saying, well, I see Cornelius Smith talk to Govan for 2 minutes after the hit, It can be argued. So was he buying drugs? He already said when he was talking to the police he was high. Just saying. But y'all, it was a good conversation. I got to get ready, and I think it's about to come on. I got to get ready. Y'all know my grandbaby gets off the bus in a few. I have to take her home. So I will be leaving the house. However, I'm going to keep my live up. I will be in the comments while I'm getting ready. It should be about lunchtime, should be about over for the court. Hey, great conversation. I just be trying to get y'all to focus just on what we're actually seeing and hearing. And it do be getting a little frustrating. Because, like I said, when we talk about just regular stuff, it's different. Because it's like, okay, it's really however you swing it. But when we talk about, when we do trials, we got to focus on what they're presenting at the trial. It will be better understood by people that don't do this for real if you are able to focus in on what they present. I have to do it all the time for content and everything because I have to sit there. I'll be look through a case, but at the end of the day, a lot of that evidence that was on the case may not even make it to trial. So I had to move it out of my mind to only focus on what's on trial. So that's why I be trying to push with my content, especially this. Again, this is my main content: trials, court cases. I just be trying to get us on one accord. Now we don't have to agree on the outcome. No, all I'm saying is when we're talking facts about theories from facts, you should be able to respond when somebody asks you a question about it. You know what I'm saying? So if you say no, Goldman was a middleman. Okay, how was he the middleman? You should be able to say something other than, oh, Gotti threw his brother out to the wolves. How does that answer this question? You know what I'm saying? That's it. All right, let me go. Because the more I see him talk, I'm going to be late. A little bit of silence. They starting to move the camera, so they'll probably be back on in just a moment.
This is the stipulation of ownership. Number 901 618 38 6183848. The parties stipulating that this number belongs to Hernandez Govan. We'll mark this as exhibit 24.
Clear is now into the courtroom.
They will call Sergeant Brown.
Mr. Taylor, do you need to enter the?
Oh. Yes,
Your stipulation? Just put Sergeant Brown on. Go ahead.
This is entitled Order Stipulating Ownership of 901-618-3848. Whereas there having been presented to me the Honorable Jennifer Johnson Mitchell, Judge of Division 10 of the Criminal Court of Tennessee, 30th Judicial District at Memphis for the purpose of trial, phone number 901-618-3848 belongs to the defendant Hernandez Govan. The ownership of 901-618-3848 is stipulated by the Assistant District Attorney and the attorney for the defendant Hernandez Govan, and shall be entered into evidence by agreement. It is therefore ordered, adjudged, and decreed.
Thank you. You can call your next witness.
State again, will call Sergeant Brown.
Stand right here, sir. Raise your right hand facing you.
Do you swear or affirm the fellowship?
I do.
Sergeant Browning, could you state your first and last name?
Jesse Browning,
And for the benefit of our jurors, could you spell your first and last name?
JESSE BROWNING.
And where are you employed?
Memphis Police Department.
In what capacity?
At the multi-agency gang unit.
And have you attained a certain rank? I call you Sergeant Brown, are you in fact Sergeant Brown?
Sergeant Brown.
And were you tasked with the investigation involving the homicide of Adolph Thornton Jr.?
I was.
And how did you become involved with that investigation?
My team was tasked sometime, some of my team tasked sometime in December when it was revealed.
December of 2021?
21, yes.
Okay.
December 21, that there was more than just a simple murder. It kind of turned into more of a conspiracy.
And what did you do as a result of that, becoming part of the investigation?
We just started working the conspiracy into the investigation. It was called detailed records, phones, interviews. It could be all kinds of capacity.
Specifically, did you become involved in the investigation of Mr. Hernandez Govan?
I did.
And what did you do as a result of the investigation? Did you do anything separate from the general investigation?
As far as like the Title III or,
Did you collect call detail records?
yes, we collected all
Analyze
detail
those.
records, phones, you name it, we collected it on this investigation.
And did you analyze those records?
We did.
And what did you do to analyze?
I use a software called, it's Penlink or PLX, which just makes it easier, one, to create reports and then analyze the records. Generally in like, just bring it, because they all come in UTC, you can kind of get the records in like more of a coordinated time. But we also analyze the actual raw records too, just to verify.
And did you prepare a PowerPoint presentation to help explain to the jury what you looked at when you analyzed them?
Yes, it's call detail records and phone.
If we could pass this to someone.
Any objection?
Sure, none.
You look at that and see if you recognize the contents of the envelope.
Yes.
And what does that depict?
It's just a thumb drive. It's got my PowerPoint on it. It's got my initials, my IBM on it.
All right, if we could have the evidence as the next number.
We just asked when the PowerPoint was created for completion sake of the exhibit.
What do you say?
When was the PowerPoint completed completed?
The final parts of it with the specifically the records was yesterday. Okay, they wanted extra.
And Your Honor, again, exit at the end and into evidence as the next number.
This is an envelope containing what's being described as a thumb drive. It has Sergeant Brown's name on it, PPT. Red thumb drive on the inside. We'll mark this as exhibit 25.
And for our jurors, this PowerPoint is comprised from exhibits 19, 20, 21, 22, and 23. Commissioner Public.
Yes.
This is your presentation, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, we will go through it. No, it is small. Could you tell us, or if it would be better, if with the court's permission, you can get down and explain what we are looking at here.
Okay, so this is going to be essentially a screenshot of the information associated to Justin Johnson's cellular device. So it's just, I essentially take out the remove the important information for the PowerPoint purposes, like his IMEI, MZs, telephone numbers, things of that.
You named some things we have probably never heard of. Say that again.
So like the IMEI is the number that it's essentially a serial number that belongs to the device. And then an MZ is generally a serial number that belongs to like your SIM card or your network. So we use those things to compare. And then telephone numbers. As you can see, I think on Justin Johnson, it has like his email address, which has maybe a partial of his name. So essentially, it just shows the things that are associated with that cellular device.
And also for the benefit of our jurors, they will have access to this PowerPoint. And this is Justin Johnson's number in 901-236-1625. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. We have another.
Yeah, so this is going to be same information but it's for Cornelius Smith's cellular device, which his last used number for that phone was 901-513-6236. Correct. And then this cellular device is one that belongs to Angela Arnold for the number of 901-370-0185. Primarily has the same information that you can use to compare.
Well, we have a date of July 27, 2021.
That's correct.
Is there any significance to that? No, that date's right.
For us, we found that that was significant from the interview with Angela Arnold, actually Cornelius Smith. I'm sorry.
What are we looking at here?
So on the 27th, you have essentially we take the call detail records in the software and we create a hot number list. So a hot number list would be, if you're looking at your phone, for me it'd be, my girlfriend or my mom or my dad. That'd probably be your typical top 5 callers. It can vary, but it's just showing your top callers and down.
And this is for a particular day.
Yes, so I filtered it for that actual day. So it's not the totality of the records. It's just for that day. And this telephone number belongs to Justin Johnson, which is 901-236-1625. And then as you see, when we look at the records, his top caller is going to be a number that belongs to Hernandez Govan and shows like 24 communications. The next number is going to be for Anthony Mims, and his telephone number is 901-692-2767. And as you can see, Hernandez Govan on that day, again filtered for the 27th, is around the 8th or 9th call. So he had seven communications. So the significance for this is that on July 27, 2021, we look at Justin Johnson's cellular device. We find Hernandez Govan's telephone number. As you say, it's labeled Big Bruh Quet, and that was an incoming text message to Justin Johnson, and it's just an address of 4641 Bowenshire, which is still smoking Memphis. It's a shop owned by Anthony Mims and his business partner, Mr. Lambert. Can you go back? I apologize. And just to note, that time was at 1937-21, and it shows significance because he's getting the text from Govan, and then on the next slide, you'll see Justin Johnson actually sends an outgoing iMessage to an individual we identified as Harry Lockhart, and he just says he's talking to Joe, indicating that maybe he's at the smoke shop and he's talking to Joe. And then you see at 21:08, 43 hours, Anthony Mims creates a phone contact for Justin Johnson, and that contact he labeled as Drop, which is an alias. It's short alias of what we know Justin Johnson to be, just like a short alias we know Jook to be. It usually goes by Big Jook or Jook, and then we've heard referred to Drop, or his actual name that he uses is Straight Drop on YouTube and things of that nature.
So when you say he created a contact, he was putting the phone number into this phone.
Right, he created that contact to be at 7/27/2021, 9/8/47 p.m. He creates that contact, and then, as you see, 21:08, 49 hours, Justin Johnson creates a contact for Anthony Mims' telephone number and labels it Jook, which is the alias. So both these individuals in relatively in the same time frame created contacts for each other. Again, indicating that they're probably within communication distance or in the same vicinity. So this is the following day, July 28th. So after that, and as you see here, so Justin Johnson, his cellular device shows an outgoing, so it's an iMessage to Jermaine Sears. with the address of 3641 Allendale Lane. And then that same day at 17:24 hours, we have an incident at the, it was called the Double R Auto Services, and it's at 821 South Highland Street. And the two victims that just worked at the shop state that a tan BMW is being chased by a burgundy Dodge Charger. 3 males get out of the Charger and start firing upon an unknown male and a female who remained in the car. The unknown male in the BMW fled. We were able to later identify that to be one Terrence Baker, his prints that hit on the car, but he never filed a police report or would communicate with officers about the incident at all.
So the victim was Terrence Baker?
Correct. He just wouldn't communicate with us or anyone. And as you see here, the 17:24 hours, that address, the address at the shop, the 820, what is it, 821 or 823 South Highland?
I think 833.
It's approximately, I had it on there, I can't read it because it's kind of far, 0.49 miles away. So it's not that far away.
You're talking about this address here, the 30.
So that address is actually 3645 Allendale. He sent a different address. If you go to the next slide.
Before we go to the next slide, you've indicated that the victim of the shooting was Terrence Baker.
Correct.
Does he go by any other name?
Yes, he goes by Wu, or Paper Route Wu.
And as part of your investigation, did you determine him to be a artist on
Yes,
PRE?
he's an artist. Sorry, he's an artist on PRE. As you see, so that here is the actual address, the 3645 Allendale, and the address that Justin sent was right next door. So it was actually 3641. So he just had the address wrong. Here's so later that day, 1804 hours, Mississippi finds the Dodge Charger. Witnesses on the scene say they see 3 males jump out and run. The vehicle was stolen. They then processed that vehicle, which came back with some APHIS hits. So the fingerprint, when they dusted the vehicle, they had prints come back as to be for Justin Johnson, Rashad Hill, and Cavius Wesley. And then also they located a spent .40 caliber cartridge casing on the driver's side floorboard. And that spent cartridge casing showed to correlate with the cartridge casing found on the scene at the Double R shop over on South Highland Street. And then this is August 13th. So we get to this date from, again, Cornelius's interview. We look at the hot number list. We see that 859-1460, a number that belongs to Govan, had 12 communications with Justin Johnson on that day. It was a top caller.
Before we get there, go back just a bit. So we mentioned Cornelius. Do you know when Mr. Govan or Justin Johnson or Juke's number appeared with Cornelius? You were able to ascertain that information?
It would be hard to say just because, we get records for a certain amount of time. So I wouldn't be able to determine. I would be able to say a date just based off records we have, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they weren't communicating prior to that.
If you can or can't, the records that you have, when is the first time that you see any of the individuals appear in Cornelius's phone?
I don't know. I I don't have that, to be honest.
Okay.
So again, for this, it's the communications for Justin Johnson, and it's going to be on August 13th, 2021. And as you can see here for Justin, he's got 12 communications with Hernandez Govan, who's his top caller. And then this is going to be the same. So another hot number list for Cornelius Smith. Now, the number is different because he had this telephone number, same device, but different telephone number, which is 901-479-3786. I think on his device it showed that number was last used in September, so that means it's probably sometime he changes over to the number you saw earlier. And on that hot number list, you see Bobby Carter has 33 communications, which is about his third caller. And then Devin Burns is about a sixth caller. And then you have Hernandez Govan with 8 communications, about his 10th caller.
We see his first one is Angela Arnold.
Correct.
Okay.
And then on this one, we have Anthony Mims hot number list. And again, it's filtered for just the 13th. And as you can see here, Govan's number 4. I think that's 4 communications. He's actually 10, maybe 9 callers down, because you can see you have a bunch of unknown. And then you have number 2 callers, just a list of numbers. That's usually just information getting from the cell phone company and other things, like other traffic, but actual numbers. He's about number 9, 10. And then on August 13th at 13:45 hours, we have the 911 call where Terrence Baker's cellular device calls and says that he's at Allendale being shot at and he's hiding. They asked for his name. He refused to give it. He just told them to hurry up. They're coming after him. And then this will be communications with the conspirators that with Justin Johnson and Cornelius Smith. And then the other individuals, Anthony Mims, Hernandez Govan, and any variation of their other numbers at that time. So as you can see, it's represented in color. Is essentially the light pink is going to be Hernandez Govan, the blue is Anthony Mims, and then on the left it's, I think I've got Justin Johnson is yellow, and then Cornelius Smith is green, just to kind of so you can see the kind of the flow of things. And so essentially on November 2nd, we had Justin Johnson had 7 communications with the cellular device that belongs to Govan, and then he had 4 communications.
And I'm sorry, are these in chronological order on the date?
Correct.
So Justin communicated with Hernandez Govan, then he communicated with Anthony Mims, then he communicated with Govan again, then he communicated with Mims again, and then he communicated with Govan again.
Correct.
Okay.
And then essentially this is just those call detail records, but the actual call detail records, which it's got like service codes, tower information. You'll see it has a version of the IMEI. It won't give you the actual IMEI. They kind of do some equation where they change the last 2 digits so people can't steal the IMEI off the records and create their own kind of their own service or their own account. So, but it just gives you a little bit more information. It can tell you call voicemail if there's multiple users on one call, if they're doing 3-way, and things of that nature. And then again, as you can see, you have Justin Johnson in the yellow, Cornelius Smith in the green, and essentially it just kind of shows the way they're cut, like who they're communicating with, and the kind of the flow in chronological order how they're talking. So as you can see, Justin Johnson had 7 with Hernandez Govan. Justin Johnson had 4 with Anthony Mims, and then he had 0 with Cornelius. And then Cornelius had 20 communications with Hernandez Govan, but he had 0 with Justin and 0 with Anthony Mims. And then this is just the actual raw records. It just depicts what that is. So at the top you have Justin Johnson's records, and then at the bottom you have Cornelius Smith's records. And again, another report showing that Justin Johnson had 7 communications with Hernandez Govan. On November 4th, he had 1 with Anthony Mims and 0 with Cornelius. And then Cornelius had 2 with Hernandez Govan, 0 with Justin Johnson, or Anthony Mims, and 0 with Justin Johnson. And then these are just the, again, you have Justin Johnson's records that you get from the cell phone company, and then you have Cornelius Smith's records that come with the cell phone company. Again,
For November 5th, 2021.
it's November 5th. And as you can see, it's harder for me to see, but in the yellow and the green, they're kind of throughout the day. But Justin Johnson has 1 communication with Hernandez Govan, 0 with Anthony Mims, and then he has 1 communication with Cornelius Smith. And then if you look on this side, it's Cornelius Smith has 4 communications with Hernandez Govan. He has 0 with Anthony Mims, and then of course 1 with Justin Johnson. And then these are those records that represent that. And then this is November 6th. You have Justin Johnson has 0 communications with Govan. He has 2 with Anthony Mims. He has 1 with Cornelius Smith. And then as you see, Cornelius Smith has 4 with Hernandez Govan, 0 with Anthony Mims, and then 1 with Justin Johnson. And then as you see, these are just the raw records representing those individual calls. Again, November 12th, you have 0 communications with Hernandez Govan. Justin Johnson. Yeah, Justin Johnson has 0 communications. He has 3 with Anthony Mims and 0 with Cornelius. And then Cornelius has 5 communications with Hernandez Govan. He has 0 with Anthony Mims and 0 with Cornelius Smith. And again, these are just the raw records that represent that report. And then November 15th, 2021, you have Justin Johnson has 0 communication with Hernandez Govan. He has 0 communication with Anthony Mims, but he has 14 communications with Cornelius Smith. And then on Cornelius Smith, he has 2 communications with Hernandez Govan. He has 0 with Anthony Mims, and then of course he has 14 communications with Justin Johnson. And then
Raw data.
This is just the raw data. And then November 17th, obviously, is the day of the homicide. So if we look at the hot number list on the day of the homicide, Cornelius Smith hot number list has 12 communications with Justin Johnson. It's about his fourth top caller. He has 11 with Hernandez Govan, and then he has 8 with Angela Arnold. And then if you look at Justin Johnson's, it's harder for me to read that, to be honest, because it's a little far, if you don't mind me getting my glasses on. So, yeah, because I can't see that far, I guess, through the glass. So on the 17th, Justin Johnson has 15 communications with Govan. It's like his third down if you remove the voicemail. And then you have 12 with Cornelius Smith. You have 11 with Angela Arnold. And then on down, he has 3 with Hernandez Govan and only 1 communication over here on the right with Anthony Mem. So that's just further down the list.
Can you read that?
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is just going to be a call log, essentially taken from from Cornelius Smith's cellular device, and it's showing that he's communicating with Justin Johnson. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get down. It's too tight. It's an incoming call, and then as you can see, he's got his contact listed as Little Brud Drop. Interesting. This is an incoming call just prior to the murder, and as you can see, when you look at their raw records, both of their call detail records show their cellular devices on a cellular tower at 1731 Cherokee Boulevard, and they both have the same tower azimuth, which is just essentially a direction on the tower of like a sector. So it'd be like a compass. So 290 would be like, we have cones. And so they're both pointing on the same sector of the same tower, which is approximately 3.9 miles away from 1766 Wild Rose Street, which is where Cornelius lives. And then this is surveillance video of the homicide with Cornelius and Justin Johnson in the photos. And you can see that's at 12:23:01 hours. And Justin will be on the left and Cornelius is on the right. And then Dolph's brother shooting at that vehicle. Here we're showing Cornelius Smith's physical phone extraction, showing that there was no outgoing communications during that time frame. So his last outgoing communication, and before the homicide was essentially, we had that incoming at 12:04, and then you see from that time period, it's all missed calls, and then he has an outgoing to Uncle Ron.
Let me stop you. The date on the top of this is August the 13th.
My bad.
Should that be November 17, 2021?
Yes, I apologize. It should be November 17th.
But the dates all here correlate.
Yeah, the dates are in the center, and as you can see, they have the times, and then below that, we have his call detail record. The records show so it shows right there at the 1804. So records come in UTC. So
does UTC.
It's basically like universal time coordinated. So like they send the records, it's always going to be in that universal time coordinate. So we're in central time. So that would be, at this time period, would be 6 hours back. Right now it'd be like 5 hours back. So it just compensates for daylight savings and things of that nature. So, because they're going to send those records all over whoever needs them. And so it's just easier for the companies to send them out as one format. And so like you'll see on the phone, we've got it -6 on, and that's when I create those reports. I'm actually -6, and so it just makes more sense fluidly. And then with the records, you'll see they're going to just stay the same. So that's going to be the universal time coordinate. And so at 1804, which really was the 1204. It shows the incoming call. And then after that, you see just a list of incoming calls, but then you also see that some outgoing calls. But those outgoing calls are actually just the forwarding service to his voicemail. And you can see that with like the codes on the far right, which is like, I guess, so 02A would be like forwarding no reply, which means the phone is on, it got forwarded. It's just after no reply means after a couple rings, the phone forwards that call. There's other anomalies, like if the phone's off, it does something different, or if it's busy, it'll have a different code or a different service. And then on November 17th at 12:26, you have Justin Johnson has a FaceTime interaction with Anthony Mims at 12:26:50. So that was what, 3 or 4 minutes after the homicide. And then right here, November 17th, 12:39:07 hours, you have 3 communications at 12:39:07. One is an outgoing call. At 12:39:56, you have an incoming text. And then at 12:40:53, another outgoing call. And then you can see that indicated on the records below. And then if you look at the text, 12:39:56, you go to the next slide. And as you can see, 12:39:57 is that text, which is just Kiona Hooper is sending 4752 Haven Court, the address to her apartment, to Justin Johnson. And then later at 12:47:22, you have Justin Johnson sending 4752 through iMessage to a Jermaine Sears, a number that belongs to Jermaine Sears. And at 12:47:30, Justin Johnson sends another iMessage that says, "Now, bro, I need you now." And then you have a response at 12:47:41. Jermaine Sears sends an incoming text iMessage that says, "On my way." So 12:58:02 is when it begins, but you see Justin Johnson's SUV pull in to the two-lane apartments, or what's it? They got another name. The Gospel Garden Apartments. Then you see Justin Johnson next to Kiona Hooper, and then you see Cornelius Smith, who has the hoodie kind of draped over his shoulder. And they're going into Kiona Hooper's apartment. So this is going to be from Angela Arnold's cellular device. And this is going to be at 13:26:30 hours. And as you see, she has an incoming call from Justin Johnson, 901-236-1625. It's a 19-second call. And then you have another incoming call at 13:28:16 hours. It's a 12-second call. And then you have an instant message that comes in at 1:28:50 or 13:28:50 hours. And then below are the records that coordinate with that, with those, with her phone calls. And these are going to be her call detail records that are associated to her device. And then that text message, which was at 13:28:50, is again the address, which is 4752 Haven Court.
Justin Johnson sent this to Angela Arnold.
Justin Johnson's device.
Justin Johnson's device.
Correct.
Sent it
For
to Angela
telephone
Arnold's
numbers.
device.
Yes. Again, here you see Angela Arnold's phone extraction. She gets another incoming call at 13:55:11, and it's a 29-second call, and then that's represented down here at the bottom for her call detail records. And then as you see, 13:56, Angela Arnold arrives in the black SUV at 4752 Haven Court. And I think you see him coming outside as Justin's in the middle with the yellow hoodie. Cornelius has the black hoodie with the black pants. And Keona's just right behind him. And then you see Cornelius get in the passenger side of Angela Arnold's vehicle. So now November 17 at 14:07 hours and 15 seconds, Angela Arnold's cellular device showed an outgoing SMS message to a telephone number that belonged to Justin Johnson. That SMS message stated, "This is C, bruh. Send me bruh number so I can get my phone." That's then followed by another SMS message, which is at 14:13:21 from Angela Arnold's cellular device, and it says Quez number. Then we have November 9th, 2021, or 19th, I'm sorry. And this is just showing that Justin Johnson at 12 in the morning was searching, Cornelius Smith, was doing a Google search for 24-hour AutoZone.
So this is what, like 12:17 in the morning, like.
Correct. Or no, 12:17 seconds. So at 12 in the morning. And then at 12:01 in the morning, you see Justin Johnson shows an outgoing call to a number or Cornelius, I'm sorry. Cornelius shows an outgoing call to AutoZone Auto Parts. And that comes back to the AutoZone Auto Parts at 5945 Winchester Road. Again, you'll see 12:09 or 0900 hours. Cornelius Smith's cellular device showed an incoming call that belonged to Justin Johnson, and he has the contact name labeled Little Bruh Drop. It's a 33-second duration call. Then at 12:10 a.m. or 0100 hours, you have Cornelius Smith's cellular device showing 3 outgoing calls to a telephone number that belonged to Hernandez Govan. And you can see again that's labeled bruh for the 901-618-3848 telephone number. And it's an outgoing call. It shows 2 minutes and 40-second duration. You have another outgoing call at 12:18. So the first one was at 12:10. The next one's at 12:18 a.m. It's a 1 minute and 9-second call. And then you have at 12:35 a.m. you have a 7-second duration call. It's an outgoing call. And then below are just the records that correlate with what was on his cellular device. Then on 06:47 hours or 6:47 a.m., Cornelius Smith's cellular device showed an incoming call from a number that belonged to Hernandez Govan, and that was 18 seconds long. And then those are the records that correlate with that communication. And then at 0701 hours or 7 a.m., Cornelius Smith's cellular device does a Google search for AutoZone on Lamar. Then at 0703 hours or 7:03 a.m., Cornelius Smith's cellular device showed an outgoing call to a telephone number that belonged to Hernandez Govan. There was no duration on that call. And as you see, like there's no duration on the records. And it does show like an abnormal completion, which could be a various of disruptions or problems that just correlates with that call. Again, it's 7:08 or 0700 hours, 7:08 a.m. He has another Google search, which is the universal car cover. And then later at 1847 hours, there's an image of an AutoZone receipt that's extracted from his phone. And you can see that the capture time was on 11/20/2021 at 6:47 p.m. And then we have December 2nd, 2021. And so Angela Arnold's cellular device showed an outgoing Instagram chat to Anthony Mims. And essentially it says, "What's up, big bruh? I'm trying to get with you. I'm Govan, little homie. You met me before. I'm trying to let you hear my music if you don't mind giving me a call." And then he lists 901-370-0185, which is Angela Arnold's cellular device or her cellular phone number. And you see it's her Instagram chat for participants, and then at the above that is Juk the Boss, which is his Instagram. And then that's it.
Your analyzation of the phones, would you say the conspirators or the individuals listed, Justin Johnson, Cornelius Smith, and would they communicate more to Govan than with each other?
I think that it started as a lot of communications between Govan, but as you saw, as it gets closer to the day of the homicide, those communications then seem to be more between Cornelius Smith and Justin Johnson, and not Govan.
And then after the homicide,
I would say most of the communication. I know that Cornelius was communicating through Justin Johnson's brother. Justin Johnson was doing something weird with his phone where his brother had the phone, but he was just trying to avoid getting in trouble with his parole. So you see that Cornelius is communicating with his brother. But I don't think Hernandez was communicating with any of them that I know of, or Mims. I think all communication was done with Mims.
Thank you. Just give me a second. We're gonna have them switch off so we can come on this.
That's a bit.
Sorry. after the homicide, we know Justin Johnson fled to Indiana, right?
Correct.
And he gave his phone to his brother, and his brother was using the phone. So a lot of these calls, his brother was the one using his phone to make it seem like he was still here.
Correct.
So that would be Jamarcus Johnson, Justin's brother.
Correct.
Okay. This PowerPoint slide, you said you just finished it yesterday?
Correct.
All right, so I'm just going to catch up and go through it today, so I just got it. With regards to this AutoZone stuff, was that mentioned in any of the police reports that had previously been provided?
Police report.
Right. You write down narratives, explanations of what happened.
Supplements, yeah. I mean, that was found late, but I would assume that we would either, it would be in the PowerPoint that y'all were given, or it would be, we might have some type of supplement about the receipt and everything.
I got it. So it was done yesterday. In fact, did you talk to the government about the testimony that's been going on as to what we were looking for as part of the case the last 2 days?
Not in the last 2 days. The receipts and most of that stuff was prior. The records were what I was working. They wanted the records, the November records prior.
Sure.
That's what I worked on.
Okay.
Everything else was pretty much already there. As far as like,
the reason I asked, there's not a single supplement from 2023 in the case. There's nothing. Believe me or not, you know this. You're prepared for it. It's your co-investigator on it. Do you remember ever seeing a supplement or a note anywhere that said we have an AutoZone receipt?
I know that there's multiple PowerPoints in the discovery. I'm pretty sure that have that, all those slides. Because most of those slides are taken from, I got those slides from that discovery, most of that information.
You just created it yesterday. I'm telling you, you've done 2 PowerPoints.
I didn't create the PowerPoint yesterday. I created, when I told you, the records from November. That's what I was working on yesterday.
Who put the PowerPoints together? So you made this entire 70 pages we just did?
Yeah, a lot more than that, yes.
Okay. The reason I ask is the lead detective in this case said you guys never followed up on any receipts with AutoZone. And I've been harping on AutoZone, and now for the first time I'm seeing this PowerPoint with an AutoZone receipt. Is that right?
Well, probably because we didn't find out about the receipt until much later in the investigation. This was after Cornelius and then actually getting in his phone and actually finding it. So it just took a long time to find that information.
But you guys indicted Cornelius in January of 2022, less than 2 months after this murder happened.
Yeah, I don't think we interviewed him until later.
Well, you interviewed him on December 9th. You do know that, right?
Well, that was an interview where he was not.
Well, did you do that or did you not do that? Okay.
I was not a part of that interview.
Okay.
But where he came forward with the truth, I was there.
The truth?
2 different ones, 2 different interviews.
So he came forward with the truth when you were there, the truth?
I was, yes.
Okay. Do you remember him making a statement to you in August? And you were there. It's recorded, so I'm going to play it. Do you remember it? You were the second detective.
He made a lot of statements, so you hadn't even played it yet for me to remember.
I'm just asking you because you went through 70 pages of slides with very specific dates and times of phone calls. Do you remember how many times Cornelius Smith made statements to the police?
I mean, I sat in on, I think, 2 interviews.
All right. How many total times did Cornelius Smith talk to the police? You are co-lead investigator.
I sat in for 2, and I know he had one when he was initially, I would think one when he was initially arrested. Okay. Where essentially he didn't say anything. Or he might have said he didn't even do it. I wasn't in that interview. I was in the 2 that I had with the prosecutors and his attorneys and everybody that was involved.
After he signed the proffer agreement.
Yes.
To be protected and all that kind of stuff with his statements.
Yes.
That's the proffer agreement, right?
Correct.
Okay, it protects the person saying it, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember a proffer agreement taking place in August of 2022?
It's possible, yes. I don't remember when those 2 proper dates were.
Okay. Before I play that tape, Mr. Cornelius and Angela had both already talked to you all, right?
Correct.
Angela actually supposedly came clean on December 17th of 2021.
Correct.
told you about AutoZone.
She did not tell us about anything about AutoZone.
Okay, so in the 2017, when she just testified, that would be incorrect about AutoZone.
She did not say anything. I did not see anything in her testimony. I didn't interview her, but I've listened to her testimony.
Okay.
I don't remember her saying anything about AutoZone. I found that out the day Cornelius had mentioned it to us.
When was that?
That would have been later when in one of those proffers. I'm not sure if it was the first or the second one.
Okay.
But he relayed that information to us, and that's when we started looking in his phone for that specific information to see if it was true.
All right, and Sergeant Dabney was involved in the proffers too as the lead agent in this case.
He could have been. I think at some point he had left, but I don't know if it was prior, or before, or after. At some point he retired. I'm not sure what that time frame was.
Okay. So you don't know when the lead investigator of this case retired. On the biggest case that Memphis has got with Young Dolph, you don't remember that.
He's got his own homicides that he's working. We were embedded in this, working this in a completely different building. Yes, we coordinate with him, but at some point I know he retired.
Okay.
And during the investigation, I don't document the date that he leaves.
All right. Go ahead.
I know the pictures are a little grainy.
Stop it. That's your voice, right? We're showing Cornelius pictures, and you say they were a little grainy.
I think so. It was I haven't said.
I know the pictures are a little grainy. Do you know what that
That's you, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, let's keep going.
is? It's from your phone. So you're holding it.
A video?
It was in your phone, it was a video.
Yep, it was a rainy tank. Yep.
What firearm is that?
There's an AK-47, I think. That one just gun.
That was going to hit him. Is that the gun that you used
Yeah, that's the gun he had, yeah.
on the murder?
I guess it's a sign on, but pretty much. Yes, sir.
That's the one you had on the Moochie, right?
Yeah, it was the day on which I heard.
And then Adolph, do you have that same gun?
I believe so. But he had two of them.
Is it
He had like, yeah, two handguns.
What is this?
That's old. It ain't even right science thing.
What about this one?
This old. This Elmsby gun.
What about this? I don't even know what that is, but it was in the gun section.
It's a cop off.
Alright, stop it there. You were showing him photos, Cornelius Smith, you're showing him photos from his phone, correct?
Mhm.
You gotta say yes or no.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yes.
Alright, so he talks about AK-47s, about when he was shooting Moochie or Wu or whoever many people he shot.
Well, he didn't shoot Moochie. He said they went up there to attempt to, but Justin Johnson was holding an assault rifle and was laying down in the back before they drove off. They didn't do anything, but we were showing him the different firearms we found in his to see. We were trying to find the firearms.
Pardon me for being naive, I know he may not have shot anybody, but when I'm going there with guns and they jam or whatever, we don't use them, it still is pretty scary to me. So you show him the photos in his phone, right? That's the AK-47, then you go through the photo, that's Angela's handgun, right?
I think he said it was Angela's handgun, but it was photos of guns
Okay.
in his.
And the next thing you say is, I don't know how this photo got in here. It looks like it's a car park. You remember that? Play it again.
I mean, I heard it, but I don't know what it's in reference to unless we saw some car park. I heard
Play it
something
again.
with autos.
It's your
That's
voice.
old. It ain't even right science thing.
What about this one?
This old. This Elmsby gun.
What about this? I don't even know what that is, but it was in the gun section.
It's a cop off.
So you said, I don't know what this is in the gun section. It's a car park.
Right.
That was said, right?
Yes, because you can filter on the Cellbrite software like firearms, right? Because we were trying to find the firearms used in the murder. And when we filtered that, we had some that were so grainy, we weren't sure, but maybe he could clear it up. He said it was a car park.
Okay.
It wasn't really, you couldn't really tell what it
Right.
was.
I appreciate the explanation. You couldn't really tell, but these jurors are going to watch that receipt, and you're telling us that that receipt is an AutoZone receipt?
It looks like it's got, if you look at the very top, it looks like an AutoZone receipt. It's got the auto part and the zone. It's very difficult to see. I agree. But it looks like an AutoZone receipt at the top.
All right, so that is a great point. You said as part of your investigation, you name it, we collected it, right? You said that to the government when you're talking about how thorough we were?
Correct.
All right, so it sort of kind of looks like an AutoZone receipt. Did you happen to go about 6 blocks that way to the AutoZone headquarters and just say, could you pull the receipts from that very specific location that you told the jurors about to see if anybody purchased anything?
Again, if you look at the receipt in the PowerPoint, you can't, I don't think I was able to tell where it came from. And
All right, so now we don't know where it came from,
we
or
know
it could be AutoZone.
it looks like an AutoZone receipt.
Right, well, I looked,
But it doesn't, you
Your
can't
Honor,
see the fine
objection
print.
has been answered at this point.
he's gonna dodge the question, Judge.
I'm not dodging the question.
There's no rule, instruct the record.
Again, you don't know if that's an AutoZone receipt. We're making presumptions based on a crumply receipt.
You're saying that I don't know it's an AutoZone receipt. I looked at the photo and at the top, you can see the AutoZone part. You can't see when he purchased it or the dates on the fine print, but it appears at the top, it says AutoZone. And it doesn't have all the details, because trust me, we looked at that. We wanted to see what time did this purchase happen. But he said cash. So we were like, well, I mean, can we get video? I mean, we look at these things to try to figure it out, but sometimes all you might have is just at the very top, it says AutoZone.
Yes, it sounds like it's a very difficult job. Did you go to the AutoZone that was addressed and ask them to pull video?
At the time, we didn't have an address.
And you said you looked at the phone and you saw it, you got an address. Did you go yesterday to ask AutoZone headquarters, is there a receipt available?
Historically.
No, not historically. Yes or no. Judge, I need him to answer. He's dodging me over and over again. I'm asking simple questions.
No, I'm gonna object.
Did you go?
Objection.
No, I did not.
Objection, wait. She's objecting.
To what?
The objection. Your Honor, if he would allow the witness to actually answer the 15 questions he's asked, he might get the answer that he needs. I'm asking him to let the witness answer. Let him answer.
Did you go to AutoZone at any point in this investigation? I appreciate the smirk, but just answer yes or no.
No.
Did you go?
Objection, Your Honor, I would ask him, he's not making.
We don't need commentary.
All right.
Just ask the question.
No,
Answer the question.
I've said no 4 times now. No, 5.
Okay, so we never went to AutoZone to confirm what this receipt might be. Did you go to Pressure World to look through all the cameras that they have at Pressure World?
I did not.
Okay, did anybody do that could magically be on a phone somewhere?
I did not. I was not a part of that first part of the investigation. I did not see anything that had any where they went to Pressure World.
Okay.
So I'm not sure.
All right.
Thank you.
With regards to the records that you went through with the phone calls and the hierarchy of numbers, we know for a fact that Justin Johnson did not communicate with Hernandez Govan for at least 2 weeks prior to the homicide. The last call was on November 5th, about 8 seconds. Do you remember that?
There's hundreds of records. He's saying they didn't communicate on the phone.
You went through a PowerPoint slide and you put up November 5th, so there may have been a call, it was like 8 or 10 seconds. Then we went through the rest of it and there was not a single call between Justin Johnson and Hernandez Govan until after the homicide took place. Do you remember that? Okay. With regards to Cornelius Smith, you said 2 calls were made on November 15th. No calls between Cornelius Smith and Hernandez Govan on the 16th, right?
Correct.
You remember that?
Yes.
All right. And then the 2 calls that you put on the slideshow with regards to Cornelius and Hernandez Govan, one of the calls was 0 seconds, right?
There were calls on there with 0 seconds. Yes.
Right. So, and the other call was 40 seconds and it had a code 11 next to it. You know, it could be 2A, it could be 11.
There were calls with 11, yes.
Okay. With regards to an individual that you had up there that was communicating with Mr. Johnson, Jermaine Sears, during the course of the investigation, remember that?
I do.
Okay. And he helped them after the shooting get the medical supplies and things.
He brought clothes.
Okay. Did you bring bandages and such?
I don't know exactly what he brought.
Okay.
What I saw Justin get was a bag of clothes, so.
What do you mean what you saw Justin get? It's just from the still shots, right? It looks like
Well,
it's bad.
in the video, when Jermaine Sears pulls up, Justin Johnson gets clothes and some other things out of the back of Jermaine's car.
Okay. You wanted to talk to Jermaine as part of your investigation, right?
We did.
You did or you didn't?
We couldn't.
Okay. And that's because you called, tried to reach Jermaine Sears, and you were referred to his lawyer. Is that right?
Correct.
And then his lawyer, all he said is Jermaine's out of town. That's it, right?
Yeah, he's not going to talk.
Okay. Did he say he's not going to talk, or did he say he's out of
said he
town?
was not going to communicate with us. I think we tried a couple times.
Okay. Yeah, let's go with this, please. Just let me know when you're finished.
Okay.
Could I get it back? Please? In this, it says you tried to contact Jermaine Sears. You were referred to his attorney, and he was living out of town. And then, quote, so we kind of let it be.
Who said that?
You said it. This is you. Question, and how did you establish that number was Jermaine Sears? Answer, we use law enforcement databases. There was also some information within the text message that helped to identify him just by his real name and things of that nature. And then we also ended up contacting him to try to talk. Question, on that number. Answer, on that number, we were referred to his attorney, and he actually appeared to be living out of town, so we kind of let it be. Remember that question and answer with Mr. Snyder?
I don't remember that question and answer, but I do remember.
What is that a transcript of?
That is a transcript of his testimony from
What? When?
last year's trial.
Okay, well, if you just tell me it's a yeah. But I mean, that's exactly what I said earlier.
What's the question? You've read the testimony. What's the question for him?
The question is, you don't say anything about the attorney said you can't talk to him. You just simply said you advised he was out of town, so you just let it be.
I'm assuming that sufficed in the trial. I mean, I'm telling you now what happens. We can't kidnap somebody and say you're coming with us because we think you committed a crime. We contacted him. He referred us to his attorney. We contacted his attorney. He said he didn't want to talk to us. At that
So
point,
instead,
we
you
can't
didn't
do anything.
You didn't say that here, but now you're saying that you remember the attorney said, I'm not going to talk to you.
I'm gonna check again.
I can only tell you what
And
happened.
he's asked and been answered, he's answered to the best of his ability several times. I'm trying to.
What different do you expect him to say?
Just repeat what you said under oath, but okay, we'll move on. With regards to the receipt that's on Mr. Cornelius's phone that may be an AutoZone receipt, does he have any other receipts on his phone that you found?
Not that you see the receipt that I found.
Okay, but you looked through all of it, you said. You worked really hard. Did you notice any other irrelevant receipts on there?
If there was relevant receipts, I might have seen there are thousands of photos in most of these photos. So usually we find those on the timeline. When we're looking through a timeline at a certain time, which would have been after the homicide, but around the time frame before the car is discovered, then on that timeline we're looking. And if we see him searching on the internet, right, for the covers, then we see at some point like a photos captured, then we are like, oh, well, that might be important. But to go through thousands and thousands of photos,
Okay,
we're just not gonna do that.
so if it's thousands and thousands of photos, you name it, we collected it, it's not worth it. We just target on certain dates and certain things, right? That's what we're saying. I mean, there could be something relevant in there, but we don't know that. We only picked a certain date.
Yes.
Okay. With regards to the tables with the number of calls, sometimes there's 14, sometimes there's 20. Are those all communications between the phone, be it text message, phone, whatever?
Those on
On your
prior to
slideshow?
on slideshow, those are just, most of them are voice, but they're communications. It could be text messages too.
Okay.
Just labeled.
So if there were 22 text messages on one of the day between Mr. Govan and Cornelius, you're aware that Cornelius used to buy ecstasy pills from Mr. Govan pretty regularly.
He stated that he bought narcotics from Mr. Govan.
All right. And you ever had a text with anybody where you say, okay, you say, hey, and suddenly it's 10 texts or 15 texts, just like that?
I don't know what the content of that.
Right. I'm just saying, it's sort of being made out to be nefarious. The 22 contacts would be just a simple text conversation about a guy asking, when can you meet me to come pick up drugs? Meet me here. I'm at the store. I'll come back here. It could be anything, right? You don't know.
I didn't testify to anything of content, just that the communications occurred.
I got it. And you also don't know from those communications if there were 0-second communications, voicemail communications, actual calls.
It will show you that there's actual calls,
Sure.
or that, call forwarding was picked up. And again, like I stated earlier, it could have which we call no reply, which means your phone is active,
Sure.
right? You could have a non-reachable, right? Which means the phone is off. So the phone, it automatically, that code will push it to that call forwarding service. There's a busy, so if you're on the phone, so the phone, it gives you that information. I mean, it's not going to give you content or tell you what they're talking about. It'll give you the duration of the call, what type of call it is, or if it's a text message. So it gives you some.
I'm just trying to keep it simple. There's some summary tables where it just sort of had the top 10 list or something. It's a number of calls.
Oh, hot number list?
The hot number list.
Yeah.
And so that didn't tell us if anything actually went through, if it was a text, it was just how many
Correct.
communications
Just
we
how
had.
many communications they had on that day.
And we don't know if it's back and forth, if it's one way, anything.
Doesn't list any, it just shows communications for that individual's phone.
Okay. With regards to Justin Johnson, you're aware that Mr. Govan and he were doing music together, music business type stuff together. And there were hundreds, if not thousands, of text messages between those two in the summer of 2021.
I can say that's probably true.
Okay. And okay. With regards, so we've established that he's doing music with them, and you said, yeah, it's probably true. I would argue there were thousands of text messages about music with them. And with Cornelius, there was almost daily contact, even if it didn't make the hot list, where Cornelius would call Govan to go hang out at his house or come get pills.
I don't know what he was doing.
Right, but he did speak to you and said, I hung out with Govan a lot. I used to hang out at his house and stuff.
He said that he hung out at the house, yeah. And then he bought drugs from him.
There were some text messages that you pulled up there. Did you look at a lot of text messages on Mr. Justin Johnson's phone?
I'm sure a lot of us did, yes.
All right. Did you go before July 27th, I think was the first date you went into?
I'm sure we did.
Okay. If I showed you text messages from before that, would you remember them?
I'd have to see him to tell you that, but if you show them to me and I do remember them,
I'll do that.
Let you know.
want to send a text for that, because
Welcome to the True Team Live. If you are new here, make sure you hit the like button, share the live, and make sure you put your helmet and safety guards on, okay? We are, okay, a little on the short bus side today. Don't hold it against us. Some days we are like this, some days we're not, okay? Make sure your mouth guard is in place. No hands or feet out the window. Keep all body parts inside, okay? And don't be alarmed that the chat is full of padded right now, because all you will see is a bunch of True Team members saying he's cooked, he's cooked, he's cooked, with no explanation of anything right now. But hey, I mean, sometimes you have good days, sometimes you don't. Right now, our IQ as a team is negative 40, okay? And it's dropping as we go on. But welcome over, okay? Don't judge us, okay? Today, we don't use our words, okay? We just use short sentences. He's cooked. He's cooked. Wait till the verdict. He's cooked. That's it. Every last 122 of us here, okay? We just, all objects away from the chat. Keep all objects away from the chat, okay? Everybody is medicine time. As we await this sidebar to stop. And since my chat, okay, does not know how to tell me anything besides he's cooked, he's cooked. At the end of this long, long live, we are going to go back and we're going to listen again to the original state cross of this witness so that I can interpret it a little bit better than on the bus level. And then, of course, I will do my nightly recap. Thank you, and welcome back to day 2 of Hernandez Govan's trial.
I mean, I vaguely remember something about the student.
I'm going to admit that in evidence and say that is text messages from Dustin Johnson's phone
And Josh checked. Yeah,
on July 9th of 2021.
correct.
Okay. Does that appear to be true and accurate based on what you specifically yourself downloaded to your software on the phone? That's where it would come from.
Yeah, this looks.
Okay, I'll offer that as the next exhibit.
Just that page or?
Just that page.
And it's two-sided.
It's two-sided. The front side is what matters, but it's two-sided because I was trying to say paper.
I don't know which one is the front.
The front one is the one that's at the bottom dated 7/9/2021 at 12/36/46. Did you honor see that?
12:40. Yeah, 12:40, 56.
If you flip it around, Your Honor, the top one in the blue says 12/36/46.
Yes.
Okay, that's front top.
So this is first page.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm just gonna put a 1.
Yes, ma'am.
This is a single page of text messages Johnson's phone. And it's 2 pages, it's a double-sided page, front and back. We'll mark this as exhibit number 26.
Publisher? Let's see this. Okay, that's great. Okay, I gotta be smarter than this, right? You go to show your text. Sorry, guys. Can't get it. Robert, I'll let you figure it out. You're at 30. You get to be close to 60 and you just can't figure this out. Okay, I'll just need you to scooch it as we go. All right, so the first text is from TZ to Justin Johnson, is that right?
Correct.
TZ, somebody you guys investigated, right?
Yeah, Joshua Taylor.
Okay. Didn't charge him with anything.
He's deceased.
Okay, but prior to being deceased, you didn't charge him with anything.
Correct.
All right, go to the next slide. Oh, I'm sorry, scooch down. And so this is Justin Johnson. Can you all even remotely see this? No.
They'll get it during
Okay.
deliberation.
So on July 9th of 2021, Justin Johnson tells TZ, okay, we need to spin on street, excess ham, said Duke for show, pulled up on Dolph now. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
All right. We've already established ham was somebody that Justin Johnson was communicating with because you had it on one of your slides, right?
Correct.
I need a mugshot of him, and that was what we're showing on the slide. That's his photo.
Correct.
Okay. And then Duke, you know that's stupid Duke on the streets, right?
I don't know. There are a lot of Dukes.
Okay.
And at that time, I think Duke might have been stupid Duke. The one you're referencing might have been in custody at that time. I'm not.
Okay.
But there's multiple Dukes that are in that world that they're in.
Sure.
So I'm not sure who he's referencing.
And
Because
then
there's a Duke that's in their friendship.
Sure. And I know you don't know what's referencing. We don't know who's in custody. Who's not. There's also serial killer Duke, right? The one that's just, you know about, that's just dumb enough to shoot anybody. He's the gang member. I'm just asking.
I mean, I'm working that case, yes. I
Okay.
know who you're talking about.
Right.
I don't think that's a reference.
Okay. And then spin on street, what does that mean in gang parlance?
That they're gonna go shoot something up.
All right. So here we have on July 9th from Justin Johnson to TZ that we're going to shoot something up. We're going to pull up on Dolphin, right?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Let's take that one down. When? I know, but I got to admit the next one. We're going to do one more. Oh, okay. Sorry. Scooch it over. My bad. All right. So the next one from Justin Johnson to TZ is Dolph rented the whole studio out for the rest of the year. Call joke, let's make some. Right? That's what it says?
That's what it says.
And that's July 9th, right?
Correct.
Okay. Because on the slideshow, we talked about reaching out to Jook on July 31st, but here they're saying, call Jook. We're about to go shoot somebody, possibly Dolph, on July 9th.
July 27th, but actually TZ, the text messages aren't in there, but if you have TZ's text messages, you'll see that TZ is the one that made the introduction to Mims, because TZ has a text with Mims saying that I got this rapper. His name is Straight Drop, and you need to meet him.
So you remember that specifically now?
I remember that text. That it was probably in Anthony Mims' cellular devices where I would think you could look, but there's an actual introduction there.
Okay.
Because Justin Johnson was in jail in May, and so sometime between May and July is when he sends that message. So that kind of gave us a time frame.
Right. I get it, but a few minutes ago you said he would have met him at the weed shop or wherever the smoke shop was on July.
I'm representing the incident that I'm just showing you that specific time frame.
Okay, so if Teasy, if you're saying made the introduction to Justin Johnson to Jook, Govan didn't do that. You just said Teasy made the introduction.
I see there's text message where he's making an introduction like, hey, TZ is telling Mims, I've got this guy.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? Like, he's introducing as like, I got this guy.
I got you. All right. We can take that down. We're gonna go to the next exhibit. This next exhibit, Your Honor, will be 3 pages. It's single-sided. So once I go through it, I'll just give you a heads up. They're reviewing it, yes, Your Honor. Deputy? I said 3, I'm sorry, it's 4 pages, Your Honor. Just going to hand you a 4-page exhibit for the witness.
I'm familiar with these.
I'll offer that into evidence, Your Honor, as the next exhibit.
Well, he said know what they are.
Okay, I'm sorry, they're text messages from, with,
Ask him questions about
okay,
what.
these are text messages from Justin Johnson?
They are.
Okay, and they're dated July 28th, 2021?
Correct.
Okay, and they're back and forth between him and Cuz Risky?
Yes, Casey Williams.
Okay. All right, could I offer those in evidence now since he recognizes them, Your Honor?
Relevance, I don't know if it's laid in the foundation, please.
I think you just have to read it.
Well, what's the content?
I didn't want to-
Messages, I don't, I mean, I'm having to take your word that they're relevant. Just place some foundation.
Okay, I just didn't want
Who
to.
the witness?
I will do that. All right. So on that first page, Justin Johnson is talking to Cuz Risky. They say, okay. Then he says, don't see normal. That's somebody else, right? If you know.
So those are both from the same participant. Okay, don't see normal.
That's from Justin Johnson to Cuz Risky, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Or no. No, it's.
You see where it says
Is
from?
this from Justin Johnson's cellular device?
Yes.
Yes.
Everything's from Justin
Okay.
Johnson. So.
Okay. Yeah. So, okay, don't seem normal is an outgoing text from Justin Johnson.
Right. And then Risky responds to Justin Johnson, route there now. I think Shad know where that hoe at. I've seen him over there before, I think. You remember that? You see that?
I see it.
Who is Shad?
Shad,
Sean.
Rashad Hill.
And who is that?
He's an associate of Justin Johnson.
Okay. And then on the next page, Justin Kozrisky questioned don't see normal. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And then Kozrisky says, if you all get a steamer or some LMK, uncash you out. I need some. You see that? What is a steamer?
Stolen vehicle.
Okay. So it's Kozrisky asking them for if he's got a stolen vehicle he can pay for.
Correct.
All right. And then the next slide says great home too. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
Who is great?
Moochie Gray.
That's the one that got shot.
He didn't get shot.
Okay, but they wanted to shoot him.
They attempted, yes, they went to the Turkey Drive. They were in the vehicle, and then Cornelius pulled off because he didn't feel like he was safe.
All right. And on the next slide, he says Muchina. That's Justin Johnson saying that.
Just referencing Moochie Gray.
Right, and the other fellow says, yeah, implying that's him, and then call me, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then that last one, just for the record, just says pulling up.
Yeah.
Okay. I can take that back, and I'll offer that in evidence as the next exhibit on there.
Extra relevance.
Relevance is they're talking about shooting people, which has nothing to do with Mr. Govan at this point.
And again, it's not relevant.
Welcome to the Truth Team Short Bus. I am your bus driver, Mickey Truth. We are currently still in the padded bus with the tinted windows. However, I would like to ask all of the passengers on the bus that's in the comments saying that the defense is not talking about the phone records. Do y'all recall when the defense asked the current witness that's laying back in his chair right now that all communication with the co-defendants on this case ceased 2 weeks prior to Dolph murder and no communication after Dolph murder? Did any of you guys on the short bus with me hear that or no? Put it in the comments. Also, currently the defense is using phone records to also go at what the state brought out during their cross by saying, hey, you said that Johnson was introduced to Juke by Govan, but actually it was TZ. So for all my passengers, just keep that in mind. Use your listening ears, like they tell my grandbaby in 4K. And we will be back with more commentary once the trial is over. Okay? Okay. Hello, Truth Team Short Bus. I am back. Let me repeat my question. Did anybody hear when the defense asked the current witness, who was the co-leader on the case, if they saw any communication between Govan and the co-defendants leading up to the murder? He said it was 2 weeks prior and none after with any of the co-defendants or unindicted conspirators. Let me know if you heard that. Okay, are they on the break again? Okay, I think we're on the break again.
We're all on the short bus. Even me. I'm the driver of the short bus.
Okay, so can I see the technique? And who is Cuz Risky?
It said MC somebody. I don't know the legal name that I could find. The detective said who it was.
I know I'm not the most hippest person.
Yes, ma'am.
Don't understand this language.
I didn't know what Spin the Street was, but apparently if you Google it, it says shoot up the place, and that's what the detective actually agreed to. But my point here, Judge, is we've gone through a lot of inferences of addresses and phone numbers and all that.
Okay.
Saying Govan's mastermind, you look at, well, mastermind is my word, but you look at the call logs and this, and he must be coordinating everything, is what they've been sort of arguing throughout this trial. My point is Justin Johnson had connections way beyond Mr. Govan, and he's doing all this stuff on his own. That's what I'm trying to show the jury, that he didn't have to listen to Govan. He already had a direct line to Junk, and he was doing trying to do other crimes, stealing cars, telling them where people were so they could be shot. He's a PRE member, and that's been going on.
Based on that argument, I understand why you asked to enter the previous exhibit 26.
Yes, sir.
But I don't necessarily understand what that argument has to do with this.
It's essentially the same thing where he's tipping them off where they are. Remember, Mucci is a PRE member. They're out there to get PRE folks. And we've already established on July 1st that let Juke know we're going to do this. Now we're going out after other PRE member. That's the whole point. It's never going to say, hey, we are going to kill somebody.
Well, I understand that.
But there have been a ton of inferences of who called who, everything, answered arrows and slides that the government did.
Let me see the last one. Right there.
The last exhibit is a little bit more direct, but you remember they said we have to go find people, and that's what Cornelius Smith spent a day talking about. We went riding and looking for people since August 13th and things like that. We were going to kill whoever. There was a price on everybody's head. It was just random. That's my point. They're tipping them off, and it's got nothing to do.
They are tipping.
Justin Johnson is tipping off other colleagues, and Govan is in court controlling it, which is what Cornelius said is Govan controlling everything.
Is Duke a PRE?
Yes, he's PRE. That's the person they're referencing that they see.
Right, that's what I was trying to think of.
It's grape, it's also Mucci grape, so that's why you have grape and Mucci grape. I'm sure she's got them all there.
You can, I'm not reading those records. I'm reading the first one.
She's reading the first one, not the one that has the video.
You want to make a copy of them so we can all have a copyright discussion, or is that necessary? Ms. Chairman,
I can.
let the deputy go.
How many you need? Okay.
Hold on, I'm gonna give you all of them, so.
Two copies.
Yeah, and then take this one too. Thank you.
will give these back to you because you know what they are.
Yes, Your Honor.
She's still working on one or two more, but these are the first ones. Okay. So those are copies. And I'm gonna actually give me a copy.
I just want you all over the green and the blue. It's going to be black and white.
But I want the witness to testify. Okay. Give me copies for that. What you can do is Mr. Aurora.
Yes, Your Honor.
The new paper, the one that's still right on top.
Yes, Your Honor.
The first text on the right is that blue or green. So I know.
Yes, that's in green. And
That's green.
yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and then the other one that you gave me.
What's the date on it, Your Honor?
The text message says August 22nd, 21.
Okay, got it.
And then the other one that's July 28th or 21.
Yes, Your Honor.
That blue green.
Correct. And it should say 30137, the first text in green. Is that correct?
Wait.
July 28th, that's the one you're looking at right now.
July 28th or 21 at 30137, right?
Yes.
Is that blue or green?
That is green, Your Honor.
I just kind of need to know so I can keep up.
Oh, you're still on there.
That's my thank you.
I know you need to. Just a front. Okay.
we ready? Y'all ready, Georgie?
Yeah, sure.
So the objection has been made to the two other, text message trails from Justin Jones.
Johnson.
Justin Johnson.
Could you tell me which dates yours and favorite mark them in, Your Honor?
One is on July 28th of 21, and one is on August 22nd of 2021.
Yes, sure.
Okay. The court has already admitted into evidence the one from July 9th.
Okay.
Okay. Ms. Taylor has made the objection as to why this is irrelevant when you try to enter these in the evidence. And your response is?
The government's theory in this whole case is Mr. Govan has hired these two individuals to go shoot PRA members, and they're doing it as his direction, even though Joke's the hire for whatever he's doing. My position is Mr. Johnson has his own connections, is doing it on his own, and therefore I'm trying to break the chain of the conspiracy, at least cast doubt on that, because there are clear text messages where he's identifying PRA members to other people. Either he's going to shoot them himself, as in shoot up the block, or we see Muchipeku and they say pulling up. Whether the shooting took place or not, if you don't fire a gun, apparently it's not a shooting. So it's scared to points a gun. But my point is this is happening and it undercuts this whole theory that Govan's sort of the ringleader of all this kind of stuff. That's what I'm trying to get at, because he's doing it over and over again in the exact conspiracy template on his own.
Yes, still your response?
Actually, stay with withdraw our objection.
Oh, that's something. Must be trouble.
So we ready to bring the jury back in?
Yes, ma'am.
You can tell the witness to come back in. Please. You can bring the jury.
You understand? No, that one's coming in. Okay, that's it.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Aurora, don't forget to have those text messages, that's what we were doing when she was just here.
Correct.
Ready on it?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm gonna re-offer the 4-page text message chain from July 28th, 2021 that we were discussing in front of the jury momentarily.
This is a 4-page document with text messages, and it's been identified as text messages from between Justin Johnson and
Cuz Risky, the detective was kind enough to give me his real name, but I don't remember.
Casey Williams.
Casey Williams.
Casey Williams. We're gonna mark this as exhibit 27.
You know, I'll go ahead and do the next exhibit just for brevity's sake. I'm going to actually think of, let's just go with this. I think I've got all the paper to confuse myself. So let's just go with exhibit 28. Excuse me, 27. Robert, would you do me the honor? Can I publish it here?
Yeah.
I know y'all can't see, but you'll have this with you. Okay, the 1625, Robert, you'll switch you down just a little, please. That's Justin Johnson, right?
Is that the same text that we?
Yeah, I just showed you.
That's Justin Johnson.
And you know his last four is 1625?
Correct.
Okay. And Cuz Risky, his real name is?
Casey Williams.
Casey Williams. All right, so Justin says, okay, we talked about this, don't see normal. Route there now, I think Shad know where the hoe at. I've seen him over there before, I think. Route meaning paper route.
Paper route, Woo.
Okay, and so that's a PRE member.
Correct.
And there's a beef between PRE and CMG.
Correct.
Okay. On the next slide, we've established that they've seen paper woo, as you said. The question, don't see normal. And then the next one is if y'all get a steamer or some, I guess LMKs let me know, I'm cash you out, I need some. And steamer was a stolen car, right?
Correct.
All right. And then the next text was Grape Home 2, that's Moochie Grape.
Yes.
That's a PRE artist as well?
Correct.
Okay. And then Justin says Muchina, again, Moochie Grape, PRE number?
Correct.
Okay. And then we have a yeah, and we have a call me. And then we have a next page, please, Robert. It just says pulling up, right?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. And again, nobody got shot on that occasion, but that's,
Well, they attempted to shoot, he was providing more than that. Oh, sorry. Casey Williams was providing a lot of information to Justin Johnson on PRE members. I think he was screenshotting Terrence Baker's calls and sending them to him. He sent him Terrence Baker's father's address. And those are intertwined with the messages you were sending. He was providing information to Justin on PRE members.
okay, perfect. Deputy Sergeant, I can get your steps. 2-page exhibit. It is text messages from Justin Johnson to Joke, and we can explain who that is. And that looked true and accurate from the Justin Johnson phone that you reviewed? Okay, I'll just offer that as a yes.
No, he needs to testify to what we're.
Okay, all right, let's keep it
Don't
there.
know the jury that, no, you gotta testify to that.
All right. Justin Johnson texts, I was just chopping it up with Jook. My phone was in the car, baby, right?
Correct.
All right. Chopping it up with Jook means what?
I'm assuming he's saying he's been talking to Joe.
Okay. Could chopping it up mean hanging out with somebody?
Generally means you're conversing.
Okay. And this was on July 31st, 2021, correct?
Correct.
All right, and this is true and accurate from the downloads, I guess you did from Justin's phone? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, can I offer that in evidence then?
Any objection? This is a extraction report. It's been testified that these are text messages from Justin Johnson, the 1625 number to who the main thing is here?
I'm unaware of who it is. I think in the thread it seemed like it was a female. I'm not sure who she was.
It's a 2-page document. It'll end with this. What date did you say this was? It said July 31st.
Yes, Your Honor.
July 31st. We'll mark this as exhibit 28.
I took the other exhibits, so I'm guessing it's 28.
Okay. Yeah, I put it right here.
Well, I'm just gonna publish it, so we can put it in the machine. May I publish it? All right. This is what we just talked about. I was just chopping it up with Joke. My phone was in car, baby, right?
Correct.
And playing baby's girlfriend. He's got several, right? That's what.
That's what I'm assuming, but I don't know.
Okay. And that was July 31st, 2021, right?
Correct.
Okay. That's it. So let me know when you guys are done with the other one. I thought you made you. Okay. All right. I'm now going to show, without tripping, the witness a 3-page text message chain, if you could, please. Go through the witness and see my copy just so I can properly authenticate. So I can read, go over the text messages.
I mean, I don't remember these text messages, but they're in Justin's phone. So yeah.
I'm not being aggressive. I'm just going to come up here since I don't have another copy. All right. These are the text messages from August 25th of 2021, right? Okay. and Justin tells Jew, J-U-U, just pulled up onto Privé, right?
That's what it says.
Okay, Privé is the club that Juk owns, right?
Yeah, it's a restaurant I think he owned with his mother.
Okay, but it's a CMG restaurant.
I would say
Or
it's
Juk restaurant.
Anthony Mims is the restaurant that he owns with his mother.
Okay. And then the calls go on, not so much, but he's just talking about he's going out with Juk.
Yeah,
I
is
don't,
the attorney testifying or the witness testifying?
Well, he's not asking a question.
all right. This is a conversation between Justin Johnson and Juk.
Do you not have another copy of that?
I don't, because I did my other color copy, so. Here. What is the next one? Just go to the next page. We talked about going to.
Are we entering this in evidence? Was it already in evidence? Is it a
We're
question?
testifying about it, so it can be entered in the evidence, I assume.
But he's
Correct.
reading it, so the jury's hearing that.
He's identified them as text messages from Justin Johnson. He said he didn't necessarily remember the text messages themselves, but you knew that they were text messages from Justin Johnson, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
So,
I'm looking to offer that into evidence, Your Honor.
okay. And so should be testifying about what's in the message.
And that's what I was doing. I just need you to enter it into evidence. I'm going to move into it, or if you want to go over what.
I want you to go over what's in there.
Okay. So he's talking to Jew, maybe it's, and it's not a racial source, J-U-U is what it says. And he's
Why don't
talking.
you get him to explain what they say?
What
Get him
does
to
it
read
say?
it and explain it.
It
All right,
says,
read it.
I'm here to FW Juk. I ain't here to go out.
What does F, tell us what that means in
I would
English.
assume that means fuck with.
Okay, that means hang out with.
Yes.
Okay, what's the next text message say?
The next text message says, I ain't have on no clothes.
Okay, the next one.
Bring your ass home.
Okay, go to the next one.
And then it's a response from Jew, which is need to take your ass home with 2 explanations.
All right. This is a conversation between Justin Johnson and Jew about him being at Privé and not having the right clothes. He needs to go home.
Yeah, you can surmise that, it sounds like.
I'll offer that into evidence, Your Honor.
And I'll reject all the relevance. I don't know what Mr. Johnson's clothes has on has anything to do with anything that we talked about ever.
He's spending time with Juk. The whole issue is Mr. Govan controls everything in this case, and Justin.
I didn't know that this was Juk we were talking about. You
Yeah,
said J-U-U.
That's to his girlfriend that he's hanging out with Juk on that date. That's what he says. I'm FW with Juk.
I don't know that. And see, the part of the problem is that the witness testified when he said that this text message on the beginning of the page 2, I'm here to FW Juk. I ain't here to go out.
Right.
The witness testified, you asked, does that mean I'm here hanging out with Juk? And he said it could just mean I'm here to F with Juk, I think is what he said, or something like that.
Yes, sir.
That's 2 separate things.
Okay, I'm misinterpreting what the slang means on there. My whole point is he's spending time with Juk on his own back in August. So if it's FW, if I'm mistaken about what it means, or just spending time with.
I don't necessarily know that that's what it means.
Okay. I don't either. That's why I asked the witness, and he said that's just essentially what fuck with means, right?
Yeah.
And that is next exhibit 28. 29.
Like, for the sake of everybody's sanity, I'm just gonna stop with the text message and just a couple more questions and call it a day, okay?
I'm here.
All right. With regards to, we've already established the last time Justin talked or contacted Govan, we talked about the 2 weeks, all that stuff, in a couple of days with regards to formalities, we're not gonna rehash that, but with specifically regards to Justin talking to Jook on the 16th, he did make a phone call on the 16th, correct?
I'd have to see it again.
I highlighted for you the time and everything. I just pulled the actual page.
Did you change the time frame or anything?
You just tell me if I've done something wrong, you tell me.
No, because it's in, if sometimes people will take records, it appears to be on Excel, and they'll actually roll them back themselves. I was just making sure.
Oh.
It shows on 11/16/2021 at 17:37, 15 hours. Looks like a 331 second outgoing call from Justin Johnson to Anthony Mims.
Right, and you did that much nicer on your slideshow. I just sort of went in and downloaded the actual CDR thing to show all the parts and lines. So Justin Johnson and Anthony Mims had a 6-minute call the day before the murder, the evening before the murder.
Well, it would have been, assuming that these haven't been rolled back, it would have been 12:37.
Okay. But there's no dispute based on yours. I don't know if it's UTC plus or minus 6. They communicated for 6 some odd minutes the day before the murder. 300 something seconds.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And you're also aware that Justin sent Joke a turkey emoji the night of the 16th. You're not aware of that?
I mean, I'm not saying it didn't, I'm just saying I'm not aware.
Okay, I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm just. If we could approach the witness, please. Objection?
I don't know what I'm looking at.
It's a text message from Justin to Jook the night before the murder. Are we approaching it?
I thought this was next to the one.
No,
Can you approach, please? Welcome to the Truth Team Short Buzz. Thank y'all for tuning in. Make sure you hit the like button if you have not, and share the live.
Okay, this is a text from Justin Johnson to Jook.
Can he testify about that, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Who are the texts from?
So it's from Justin Johnson to Anthony Mims.
And I know there's more than one text, but I'm concerned about the one on record.
I'm starting with the first one. It was on August 13th at 12:56 a.m.
Would you look at it again? Are you sure it's on November 13th?
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, November 13th. Okay, I'm sorry. 12:56 a.m. And it says, bro, we got put squeeze on Wicked. That video ain't really shit.
All right, and the next one, if you could escape, that's the one I'm worried about, is the next one, the one from the 16th. If you could review that, please.
Okay. November 16th, 2021, 4:37. It's Justin Johnson sending looks like a turkey emoji to Anthony Memphis.
And so that's the only page I would offer, and that looks like that came from Justin Johnson's phone based on the numbers, and that's Jook's number that it goes to, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And we don't need the second page, I was just doing a large version of that, Your Honor. So just the first page is all I'm looking to admit.
Any objection?
You want this too?
No, just give her, I'll take it back, but we just admit the first page. Get that back too, please.
This is text messages from Justin Johnson to Jook's phone. And the second message on the page appears to be the turkey emoji sent on November 16th, 2021. We'll mark this as Exhibit 30.
And could I publish that, Your Honor? And I know it's hard to see, but that's the text message that Justin sent to Jook the day before the murder.
The turkey emoji, yes.
Okay, thank you. Take it down. So we've already discussed all the hardware store and all the other stuff. With regards to Jook, did you all ever try to interview Jook?
Yes.
When did you try to do that?
When we executed a search warrant on his phone
Okay,
when he was at the airport.
okay. It wasn't annotated that you had talked to him anywhere in the police report, so lead detective said you guys never reached out to him. Is that incorrect?
I can tell you that they asked him, wanted to talk. Obviously, he said he ain't nothing to talk.
Okay, and did we do anything else after that?
We wrote a search warrant and we did the phone extract.
Okay. So the suspect that Mr. Cornelius said may have paid for his legal fees, all this other testimony we've heard, you went, even though the lead detective didn't know, you specifically went to talk to him and he said, no, I don't want to make a statement, that's just my Fifth Amendment right.
Yeah, we executed a search warrant at the airport. I forget who it was, but one of somebody, either Friard or someone communicated with him to say, hey, we're going to talk. We knew what his response was going to be, and we knew what attorney he was going to tell us to talk to.
Okay. I get all that. Do defendants occasionally exercise their Fifth Amendment rights and keep their mouth shut?
100%.
So you don't quit on the investigation just because they won't talk to you. You continue, right?
100%.
And in this case, Cornelius is giving you specifics about what Jook did. You've got text messages from Justin Johnson about what Jook did. But there was no follow-up, not being mean or anything else. That whoever went to the airport, that was it with regards to Jook.
I don't get to make the decisions
Okay.
on what happens to him.
I'm not asking who makes the decision. They're saying that was it. There was nothing else done with regards to Jook.
Yes, there was lots. I mean, that's what we were doing.
Okay. I'll let it be. I think I get it.
What I missed something? Kiki, what I miss? I'm telling you, I was on the phone just now. I ain't hear nothing. So what happened? What I missed? I was over here just yapping away. I saw the exclamation marks that Kiki had put out. So, oh shit, what I missed? They having a sidebar. Damn. I might have to run it back because I don't know. Oh, ain't nothing happening? Oh. Look, I'm over here like, y'all should have heard me too. I was on here just yapping. Oh. She's about to fix her wig and go in. Oh. Yeah, the last few minutes I was on the phone. So I really wasn't. I ain't gonna lie. The shit was what did they highlight in the rebuttal? Because I wasn't listening. Hell, I stopped listening really after the last time I came on. Today has been long. I ain't gonna lie. It's been so long. I'm over here like, now I still gotta do a recap. And I'm really just like, I kind of done tuned out. I was not here. They lost me and they need to speak up. Yeah. It's like once we got into the phone records, and it could be because I had to leave, so I wasn't really here for the phone records. But I had to work today too, so I've been doing work and that. Do you fun? Dude said Mickey's at after trial. He cooked. Listen, today is one of my work days. I had to work, so I ain't focused really. The defense did get down to something though. What they got down to? Because all I kept seeing was y'all saying he cooked. I was supposed to go back over the phone records because I need to find out why y'all said that was like the nail in the coffin. Because from what I'm hearing, everything has an explanation to it. Like, we already established they knew each other. We already established stuff like that, you know. So it's like, what was like, you know, boom. Like, what was the boom moment for y'all with the receipts? I know when the defense pointed out, and y'all remember yesterday, I was going back and forth with y'all when one of y'all kept saying teasing. And I'm like, what the hell? But now we heard teasing today.
Deemed a testimony. And we'll be back here in the morning at 9:30 and we will work on that. So enjoy your evening. Leave your notes here. Thank you.
What remains in session?
Oh.
Court's in session, remain seated.
Could we excuse the witness, sir?
Say again?
Could we excuse the witness for this moment?
So are you trying to clarify something?
Yes, I'm trying to clarify something.
Okay. We're still in session.
Robert, we're in session. What I was saying is, yes, we talked about Ham, and Ham is Rashad Hill's brother? No? Okay. Here are the ones we've admitted. I'm trying to look for that one. I know we mentioned it, but I don't know if we admitted that. So here, we're going to give you all the exhibits, brother. So here's number 30, the original, that's the turkey one.
Yeah. It was one of the first couple ones.
This is 29, if you'll look at it and see if I missed something. I see it down here. It'll be, I'll take those back, so just place them. It is on exhibit 27. It is a text from Kazariski to Justin Johnson on July 28th. Route there now. I think Shad know where that hoe at. I seen him over there before, I think. That's where.
That's Rashad Hill.
Is that Shad? Is Rashad Hill? Or do you know?
I know that the Shad, it was referenced throughout the phones amongst Justin Johnson and his associates. When they say Shad, they were referring to Rashad Hill.
That's what you testified to originally.
So there's no text message to Shad or Rashad Hill. This is just saying who's there when they're talking about shooting somebody. Or, I'm not sure which.
So, Ms. Taylor, this is a reference to Rashad.
We think.
Well, we think. He testified that based on his familiarity with these records, that they're referring to Rashad and they're calling him Shad or Shad. I don't know how what you're trying to enter into evidence now is relevant to this, because this doesn't, go ahead. I mean,
Can I see that? Sure, there's so many that we are getting copies of.
and I don't call any other testimony, and I won't say reference, but I won't follow the testimony regarding Rashad Hill.
Like I said, I'm here, so however many days you need me, I'm good.
Yes, ma'am.
The state's contention is that defense has made the argument for these to be admitted into evidence, this particular text message to be in evidence, to show that there was maybe a separate conspiracy, or this had nothing to do with Hernandez Govan. This text message references a shot that Sergeant Brown has testified he believes to be Rashad Hill. The state would assert that there are messages, or at least communication between Rashad Hill and Hernandez Govan at the same time that all of this is going on the same day. I think that that puts Govan right back in the middle of association with them, not just a separate conspiracy going on, but all of this is mixed on.
So it's your contention that it's all a part of the same conspiracy that Govan is involved in, he's just not a part of these communications?
Yes.
I don't even know what it is that we're objecting to. I mean, the text message just says shots there. If that opens up the door, then everything comes in, you know, as far as that goes. He's talking to somebody else about a PRE member.
Who is he?
Justin Johnson is talking to somebody else about a PRE member. PRE member says shot there, something, with some other names or other people. So I don't know how that opens up anything to relevance. Just, he's referred to half a dozen people in there. It's not even his phone.
Not even whose phone?
Shad's phone, or Shad.
You have anything further? Do you have anything further?
Several of these text messages reference several different people.
That was his point. They reference several different people. It would, your argument would be a lot more cogent if those messages or some messages had been from Justin Johnson to Shad or Rashad. But that's just a reference of him. And so I don't know that we have an objection here, but I'm not gonna allow your question. So, although we have excused the jury for the day, you are on redirect. Other than that, do you have any other redirect?
We're done with the jury.
We're done. I just excuse the jury. But if you don't have any other redirect, then this officer doesn't have to come back in the morning. Because that was your, if you, when I said, Ms. Taylor, you have some redirect, that's how you.
I'd ask them to come back in the morning. We may have. I tried to go.
No problem. No problem. I'm good to go? Okay.
All right. Any other matters we need to take up before in the morning?
I'm guessing the state only has one other witness, which is the
According to the list.
I'll have.
What? I was asking the state, as far as you know, you don't have any other witnesses?
No, not at this time.
So I just trying to figure out, excuse me, when to have my witnesses here. If we don't know.
Right,
If there's
so
this.
he's gonna come back in the morning. I would suppose there's not gonna be much more for him, but we'll see. And then their last witness, you probably need to have your witnesses here by
11?
10:30, 11, yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna have some of the folks run, so could we respectfully ask for 11? If they don't have questioning, I'll get them here earlier, but I just don't wanna be dragging cars back and forth, is that one of the resources?
That's fine.
Okay, we just have one car.
Just one, what do you?
One car, we have multiple. I
Oh,
just
yeah,
gotta go.
one car. I understand.
Okay.
Yeah, if it looks like things are going a lot quicker than we expect, then see your car.
All right, otherwise, if it doesn't, just give me a second, I'll text and we'll get it going.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
If we finish
Right,
everything
let's
tomorrow.
talk about tomorrow.
Okay.
I anticipate, based on your proof, being finished with the proof, sometime tomorrow, fairly early.
Well, Trey on Ingram may take a few minutes, Your Honor. You remember that one, we sort of went through the motions. So that's the only one that could take time, the others were relatively quick.
Okay. That still would hopefully get us to mid-afternoon.
Right, we will finish before 5, there's no doubt about that.
Yeah. And so I am working on a jury charge.
Yes, sir.
I will email a draft of that, so you at least know those things in it that I'm including, and I'll give you an opportunity to, we'll discuss that on the record. You'll ask for making motions of anything you want added or something you think is not appropriate. But I will send you emails of that this evening. And we'll see how early we finish tomorrow. If we finish in decent time, I'll go ahead and start the jury. Unless we finish extremely early, you probably won't close until Thursday. But go ahead and be working on it, because if we got time, we can get it all in there.
All right, sounds fair.
Anything else?
There you go.
Anything else? We can adjourn.
All rise. This honorable court is adjourned till tomorrow at 9 a.m. 9:30 a.m.
All right, y'all. Boy, 8-hour trial is crazy. All right, this is what I'm about to do, okay? We're going to take a brief intermission. I told y'all I'm probably going to go about another hour or so because the lighter half of the day, for one, my ADHD kicked in. I wasn't focused. I was on the phone, so I got to run it back. Then I had to take my grandbaby, so I'm going to have to run it back. I got to run it back to the state case with the detective that was on the stand when they talk about phone records. I got to kind of see it broken down. I need to re-listen to pretty much this whole witness, to be honest. Yeah, pretty much this whole witness. One thing I do want to do though, before we get into the phone records, is go back to where Juke phone came in and they said something about the airport. I need to hear that. What's up, Spankum? So, brief intermission. I got to go get me some snacks, okay? And give me a bathroom break, and then we're going to be focused and back in, grab my notebook. So, I'm about to run the intro, but we ain't going nowhere. Court is now adjourned, but we are definitely going into overtime, okay? So, brief moment. I shall return momentarily. Mickey talks the truth. I got truth on my mind. I got truth on my mind. I got truth on my mind. Truth on my mind.
Hey, listen, you are now rocking with Mickey Truth. She live up to her name, not the fame. So make sure y'all subscribe to her channel and stay updated on what's real. Bye.
Good reporting ass Mickey.
We love you, Mickey. Mickey talks the truth. right. I'm about to see if the echo is still in my mic so that I can get on the computer. I do not want to talk on this tablet no more. So give me one moment to switch over to see if the other one gonna sound better. Do y'all hear echo? Hold on. My bad. I still have my tablet on. Do y'all hear any noise from my mic before we get started here? We good? Because this morning y'all was hearing static. Any static, anything? I'm assuming we're good. I don't see nobody saying nothing. All right, we good? All right, y'all. First and foremost, how far back was the airport conversation? It had to be recent. When I first started seeing y'all mention it, it wasn't too long after. So, all right, hold on, like 9 minutes. I wonder if I went. We're gonna start from here. And again, this is gonna be chopped down into a video also. Okay, so we're gonna start from here because I think this is. Was that the last time he was talking? Well, he was talking about right here. All right, let's just do this. Let's see what he say.
Oh.
Court's in session, remain seated.
Can we excuse the witness, sir?
Say again?
Could we excuse the witness for this moment?
So are you trying to clarify something?
Yes, I'm trying to clarify something.
Okay. We're still.
All right, that wasn't it. Okay, so that wasn't it. So it must have been during this conversation right here. All right, we're gonna start right there.
I don't know that. And see, the part of the problem is that the witness testified when he said that this text message on the beginning of the page 2, I'm here to FW Joe. I ain't here to go out.
Right.
The witness testified, you asked, does that mean I'm here hanging out with Joe? And he said it could just mean I'm here to F with you, I think is what he said, or something like that.
Yes, sir.
That's two separate things.
Okay, I'm misinterpreting what the slang means on there. My whole point is he's spending time with Jook on his own back in August. So if it's FW, if I'm mistaken about what it means, or just spending time with.
I don't necessarily know that that's what this means.
Okay. I don't either. That's why I asked the witness, and he said that's just essentially what fuck with means, right?
Yeah.
And that is next exhibit 28. 29.
Right, for the sake of everybody's sanity, I'm just going to stop with the text message and just a couple more questions and call it a day, okay?
I'm here.
All right. With regards to, we've already established the last time Justin talked, or contacted Govan. We talked about 2 weeks, all that stuff, in a couple of days with regards to formalities. We're not gonna rehash that, but with specifically regards to Justin talking to Jook on the 16th, he did make a phone call on the 16th, correct?
I'd have to see it again. Did you?
I highlighted for you the time and everything. I just pulled the actual page.
Did you change the time frame or anything?
You just tell me if I've done something wrong, you tell me.
No, because it's in, if sometimes people will take records, it appears to be on Excel, and they'll actually roll them back themselves. So I was just making sure. It shows on 11/16/2021 at 17:37, 15 hours. Looks like a 331 second outgoing call from Justin Johnson to Anthony Mims.
Right, and you did that much nicer on your slideshow. I just sort of went in and downloaded the actual CDR thing to show all the parts and lines. So Justin Johnson and Anthony Mims had a 6-minute call the day before the murder, the evening before the murder.
Well, it would have been, assuming that these haven't been rolled back, it would have been 12:37.
Okay. But there's no dispute based on yours. I don't know if it's UTC plus or minus 6. They communicated for 6 some odd minutes the day before the murder. 300 something seconds, you said.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And you're also aware that Justin sent Jook a turkey emoji the night of the 16th. You're not aware of that?
I mean, I'm not saying it didn't, I'm just saying I'm not aware.
Okay, I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm just. If we could approach the witness, please. Objection. It's a text message from Justin to Jook the night before the murder. Are we approaching it?
I thought this was next to do.
No,
Can you approach, please?
All right, I'm looking for a particular part, so I'm trying not to skip it. But that's very damning to the state's theory, right? Because if the David murder this took place, there's a lot. But we're gonna keep listening to the part that I need to come on, and then we'll talk about it from there.
Okay, this is a text from Justin Johnson to Jook.
Can he testify about that, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Who are the texts from?
So it's from Justin Johnson to Anthony Mims.
And I know there's more than one text, but I'm concerned about the one I'm
I'm starting with the first one. It was on August 13th at 12:56 a.m.
Would you look at it again? Are you sure it's not November 13th?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, November 13th okay, I'm sorry, 12:56 a.m. and it says, bro, we got put squeeze on Wicked. That video ain't really shit.
Right, and the next one, if you could say, that's the one I'm worried about, is the next one, the one from the 16th. If you could review that, please.
Okay. November 16th, 2021, 4:37. It's Justin Johnson sending looks like a turkey emoji to Anthony Mims.
And so that's the only page I would offer, and that looks like that came from Justin Johnson's phone based on the numbers, and that's Jook's number that it goes to, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And we don't need the second page, I was just doing a large version of that, Your Honor. So just the first page is all we're looking to.
Any objection?
You want this?
No, just give her, I'll take it back, but we just admit the first page. Get that back to you, please.
This is text messages from Justin Johnson to Jook's phone. And the second message on the page appears to be the emoji sent on November 16th, 2021. We'll mark this exhibit 30.
And could I publish that, Your And I know it's hard to see, but that's the text message that Justin sent to Jook the day before the murder.
The turkey emoji, yes.
Okay, thank you. Take care. So we've already discussed all the hardware store and all the other stuff. With regards to Jook, did you all ever try to interview Jook?
Yes.
When did you try to do that?
When we executed a search warrant on his phone.
Okay.
When he was at the airport.
Okay. It wasn't annotated that you had talked to him anywhere in the police report, so lead detective said you guys never reached out to him. Is that incorrect?
I can tell you that they asked him, wanted to talk. Obviously, he said nothing to talk.
Okay, and did we do anything else after that?
We wrote a search warrant and we did the phone extract.
Okay. So the suspect that Mr. Cornelius said may have paid for his legal fees, all this other testimony we've heard, you went, even though the lead detective didn't know, you specifically went to talk to him. He said, no, I don't want to make a statement. That's just my Fifth Amendment right.
Yeah, we executed a search warrant at the airport. I forget who it was, but somebody, either Friot or someone communicated with him to say, hey, you want to come talk? We knew what his response was going to be, and we knew what attorney he was going to tell us to talk to.
Okay. I get all that. Do defendants occasionally exercise their Fifth Amendment rights and keep their mouth shut?
100%.
So you don't quit on the investigation just because they won't talk to you. You continue, right?
100%.
And in this case, Cornelius is giving you specifics about what Jook did. You've got text messages from Justin Johnson about what Jook did. But there was no follow-up. Not being mean or anything else. That whoever went to the airport, that was it with regards to Jook.
I don't get to make the decisions on what happens to him.
I'm not asking who makes the decision. They're saying that was it. There's nothing else done with regards to Jook.
Yes, there was a lot of stuff. I mean, that's what we were doing.
Okay. I'll let it be. I think I get it.
Interesting. Okay. I totally wasn't listening to that originally. So the lead detective that testified earlier today, Terrence Dabney, who's the lead on the homicide case, said they didn't get that far when asked if, like, why didn't they interview Jook or anything like that. Said they didn't get that far. He never mentioned that they executed a search warrant on Jook's phone. Now, that detective is retired, so maybe it's a situation where he retired before the search warrant took place or something. But that's interesting. So now that we know that they have records that Justin was in communication directly with Jook, that Justin let Jook know about the turkey drive by sending the turkey emoji the night before, that Justin was in communication with Jook directly prior to the murder. So we all know, well, I ain't gonna say we all know, because some of y'all may not agree with this. Justin was working for Jook. I'm going to continue this to see what the rebuttal is. But if the rebuttal is not any proof that Justin also texts Govan the turkey emoji, that Justin also talked to Govan the day of the shooting, then I'm convinced Justin was Jook man, not Govan. But I'm going to listen to what the rebuttal is, and then we'll go back to the phone records. Okay, so they don't do a rebuttal. All right. So I guess I had to put a pin in that theory until tomorrow when they do a rebuttal, because this witness does come back. All right, hold on. I told you I'm chopping down my YouTube videos now. All right. So everybody understand that part of it? We good on that? No, I still say they haven't proved Govan did nothing yet. And I'm just starting to cook Tony Snow, okay? But that's damning. I do want to do something real quick. Hold on. I want to. Hold on. Dang, all the new stuff is out, okay? I'm trying to find some old stuff. I'm just trying to confirm something real quick. Give me a second. 2 years ago, people were saying that Yo Gotti brother picked up by the feds in connection to Young Dolph murder. Okay? That's what Lamar, that was my question too. When did Govan pop up in the case? Now we know he was indicted the end of November 2022. Well, November 10th, 2022. The rest of them was indicted January 2022. I wonder that too. Damn, they don't say when the airport thing. Because I wonder if the airport thing where they grab his phone is when everybody's saying he got picked up by the feds. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, the airport is federal. I wonder. Yep. I think that's what it was. So, yeah. 2 years ago. I think that's where that narrative came from. I think we just solved that narrative case. Big Jug. I don't see no actual, like, news. I see a bunch of YouTube videos saying that Big Jug got picked up by the Fed. Yeah. I think that's what it was. All right, we're gonna move on in just a minute. That's just like, now that makes sense why people are saying that. Oh shit. I think that's where it came from. I think the whole narrative that he got picked up by the feds is because they approached him in the airport for his phone. Yeah. All right. So I'm going to say this, okay? I'm going to say my view on this whole thing with Big Jug, the feds, and all that. We have the lead attorney in this murder investigation in Memphis writing in his report that Jug was the mastermind. Writing in his report that they spoke to witnesses that named Jug, but at the same time saying it wasn't enough, or they hadn't made it that far in the investigation where they could talk to Jug. At some point in the investigation, according to the second detective, Jesse Brown, they do approach Jug with a search warrant for his phone. However, they asked him if he wanted to talk. He said no. Contact my lawyer. They already knew a lawyer they wanted him to contact. Blase, blase. So in all actuality, the airport is the feds, technically. Jug never was questioned though. He was approached with a search warrant for his phone, and that's where it ended. So technically, he was never picked up by the feds. They wanted his phone. So we can put that rumor to bed. Because that's the only logical explanation for all the rumors. And if we do timelines correctly, it would have been about 2 years ago. Now, will it come out and rebuttal the actual date that they got the search warrant for? I don't know. We'll see. I wish Tennessee was actually available like Texas, where we could have just pulled up the search warrant and found out ourselves. But nevertheless, we take what we got. But that's because y'all kept, I think a few of y'all brought it up over the past 2 days about Jug getting picked up by the feds. And I feel like this is the only situation that is feasible for that. So that's my opinion on that. All right, so I stopped that video. Yeah, I'm trying to multitask. All right, so let's go back to the phone records. Is this when he first get on the stand? Is this him? Oh, that's not him. All right, and I think pretty much I'm gonna be honest, y'all, I'll probably need to listen to his whole doggone spiel. When y'all think the verdict will be in? I don't think Friday. I mean Thursday, maybe Friday, maybe Monday. I mean, you really can't say how long a verdict will take, but I remember in the queso case, we knew the same day. So it just depends. But I'm thinking at the latest, maybe Monday. I don't think it should take that long. Like, it's a lot of information, but I don't think it's that much information. If that makes sense. I don't think it's that much information. All right, let's get into this.
This is your presentation, is that correct? This is your presentation, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, we will go through it. No, it is small. Could you tell us, or if it would be better if with the court's permission, you can get down and explain what we are looking at here.
Okay, so this is going to be essentially a screenshot of the information associated to Justin Johnson's cellular device. So it's just, I essentially take out remove the important information for the PowerPoint purposes, like his IMEI, MZs, telephone numbers, things of that.
You named some things we have probably never heard of. Say that again.
So like the IMEI is the number that it says.
All right, I don't want to listen to that part. I want to listen to, I'm going to go a little bit further. I want to get into the meat and potatoes, okay?
8th or 9th call. So it's seven communications. So the significance for this is that on July 27, 2021, we look at Justin Johnson's cellular device. We find Hernandez Govan's telephone number. As you say, it's labeled Big Bruh Quet, and that was an incoming text message to Justin Johnson, and it's just an address of 4641 Bowenshire, which is still smoking Memphis. It's a shop owned by Anthony Mims and his business partner, Mr. Lambert. Can you go back? I apologize.
All right, so that PowerPoint, that page we just saw said in play that Justin Johnson knew Govan and that Govan knew Juk because he sent the address of Juk's business to Justin Johnson. And did it say when that was? Hold on, I gotta go back. Did it say when? Freak. So this was July 27th, 21. So they established that they all knew each other at least in July of 2021. All right, let's keep going.
Anthony Mims and his business partner, Mr. Lambert. Can you go back? I apologize. And just to note that time is at 1937-21. And it shows significance because he's getting the text from Govan, and then on the next slide you'll see Justin Johnson actually sends an outgoing iMessage to an individual we identified as Harry Lockhart, and he just says he's talking to Juk, indicating that maybe he's at the smoke shop and he's talking to Juk. And then you see at 21:08, 43 hours, Anthony Mims creates a phone contact for Justin Johnson, and that contact he labeled as Drop, which is an alias. It's short alias of what we know Justin Johnson to be.
All right, so hold on, let me write that down. Juk created contact for Drop 7/27/21. All right, So, I gotta look back. When all this first kicked off, everyone was saying Cornelius was the fall guy and wasn't one of the shooters. Well, we see that's cap, right? 7:37. Hold on, 7:37 p.m. 7:37 p.m. 7:37. I need to go back to the other one. Is it? No, not that one. Okay, I gotta let this play.
Telephone number, as you say, it's labeled Big Bruh Quet, and that was an incoming text message to Justin Johnson, and it's just an address of
Created a contact.
MEMS created for communications. Telephone number, as you say, it's labeled Big Bruh Quet, and that was an incoming text message to Justin Johnson, and it's just an
I gotta let it
address
play
of
again. I can't get to the part I needed to.
4641 Bowenshire, which is still Smoke in Memphis. It's a shop owned by Anthony Mims and his business partner, Mr. Lambert. Can you go back? I apologize. And just to note, that time was at 1937-21.
All right, so Johnson, who is straight drop, texts Govan, who then sends him the address to Juke's smoke shop. That was at 7:37 p.m. At 8:31 p.m., somebody by the name of Ham texts Johnson and told him he's talking to Juke. Then by 9:08 p.m., Juke creates a contact in his phone for Justin Johnson. So the state implies that Govan introduced Justin Johnson to Juke. But how do we know that Ham didn't do the introduction? Because obviously Ham was in, whether he's at smoke shop or not, because just because somebody said they talking to somebody don't mean they actually is physically on the phone, or they could be in person. You know what I'm saying? So we'll continue. I see the plot though, but it still have a little doubt in my mind, because if they never would have had the text from Ham saying that he was already talking to Juke, and just had the text between Johnson and Govan, then Juke creating a contact, I'm like, okay, he definitely introduced them. But adding that extra party, it's crazy. Did the actual video of the shooting leak? What you mean leak? It's been out since the last trial.
And it shows significance because he's getting the text from Govan, and then on the next slide you'll see Justin the shop. Mims creates a phone contact for Justin Johnson, and that contact he labeled as Drop, which is an alias. It's short alias of what we know Justin Johnson to be, just like a short alias we know Juke to be. It usually goes by Big Juke or Juke, and then we've heard referred to Drop, or his actual name that he uses is Straight Drop on YouTube and things of that nature.
So when you say he created a contact, he was putting the phone number into this phone.
Right, he created that contact to be at 7/27/2021, 9/8/47 p.m. He creates that contact. And then, as you see, 21:08, 49 hours, Justin Johnson creates a contact for Anthony Mims' telephone number and labels it Juke, which is the alias. So both these individuals in relatively in the same time frame created contacts for each other. Again, indicating that they're probably within communication distance or in the same vicinity. So this is the following day, July 28th. So after that. And as you see here, so Justin Johnson, his cellular device shows an outgoing, so it's an iMessage to Jermaine Sears with the address of 3641 Allendale Lane. And then that same day at 17:24 hours, we have an incident at the, it was called the Double R Auto Services, and it's at 821 South Highland Street. And the two victims that just worked at the shop state that a tan BMW is being chased by a burgundy Dodge Charger. 3 males get out of the Charger and start firing upon an unknown male and a female who remained in the car. The unknown male and the BMW fled. We were able to later identify that to be one Terrence Baker. His prints had hit on the car, but he never filed a police report or would communicate with officers about the incident at all.
So the victim was Terrence Baker?
Correct. He just wouldn't communicate with us or anyone. And as you see here, the 17:24 hours, that address, the
all right. So Paper Route Woo is Terrence Baker, who they are saying was shot at on July 28th. Now, we also know that, according to Cornelius Smith, that Govan gave him and Bobby Carter guns to go shoot Paper Route Woo. Is this the same situation? Did he get shot at twice?
address at the shop, the 820, what is it, 821 or 823 South Highland?
I think 833.
It's about, it's approximately, I had it on there, I can't read it because it's kind of far, 0.49 miles away. So it's not that far away.
You're talking about this address here, the 30.
So that address is actually 3645 Allendale. He sent a different address. If you go to the next slide.
Oh, before we go to the next slide, you've indicated that the victim of the shooting was Terrence Baker.
Correct.
Does he go by any other name?
Yes, he goes by Woo, or Paper Route Woo.
And as part of your investigation, did you determine him to be a artist on
Yes,
PRE?
he's an artist. Sorry, he's an artist on PRE. As you see, so that here is the actual address, the 3645 Allendale, and the address that Justin sent was right next door. So it was actually 3641. So he just had the address wrong. Here's the, so later that day, 1804 hours, Mississippi finds the Dodge Charger. Witnesses on the scene say they see three males jump out and run. The vehicle was stolen. They then processed that vehicle, which came back with some APHIS hits. So the fingerprint, when they dusted the vehicle, they had prints come back as to be for Justin Johnson, Rashad Hill, and Cavius Wesley.
So, when the world did Cornelius Smith shoot out with Woo then? Huh. So it must have been two incidents with Paper Route Woo.
And then also they located a spent .40 caliber cartridge casing on the driver's side floorboard. And that spent cartridge casing showed to correlate with the cartridge casing found on the scene at the Double R shop over on South Highland Street. And then this is August 13th, so we get to this date from, again, Cornelius's interview. We look at the hot number list, we see that 859-1460, a number that belongs to Govan, had 12 communications with Justin Johnson on that day. It was a top caller.
Before we get there, go back just a bit. So we mentioned Cornelius. Do you know when Mr. Govan or Justin Johnson or Juke's number appeared with Cornelius? You able to ascertain that information?
It would be hard to say just because, we get records for a certain amount of time. So I wouldn't be able to determine, I would be able to say a date just based off records we have, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they weren't communicating prior to that.
If you can or can't, the records that you have, when is the first time that you see any of the individuals appear in Cornelius's phone?
I don't know. I don't have that, to be honest with you.
Okay.
So again, for this, it's the communications for Justin Johnson, and it's going to be on August 13th, 2021. And as you can see here for Justin, he's got 12 communications with Hernandez Govan, who's his top caller. And then this is going to be the same, so another hot number list for Cornelius Smith. Now, the number is different because he had this telephone number, same device, but different telephone number, which is 901-479-3786. I think on his device it showed that number was last used in September, so that means it's probably sometime he changes over to the number you saw earlier. And on that hot number list, you see Bobby Carter has 33 communications, which is about his third caller. And then Devin Burns is about a sixth caller. And then you have Hernandez Govan with 8 communications, about his 10th caller.
We see his first one is Angela Arnold.
Correct. And then on this one, we have Anthony Minton's hot number list. And again, it's filtered for just the 13th. And as you can see here, Govan's number 4, I think that's 4 communications. He's actually 10, maybe 9 callers down, because you can see you have a bunch of unknown. And then you have number 2 callers, just a list of numbers. That's usually just information getting from the cell phone company and other things, like other traffic, but actual numbers, he's about number 9 or 10. And then on August 13th, at 13:45 hours, we have the 911 call where Terrence Baker's cellular device calls and says that he's at Allendale being shot at and he's hiding. They asked for his name, he refused to give it. He just told them to hurry up, they're coming after him.
All right. So we following the state's theory. Govan invited Johnson to Juke's business. Somebody named Helm texts Johnson and let him know he was talking to Juke, meaning that over an hour had passed and Johnson had not made it to Juke's business. Later on, about 9 o'clock, Juke and Johnson exchanges phone numbers. The next day, Johnson texts somebody named Sears an address that's supposed to be of Paper Route Woo. Paper Route Woo is shot at, and the people involved turned out to be Johnson, and 2 other people. Next, August 13th. Everybody is in communication with each other. So you got Johnson communicating with Govan, whether it's calls or texts, but 12 times that day. You got Cornelius Smith and Bobby Carter 33 times that day. You got Smith talking to Govan 8 times that day. You got somebody named Burns talking to Smith 9 times that day. You got Govan and Juke talking 4 times that day, which is the day that Paper Rock Wu is shot at in Allendale. So we already know, according to Cornelius Smith, that Govan put him on that play. Gave him the gun and all. We already heard that in testimony. So it seems like to me, if I'm going off of what the state theory is that the meeting at Juke's business in July set the whole hit list in motion. Now, what's missing though is when did Cornelius Smith go to Govan's house to meet Juke? That's a very important date to the timeline. But nevertheless, we'll keep going. But so far, that meeting on July 27th is, from what they present, is the start of the whole conspiracy. Now, my question is, if this is a conspiracy, then we're missing some people off the indictment. So, if the Wu shooting that included Smith was August 13th, then it's going to be very important what connections they made from August 13th to November 17th. So let's get back into it.
And then this will be communications with the conspirators that are with Justin Johnson and Cornelius Smith, and then the other individuals, Anthony Mims, Hernandez Govan, and any variation of their other numbers at that time. So as you can see, it's represented in color is essentially the light pink is going to be Hernandez Govan, the blue is Anthony Mims, and then on the left it's, see, I think I've got Justin Johnson is yellow, and then Cornelius Smith is green, just to kind of so you can see the kind of the flow of things. And so
hold on. So on November 2nd, 1625 is Johnson, right? See, okay. So 1625 is Johnson. He was talking ongoing to both Govan and Juke. So to be honest, you can't really say who he was working for, because he had access to both. And if you look at the amount of time he talked, they was really brief calls, except for he called Govan and talked for 7 minutes. Like, what really was y'all talking about for 7 minutes? But then he had a 3-minute call, but everything else, a 1 second, that must have just didn't go through. All right, let's keep going.
essentially on November 2nd, we had Justin Johnson had 7 communications with the cellular device that belongs to Govan, and then he had 4 communications.
And I'm sorry, are these in chronological order on the date?
Correct.
So Justin communicated with Hernandez Govan, then he communicated with Anthony Mims, then he communicated with Govan again, then he communicated with Mims again, and then he communicated with Govan again.
Correct.
Okay.
And then essentially this is just those call detail records, but the actual call detail records, which it's got like service codes, tower information. You'll see it has a version of the IMEI. It won't give you the actual IMEI. They kind of do some equation where they change the last 2 digits so people can't steal the IMEI off the records and create their own kind of their own service or their own account. So, but it just gives you a little bit more information. It can tell you call the voicemail if there's multiple users on one call, if they're doing three-way, and things of that nature. And then again, as you can see, you have Justin Johnson in the yellow, Cornelius Smith in the green, and essentially it just kind of shows the way they're cut, like who they're communicating with, and the kind of the flow in chronological order, how they're talking. So as you can see, Justin Johnson had 7 with Hernandez Govan. Justin Johnson had 4 with Anthony Mims, and then he had 0 with Cornelius. And then Cornelius had 20 communications with Hernandez Govan, but he had 0 with Justin and 0 with Anthony Mims. And then this is just the actual raw records. It just depicts what that is. So at the top you have Justin Johnson's records, and then at the bottom.
Hold on, y'all. I cut my mic up. Hopefully it works. Why I just got an email from Violink saying Cornelius Smith got released. How do I, what? What? Like, that done threw me off. Like, what you mean? But they just, I signed up for emails with them years ago. I'm about to show y'all what it just sent me. Like, that's what it says. Oh, let me see if I can blow it up. Can y'all see that? But y'all see it, right? Like, this is like from Vine. Cornelius Smith, then to give his number now. I don't know, but that's what it says. And that just blew my mind. Now, could he got put somewhere else maybe, but he ain't in Violink no more. And before I said it, I went looking, but Tennessee uses Violink. So that's what got me kind of confused, because it's like really no other way. I don't even know. Like, he ain't popping up nowhere else in Tennessee. Like, hold on. So if you go over to Violink and just type his name in Tennessee, now, of course, they pull up anybody with that name. And this is supposed to be him right here. And it's like no other Cornelius Smith that's that age. See right here, still say out, and that's Shelby County. I don't know, y'all. I'm just telling y'all what it sent me. I don't know. I don't even know. I don't even know how you would like verify that any further. I'm at a loss for words. I really don't know, y'all. I really don't know. I don't even know. Like, I don't even know what to say about that. I don't know. All I can tell you is that's what they say. Something. All I can say, that's what the email say. Y'all know it's hard to really get anything from down there. So, I'm trying something, y'all, but I don't think it's gonna work. Oh, they still let me in? Let me see then. Hold on. They ain't gonna let me in. Why is not letting me search? You let me in, but you won't let me search. It's crazy. I know I haven't used it in a long time, but why y'all doing me like this? Damn. Hold on. They put him in protective custody. I was thinking about each uniform, but that one they went in email because y'all gotta understand, right? Buying link, right, is where you can go so you can be updated on people that get released from jail. Whether you're a victim, just a person in the community, or whatever, they're not just gonna say you got released because you're in protective custody. They're not gonna do that. Now, I have seen it done if you're getting transferred to like a different location. Yes. But they're not gonna send victims and communities an email that you got released just because you're in protective custody. And he done been in jail so long, I'm pretty sure he's been in protective custody for a while. So that's not it. Let me see, when was the last time he got moved? Could they send me a message every time? Just like I got an email when Justin Johnson got moved. That was on the 13th. Okay, no, that was about a different case. Okay. Yeah. They haven't sent me nothing about what is it for? Yeah, they ain't sent me nothing about him in a long time. Right, Ed. Thank you, Ed. Let me see. No, that's what was saying. No, that's what was saying. This is my first time getting one for Cornelius. I'm trying to check the thing, but is it working now? Fingers crossed. Okay, let me see. Boy, let me see. It gonna work? How you don't have them in the system? That's cap. Ain't no way. Freak. Let me see something. I'm working on something, y'all. Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. Ugh. Okay. I gotta do this old school. Give me a second. That's all that's popping up? Ain't no way. Man. They let me search certain people, but not everybody. And it's getting on my nerves. Getting on my nerves. Let me say that. It's been a minute since I've been in that. Even though it's not useful to me right now. Shelby. Alright, I'm trying to get y'all some official information on this, but that's all I got right now. Shelby County ain't being my friend right now with trying to get into their system, and I don't know why they're tripping on me right now, but I don't like it. Okay. Well, I was trying to confirm that for y'all, but I can't get in it. Every time I type in his name, it doesn't do nothing. It's saying it's no match, which I know is cap, because at the end of the day, even if he did get out, you know what I'm saying, he still got a case. I don't know what else I can do. Other than that, we can just wait it out, and but for now, hey, if it come out, y'all heard it from me first. But I just can't verify it, like if he's actually out, or if he's just transferred somewhere. Because I can't get in the system. Give me a second, let me see something. Yeah, that's all I got, y'all. So I really want to work on trying to figure that out. All right, this is what we're gonna do. Let me just do a recap real quick, because we got to be back at this tomorrow early in the morning, and I'll just hopefully I can find out something by in the morning. All right, so this is what we're gonna do. Okay, this is my recap for my YouTube video. All right, Hold on, you know I got to record it, y'all. Hold on. All right. Day 2 on Hernandez Govan case has been a wild ride, okay? We're going to go over some recap. I'm going to tell y'all some things that we're going to get into tomorrow. And possibly some news that's kind of unofficially confirmed to the extent of what happens, but we'll get into that, okay? So day 2 included Angela Arnold, who is Cornelia Smith's girlfriend, who was indeed aware of the hit on Dolph, also was with him after the hit. She provided that she knew who Govan was because she went with Smith over there multiple times. She said that Smith said Govan would deliver messages to Juke for him. And she was with him after the shooting when he met up with Govan, but cannot say to what extent their conversation was or what was provided, if anything. Also, she confirmed that he did go to AutoZone and purchase this car cover. The defense did do a great cross on her, which added some doubt because, again, she said a couple things that didn't add up to what Cornelia Smith said, including the fact that Bobby Carter was involved, because Smith said Bobby Carter wasn't involved in the Dolph hit. Terrence Dabney, who was the lead detective on a Dolph murder, who is now retired, stated in his report that Juke was the mastermind of this hit. Also stated that they didn't make it that far to ever question him, talk to him, or anything meaning Juke for this murder. The phone expert took to the stand to verify what number belongs to who. Jesse Brown, who was a detective, the co-lead detective on the case, dropped some bombshells, including that Big Juke was approached in the airport, which is why probably a lot of people said that he was picked up by the feds, but they served a search warrant on his phone. They did ask if he wanted to talk. Of course, they said no. If my mic is low, there's nothing I can do about it. Commands is at the max. I don't know. It's probably overworked. So I do apologize, but I got it up to the max. All right. They did provide a state. I will give the state props for the phone records. However, it is some doubt in my mind with some of the records as far as proving actually everything was handpicked by Govan. They had text messages between Johnson and Govan as far back as July 27th. Johnson had Govan saved in his phone as Big Bro, which would make you think that they had a relationship prior to July 27th. Big Juke and Straight Drop, which is Johnson, created contacts for each other on July 27th. So it is implied that Juke introduced Drop and Juke. However, an hour after Govan told him to meet him at Juke's business, he was texting somebody named Ham who was talking to Juke. So it's like, well, could Ham had been the one to introduce them, or was it Govan? I think that's gonna be up to the jury, but I will give them thumbs up for that kind of timeline. So Straight Drop, aka Justice Johnson, attempted, and 2 other people attempted to shoot Paper Route Wu first. Okay, the day after the meeting. Which is like, okay, if they put Johnson on a hit first, it failed. Then 2 weeks later, put Cornelius and Bobby Carter on the hit, and they failed, obviously. Did Govan really put them on a hit, or was it Juke pulling the strings? I think that would be up for interpretation also. We got into, I think I paused it at the day of Dolph murder, but what stuck out to me, and we'll have to finish this up tomorrow on the rebuttal, is that Straight Drop texts Juke the night before Dolph's murder and text turkey emojis. I feel if Justin Johnson, aka Straight Drop, was working for Govan, he would have texted Govan, not Juke. I personally feel like Straight Drop was Juke guy. He possibly could have been introduced by Govan, but it seemed like a lot of the communication as far as what Justin had going on was directly with Juke. And they talked for 6 minutes beforehand. And the fact that Justin Johnson provided the guns for this hit. So that stood out to me. And as I showed y'all, and I'll show y'all again, just for the purpose of the YouTube video, is that Vonley sent me a message saying that, guess what? Cornelius Smith was released. If you was with me on the live, y'all know we tried to look into it, couldn't confirm exactly if he was being moved or like what's going on. So all I can tell y'all is that according to this email, he got released. Released to go home, I don't know. Released to go somewhere else, I don't know. But when y'all join me in the morning at 10:30 a.m., we will find out. Because if he is moved, okay, we should be able to find him again in Vonley. If he's actually out walking about, he won't be there. So it's interesting. But I do appreciate everybody for tuning in. And that's the end of the YouTube video. And I got some work to do because I got to figure out where Cornelius Smith is. Okay? Did he get out or what? So, y'all, it's been a good life. We've been at this 9 hours. And I'm actually getting tired, sleepy. I had to work today. And I got to do everything all over tomorrow. So, as always, thank y'all for pulling up. Thank y'all for all the donations. Thank y'all for keeping the chat moving. Because I know, look, y'all be here with me for 9 hours. I know it's a lot. Okay? We're back at it tomorrow. Definitely. I'll see y'all. I don't even really got much to say. We've been talking all day. Okay? With that being said, I'm out. Mickey talks the truth. Okay. I got truth on my mind. I got truth on my mind. I got truth on my mind. Truth on my mind.
Hey, listen, you are now rocking with Mickey Truth. She live up to her name, not the fame. So make sure y'all subscribe to her channel and stay updated on what's real. Bye.
Good reporting ass Mickey.
We love you, Mickey. Hold on, wait, before I go, y'all make sure y'all tap in with me to book your slot. A lot of y'all be hitting me up on Instagram and the email wanting to just talk about content, whether you're an up-and-coming content creator or somebody just got questions about cases or whatever. Book your consultation with me now. The information is on the screen. Hey, make sure you get your slot because my slots be filling up fast.